Upon waking, Xia Hong realized he had transmigrated to an entirely different world. This land was consumed by ice and snow, a landscape far more desolate than any depiction of an ice age he had ever seen on television. Furthermore, the earth was overrun by frost beasts and a race of monstrous creatures that possessed truly terrifying abilities. Consequently, humanity had become the most wretched race in this world, standing on the very brink of extinction. Yet, as fortune would have it, Xia Hong possessed his own unique advantage, a golden finger. He could upgrade his settlement from a small campfire into an iron smelting furnace, then into a peak of blazing sun, from wooden stakes into a martial arts training ground, then into a martial deo hall, from green bamboo fences into walls of black earth, then into iron fortifications, from simple markings into stone tablets, and eventually into an ancestral spirit stele. The text read, "The cold wind howls, the snow fills the sky. Beneath the shroud of night, giant trees coated in white snow stood like iron towers, imposing and unmoving against the gale. To the east of Redwood Ridge, outside an inconspicuous cave, Xia Hong practiced a stance of traditional long fist martial arts. After regulating his breathing, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he unleashed a punch. Standing at 1.9 meters, his physique was not overly muscular, but he possessed a sturdy, powerful frame. The set of martial techniques he executed caused the surrounding snow to swirl into a dance. Suddenly, a young man with a youthful face emerged from the cave. Upon seeing Xia Hong, the youth's face showed clear admiration as he asked his elder brother if he was about to achieve a breakthrough to the woodcutting rank. Xia Hong replied that it was imminent, likely within another month. Xia Chuan exclaimed that Xia Hong was truly formidable, for their father had once said that among the 9 surrounding camps, only 3 geniuses had successfully reached the woodcutting rank before the age of 18, and Xia Hong would be the 4th. Xia Hong raised his head, revealing delicate features that seemed somewhat inconsistent with his sturdy stature. Watching the admiration on his younger brother's face, Xia Hong felt a sense of satisfaction, but once he composed himself, he shook his head slightly, believing that reaching the woodcutting rank was nothing to boast about, for the nearby Le Mage camp possessed those at the groundbreaking rank, and those were the true powerhouses. Hearing the mention of the groundbreaking rank, Xia Chuan's face was immediately filled with longing. He noted that Lei's camp boasted 5 warriors of the groundbreaking rank, and it was said that each day they could mine over 1,000 pounds of coal for the camp, not only eliminating the need to burn wood for warmth, but also allowing them to use coal furnaces to forge sharp weapons. Hunting low-level frost beasts is as easy as turning over one's hand. Xia Hong nodded slightly, reasoning that since the Lahonge camp is a medium-sized settlement of over 500 people, if they lacked real strength, how could the frost beasts of Hongmu Ridge have allowed them to survive so comfortably? Xia Chuan felt a pang of regret that his father was burdened with injuries. Otherwise, he would have already become a formidable Earth Realm powerhouse. If the Daxia camp possessed coal, perhaps they too would have long since grown into a medium-sized settlement. There are 3 recognized criteria for a medium-sized camp. First is a population exceeding 500, and second is the possession of an Earth Realm powerhouse. The third is the ability to withstand a tide of low-level frost beasts. The current Daxia camp only has 239 people, with 13 warriors at the woodcutting level. With such meager strength, let alone a beast tide, even if a single mid-level frost beast of moderate power were to wander near, every soul in the camp would inevitably become its prey. Xia Chuan felt dissatisfied that the Lodge camp was so stingy. If they had only agreed to sell them some coal, things would be better. However, Xia Hong understood that coal is not merely for heating and smelting iron, but acts as a currency to trade for high-level supplies from larger settlements. The Lodge camp barely has enough for its own needs, so they would never willingly sell it to them. Moreover, a small camp like theirs possesses nothing of value to trade with the Lacage camp. More importantly, if other settlements around Hongmu Ridge also possessed coal, the Labouge camp's advantage in safety and weaponry would cease to exist. The advantage of safety attracts population. The advantage of weaponry ensures the crushing of opposition through force. With these 2 advantages, the Lodge camp stands as the undisputed ruler of the Hongmu Ridge region. To sell coal to other camps would be to cripple their own strength. Being a transmigrator, Xia Hong's foresight is naturally far greater than Xia Chuan's. Having arrived here 1 month ago, transitioning from initial panic to the stoic composure he holds now, the shock that Xia Hong has endured is by no means insignificant. This world is perilous on all sides, with dangers stemming not only from the unique creatures known as frost beasts, but also from the harsh climate and all manner of things previously unheard of. This world knows only a brutal winter, devoid of the 4 seasons. Furthermore, the winter temperatures here are far more terrifying than those on Earth. By Xia Hong's non-professional estimation, the nighttime temperature reaches at least -70 degrees. An ordinary person simply could not survive. What is even more absurd is that the daytime is even colder than the night. Not to mention ordinary people, even the natives of this world, if they lack protection against the cold during the day, will freeze to death. Fortunately, the daylight hours only last for 4 hours, which is why humans conduct almost all their activities at night. This is also the reason why Jiahong seizes the cover of darkness to practice his martial arts outside. Furthermore, because the days are colder, the frost beasts are more active, their temperaments more ferocious, and their strength significantly greater than at night. Consequently, regardless of whether they are hunting or scavenging for supplies, humans essentially choose to venture out only under the cover of night. Having transmigrated into such a perilous world of eternal winter, anyone else would have long since succumbed to despair. Yet, Jiahong not only accepted his new reality quickly, but he also felt a deep sense of exhilaration within. This is because, before his transmigration, he was a patient suffering from a degenerative freezing disorder. Jiahong hailed from a family of martial artists, having lost his parents at a young age. He had practiced martial arts since childhood to fortify his health, and his daily regimen was far more disciplined than that of an average person. However, fate played a cruel joke on him, afflicting him with an incurable illness. In his final days, Jiahong ceased his martial training. While he still possessed movement in his hands, he immersed himself in mobile games, day in and day out, until he was left bedridden. After confirming that he would soon lose all mobility, he chose a bright, sunny day to decide his own end. As it turned out, he arrived in this world, becoming the Jiahong he is today. Although this world is fraught with danger, he had been granted a second lease on life, which in itself was an immense stroke of luck. Moreover, heaven had gifted him with such a robust and youthful physique. He stands 1.91 meters tall, weighs over 90 kilograms, possesses an agile and powerful frame, and is only 16 years of age. In the parlance of his previous life, his current body is nothing short of a supreme, martial physique. When he first arrived, although this body was young and healthy, his strength peaked at a mere 2,000 caddies. In his previous life, it was rumored that the punching power of the world champion Tyson on Earth was 800 kilograms, which translates to 600 caddies. Jiahong did not understand this at first, believing he was quite powerful. That was until he witnessed a grown woman in the camp effortlessly lift a massive tree weighing 500 or 600 caddies. Only then did he realize that every human in this world was essentially an apex version of Tyson. It stood to reason. Humanity is a product of its environment. Under such extremely harsh, frigid conditions, if humanity had not evolved accordingly, survival would have been impossible. Recognizing his own frailty, Jiahong naturally dared not slacken his efforts. The martial arts of his previous life remained useful here. To maximize practical combat effectiveness, he chose the Taizu Long First Manual. In just one short month, through the consumption of frost beast flesh, his strength surged to 4,000 caddies. According to his father, Jia Ding, he was nearing the 5,000 caddy threshold of the woodcutting tier. Jiahong knew that possessing the strength of the woodcutting tier would grant him entry into the woodcutting team, allowing him to at least catch a glimpse of the world beyond the encampment. In his past life, a strength of 5,000 caddies would have surely made him a superhuman. But in this world, it merely qualifies one to fell trees. Indeed, the woodcutting tier is as literal as it sounds. Reaching this rank simply means one is capable of chopping wood. Suddenly, Xia Chuan pointed toward the redwood ridge forest, and Jiahong looked up and saw a team of 12 men emerging rapidly from the depths of the forest. They were divided into 6 groups of 2, each pair carrying a massive tree trunk roughly 20 meters long. As the 6 groups hauled the 6 great trees completely out of the forest, and the towering figure appeared at the very rear, Jiahong and Xia Chuan finally broke into smiles. According to his father, Xia Ding, every venture outside was a gamble with one's life, so to return not only safely, but with every man accounted for, was truly a cause for celebration. However, as the 13-man logging team drew closer, Jiahong and Xia Chuan noticed that the men's expressions were not filled with joy. On the contrary, they were fraught with solemnity and unease. The two hurried forward to meet them. Jiahong asked his father directly what had happened. Xia Ding asked how much longer until dawn. His voice carried a distinct trace of forced composure, clearly betraying that he was terrified to his core. Jiahong quickly looked up at the sky, gauged the position of the moon, and replied that there was likely only 1 key of an hour left. Xia Ding immediately ordered everyone to enter the camp quickly, while simultaneously commanding that the campfires be extinguished. No flames were to be lit. Upon hearing this, Jiahong's pupils contracted, his face full of bewilderment. For to extinguish the fires during the day would mean people in the camp would freeze to death. The days were colder than the nights, and even hidden within a mountain cave, without a fire to provide warmth, people would undoubtedly perish from the cold. Xia Ding was the leader of the camp, and understood these matters better than anyone, yet he had spoken such words without hesitation. Then, Xia Ding declared that the spirits of Hongmu Ridge had emerged. Although it was the first time Jiahong and Xia Chuan had heard the term spirits, seeing the look of sheer terror on their father and the men's faces, a sense of indescribable gravity rose within their hearts. Their father, Xia Ding, seemed too panicked, failing to notice their confusion, as he quickly ordered the 12-man logging team to carry the 6 great trees into the mountain cave. Afterward, without a moment's hesitation, he led the camp members to seal the entrance of the cave tight. Once the entrance was blocked, Xie Ding looked at the bonfire in the center of the camp, a flash of hesitation appearing on his face. But he quickly made the decision to extinguish the flames, demanding that everyone put on as much clothing as they possessed, and then huddle together to share their warmth. Only if someone truly could not endure the cold were they permitted to light a fire, and it was strictly limited to 10 minutes. These words immediately stirred up a tempest of unrest. Nearly 60% of the camp rose in opposition. Some were terrified at the prospect of extinguishing the fire, fearing they would freeze to death, while others worried that their young sons would not be able to endure the cold. As for the remaining 40%, aside from those in the logging squad who were privy to the inside information, those who remained silent were individuals of a relatively calm temperament, waiting for the further explanation that Xie Ding was about to provide. Xie Ding raised his hand, and only when the crowd fell silent did he speak in a low, grave voice. The monsters of Hongmu Ridge have emerged. Everyone in both the Tifeng and Shenju camps is already dead. If we extinguish the campfires, we might still have a hope of survival. But if we are discovered by that monster, we shall all surely perish. Hearing only the word monster, most of the people in the camp showed little reaction. It was evident that they did not truly grasp the nature of such a creature. However, upon hearing the news that every soul in the Tiaifeng and Shenju camps had been wiped out, including Xie Hong, the entire camp was instantly filled with expressions of sheer terror. Both of those camps possessed populations of over 300 people. Hongmu Ridge contains 9 camps in total, of which only Lagay is a medium-sized camp. The remaining 8, including Dajia, are all small camps. Although they are all small camps, their respective strengths vary significantly. Both of those camps were stronger than Dajia. Furthermore, the leader of the Tifeng camp, Tiying, was a powerhouse at the earth-quelling level. Yet, Xie Ding had just announced that over 600 people from those 2 camps had been completely slaughtered. What, then, is the true level of strength of this monster? Xie Ding urged everyone to dress warmly and extinguish the fires, for dawn was approaching. They only needed to endure for 4 hours. He reassured them that if anyone truly could not bear the cold, he would consider relighting the fires. The crowd stood stunned for a moment before quickly following Xie Ding's instructions. Xie Hong hurried back to his family's area within the cave, gathering every piece of clothing he could find, and tossed his thickest fur coat directly to his younger brother, Xie Chuan. Xie Chuan attempted to give it back, insisting that he already had enough clothing. But Xie Hong insisted, arguing that his own cultivation was stronger and his constitution more resilient than Xie Chuan's, so he would be fine. After preventing Xie Chuan from returning the coat, Xie Hong ran straight back toward his father, Xie Ding. The camp members acted with great haste. In less than 2 minutes, everyone had finished dressing and gathered in the center of the cave. Seeing that everyone was assembled, Xie Ding nodded to the 4 men standing by the campfire, holding animal skins, ready to smother the flames. With a few waves of their hands, the 4 men instantly extinguished the fire, which had been rising over 2 meters high. The entrance to the mountain cave, previously sealed, no longer reflected the glow of the flames. The interior of the cave immediately plunged into darkness, and with the darkness came a creeping chill. The moment the fire was doused, the temperature within the entire cave plummeted at a rate clearly perceptible to the human body. The 200 people in the encampment were not arranged in a haphazard cluster. The youngest children were placed at the center, surrounded by the women, with the adult men forming a ring further out. The outermost layer consisted of the 13 members of the wood-chopping squad. There were no elderly people among them. Not only in our camp, but in almost all nearby encampments, the elderly were nowhere to be found. In the midst of such a harsh, apocalyptic winter, the elderly simply could not survive. Despite being the sons of the leader, the brothers Ha Hong and Ha Shuyan received no special treatment and were arranged in the outer regions of the formation. As time slowly ticked by, after only an hour, the temperature had dropped to less than half of what it was when the campfire had been burned. The children in the inner circle began to shiver until their teeth chattered, and the women in the middle started to tremble. The adult men in the outer circle fared slightly better, only trembling faintly. The most resilient of all remained the 13 men of the wood-chopping squad stationed at the very edge. Seeing her child shivering with purple-tinged lips, one woman could finally no longer endure it. She spoke up to Hadin, hoping to suggest relighting the fire. Regrettably, before she could finish her plea, she was interrupted by Hamadin. He decided to tell everyone the tale of the monster of Hong Mok Lin. Though they were freezing, upon hearing the mention of a monster, everyone could not help but lift their heads to look toward Ha Din in the darkness. Although they knew Ha Din was attempting to divert their attention so they would endure the cold a little longer, the underlying unease remained in their hearts. Now that the mystery was finally about to be unveiled, Even Ha Hong pricked up his ears to listen intently. Hak Tin Din recounted that he had never seen the monster of Hong Mok Lin himself, having only heard of it from an old friend at the Lakach encampment. In truth, this was the case not just for him, but for all 9 encampments surrounding Hong Mok Lin. There was only one person who had ever laid eyes on that monster and survived to tell the tale. Ha Shuyan, still young and consumed by infinite curiosity, could not restrain himself. While everyone else was listening in silence, he was the only one who could not help but ask who that person was. Naturally, his question echoed the silent inquiries of everyone present. Ha Din replied that the man was La Fong, from the Lakach encampment. Upon hearing the name La Fong, the huddled crowd instantly grew restless, and even Ha Hong could not hide the shock in his eyes. La Fong was the former leader of the Lakach encampment, rumored to be the first Earth-level expert of Hong Mok Lin. Over 20 years ago, the Lakach encampment was actually just like Dai Ha, a small settlement of only 200 people. It was under the leadership of La Fong that the encampment grew continuously stronger. Eventually, the crowd was astonished. Firstly, because of Luo Feng's immense reputation, and secondly, because rumors claimed the man had long since lost his sanity. 15 years ago, news emerged from the Luogi settlement that Luo Feng had suffered a cultivation deviation, spiraling into madness and slaying his own son with his bare hands. This incident caused an immense tremor throughout the region. It forced everyone to wonder if Luo Feng's insanity was linked to some malevolent entity. Xia Ting confirmed these suspicions, stating that Luo Feng's madness was indeed caused by that very monster. While leading a hunting party, Luo Feng had crossed paths with that creature. At that time, the party consisted of 20 men, yet Luo Feng was the only one to narrowly escape with his life. After fleeing back to the Luogen settlement for reasons unknown, he suddenly went mad in the middle of the night and murdered his youngest son. Upon regaining his senses, he was left permanently deranged. Before his descent into madness, he had warned the members of the Luojia hunting party that they must never venture deep into the Hongmu Ridge. He had also provided some information regarding the nature of that monster. Thus, a small circle within the Luoji settlement knew of the creature, and Xia Ting had learned of it from their accounts. Xia Chuan, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked what the monster actually looked like. Xia Ting did not answer directly. He paused for a moment before stating that it possessed no fixed form. It was said that the creature could transform into the likeness of anyone it chose. The ability to assume any form left Xia Hong deeply shaken. Although he knew this was a supernatural world, the concept of arbitrary shapeshifting still reminded him of immortal techniques and legends of the 72 transformations. At this point, Xia Hong could not help but ask if it were possible to distinguish the creature from a human. Xia Ting seemed somewhat surprised by his question. He remained silent for a moment before answering that it was impossible to tell. No matter what method was employed, detection was futile. Then, someone asked, if it takes on the appearance of others, what does it do? Xia Hong pricked up his ears to listen. Xia Ting's voice suddenly turned low and grave. He said that, reportedly, it transforms into someone familiar to the target, earning their trust. Once the target fully believes in the deception, it immediately transforms them into a human stake. A human stake is simply a victim rooted to the ground, unable to move. The creature then uses a small blade to slice away the victim's flesh, piece by agonizing piece. No matter how excruciating the pain, the victim remains alive until every last shred of flesh has been stripped away. Everyone present drew a sharp intake of breath, for the horror of such suffering was unimaginable. Moreover, the inability to die while enduring it was a fate far worse. The monster was truly depraved. Terrified by Xia Ting's words, the entire cave fell into an immediate, deathly silence. Yet at that very moment, a clear voice drifted in from outside the cave, asking why the entrance had been blocked so early. Open the gate at once, for we have returned. In an instant, everyone huddled inside the cave shuddered in unison upon hearing that voice, including Xia Hong. The voice outside continued to urge them to open the cave entrance without delay. Inside the pitch-black cave, the pupils of everyone present constricted violently. As if by unspoken agreement, everyone first turned to look at the cave entrance, then immediately shifted their gaze toward the Ha Ding, who had just spoken beside them. The astonishment on their faces began to give way to sheer terror, simply because the voice echoing from outside the cave was also the voice of Ha Ding. Hong Hong could not help but tremble in horror at this moment, his mind racing with questions as to why there were two Ha Dings, and whether the figure outside was an impostor. The Ha Ding within the cave seemed equally shaken, yet he attempted to soothe the group, claiming it was a malevolent spirit, using deception to gain entry, instructing everyone to remain silent as the entity was drawn to light, and promising that if they did not kindle a fire, the creature, unaware of their presence, would soon depart. However, the panic underlying his tone was painfully evident. Hai Kong remained dazed until he was jolted back to reality by a voice from Hao Chuan, who had approached him unnoticed. Lowering his head in deep thought for a moment, he whispered to Hao Chuan, asking if his father had noticed anything peculiar when he returned earlier. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Haichuan's expression turned taut as he hurriedly recalled the moment Hai Ding and the woodcutting team had returned. But after reflecting for a long time, he could only shake his head. Ha Hong exhaled, though this was essentially what he had expected. He had been present when Ha Ding led the hunting party back, and indeed, there had been nothing unusual. The man inside the cave had to be his father. But no sooner had Ha Hong reached this conclusion than the unexpected occurred. The Ha Ding outside the cave began to pull back the branches covering the entrance. It was not yet dawn, yet the moment the entrance was breached, a sliver of faint light bled into the cave. With no fire burning, the cave remained in near total darkness. Yet, even that meager light was enough to illuminate the terror etched upon everyone's faces. And when they beheld the scene outside, that fear was amplified tenfold. For standing outside the cave was not just one Ha Ding. The 12 members of the woodcutting team led by Ha Ding stood there, tall and imposing. Everyone present was struck dumb with shock. The brothers Ha Hong and Ha Chuan were so rattled that their pupils contracted in disbelief. They were the very ones who had welcomed those 13 members of the woodcutting team outside the cave earlier. How could they not be horrified to see another 13 men, identical in every way, appear before them? The Ha Ding outside stepped inside. The Ha Ding within the cave led the 12 woodcutters toward the entrance, positioning themselves to shield the rest of the group. The two Ha Dings locked eyes, first displaying mutual shock, followed immediately by fear and righteous fury. Ha Kong stood among the crowd, though he remained silent. His eyes were fixed intently upon both versions of Ha Ding and the men trailing behind them, not daring to miss even the smallest detail, even down to the most subtle expression. Given the current situation, it is 100% certain that the demon from Hongmu Ridge is standing right before them at this very moment. Of the two Jia Dings, one must be the demon. According to the words of the Jia Ding from the cave earlier, the demon of Hongmu Ridge relies on deception and betrayal of trust to claim its victims. Therefore, distinguishing the true from the false will surely prove beneficial. Thus, Jia Hong tirelessly utilized the faint light, attempting to analyze every conceivable detail to discern the truth. It was a pity, however, that after inspecting them repeatedly, he realized in desperation that there was fundamentally no difference between the two. From their features and attire, to their minute expressions, and even down to the smallest details, both Jia Dings, including the members of the woodcutting team behind them, were absolutely identical, lacking even the slightest discrepancy. Just as he was attempting to discern the truth, both Jia Dings led their respective 12-man woodcutting teams into a fierce confrontation. The cave, once spacious, became instantly cramped under the flurry of combat from over 20 men, and the people in the camp retreated one after another toward the back of the cave. Although Xia Hong was retreating, his gaze never once left the two Jia Dings, fearing that if he were to lose sight of them for even a moment, he would no longer be able to distinguish who had come from within the cave and who had come from outside. Back when the first Jia Ding returned, dawn was already approaching. With the cave entrance sealed, the fire extinguished, and this ensuing battle, quite some time had passed, and the white light outside the cave entrance was becoming increasingly distinct. This white light carried a bone-chilling cold, causing everyone in the camp huddled deep within the cave to grow increasingly fearful, their bodies beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Xia Hong's expression remained composed, yet his heart grew heavy. In this world, the temperature during the day is twice as low as at night. Furthermore, in the daylight, the activity of frost beasts becomes significantly more frequent. With the cave entrance left wide open, even if they were fortunate enough to withstand the freezing temperatures, they would likely attract the frost beasts. In the end, they would all perish together. Xia Hong understood that he had to devise a plan. He absolutely had to find a way. And just as his heart burned with anxiety, the two Jia Dings spoke up. One of them told Xia Hong and Xia Chuan that dawn was approaching and urged them to lead everyone to seal the cave entrance first. He claimed that with him present, the other person spoke, stating that since matters had reached this point, the opponent was still pretending, and warned Xia Hong and Xia Chuan not to listen to him, urging everyone to work together to drive him away first. Once he is driven away, they would seal the entrance to the cave. Xia Chuan, being called out, instinctively lunged toward the figure on the left. The person on the left was the Xia Ding, who had returned to the cave first. Clearly, Xia Chuan had been keeping a close watch on both Jia Dings, allowing him to distinguish between them. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before a hand pulled him back firmly. Xia Hong stopped him from acting recklessly, simultaneously asking if he could be 100% certain that the other man was the genuine one. Hearing Xia Hong's question, Xia Chuan was momentarily stunned. Naturally, his heart leaned toward the Xia Ding, who had returned to the cave first. After all, that Xia Ding had not only led everyone in the camp to extinguish the fire at the cave entrance, but it also provided them with information regarding the demon. But if asked whether he could be 100% certain, he dared not say. Because regardless of whether it was the two Jia Dings or the two members of the logging team, their appearances, physiques, and even the minute details of their movements showed absolutely no differences. Even the strength they displayed during combat was identical. The warning about the demon transforming into a familiar person, feigning trust, and once completely trusted, instantly turning the victim into a human stake, flashed through Xia Hong's mind, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Regardless of whether the Jia Ding who returned to the cave first was real, Xia Hong could at least confirm that this warning was true. The demon had gone to great lengths to orchestrate this performance before their eyes, proving that it truly needed to deceive them to gain the absolute trust of everyone in the camp. There were currently two choices. Either follow the advice of the latter Jia Ding and seal the cave entrance first, or assist the Jia Ding who returned first and defeat the Jia Ding who arrived later. In this life or death moment, the choice made would naturally represent the absolute trust of everyone in the camp. It also meant that once the wrong choice was made, their entire group would be turned into human stakes and perish. At this moment, it was not only Xia Hong who realized this, but the expressions of Xia Chuan and a few others in the camp also became tense. Many eyes turned towards Xia Hong. Everyone placed their hope in him, not only because he was the leader's son, but also because, apart from Jia Ding and the 12 members of the logging team, Xia Hong was the strongest person in the camp. Both groups clashing at the cave entrance clearly realized this as well. Both Jia Dings displayed expressions of anxiety. Seeing that everyone had deferred the power of choice to Ha Hong, they both hurriedly spoke up to prove their identities to the brothers Ha Hong and Ha Shuyan. One claimed that he was the one who returned to the cave first, insisting he was the real one. He warned Ha Hong not to trust the other, for if he truly believed him, they would all perish. The other individual also asserted that he was the genuine one. He claimed that the demon's greatest talent was its ability to bewitch others, stating that it had transformed into his likeness first, returned to the cave, and deliberately leaked information to everyone, all for the sake of earning their trust at this very moment, urging them absolutely not to believe it. Subsequently, both Hadins mentioned the incident where Ha Shuyan was knocked unconscious by an ice pillar and had medicine applied to his wounds. They also brought up the matter of Ha Shuyan having a dagger sharpened for him last night, but this only left everyone even more bewildered. Not only did both individuals know the private affairs of the brothers Ha Hong and Ha Shuyan, but they were also intimately familiar with every one of their old scars. Only when Ha Hong heard the two men recounting different events involving himself and Ha Shuyan did his body tremble slightly, and his right hand, which was gripping Ha Shuyan, suddenly tightened. Ha Shuyan, confused, turned his head to face Ha Hong. In that split second, Ha Shuyan's pupils abruptly constricted. It was clear that he, too, had realized something. Ha Hong signaled to Ha Shuyan with his eyes, quietly handing him a hand axe, before stepping to the very front, telling the two Hadins that he and his brother could not distinguish between the real and the false, and therefore wished for each of them to step closer, so they could be examined thoroughly before a decision was made. Both Hadins agreed in unison, their expressions filled with absolute confidence. Ha Hong took a deep breath, patted his younger brother Ha Shuyan on the shoulder, and signaled for him to move to the left, while he himself walked toward the Ha Kadin on the right. The brothers moved with synchronized steps, arriving almost simultaneously before the two Hadins. Ha Hong widened his eyes, observing the Hadin on the right from head to toe, and as if that were not enough, he circled behind him to get a better look. The Hadin wore an expression of complete honesty, his demeanor radiating extreme confidence. He remained still as Ha Hong circled behind him, even puffing out his chest to allow for a closer inspection. Yet the moment Ha Hong stood behind him, his eyes were immediately suffused with a layer of blood-red light, and his expression transformed into one of sudden, savage ferocity, then signaled for them to strike. A resounding shout left everyone in a state of shock as they watched Ha Hong and Ha Shuyan simultaneously raise their stone axes, aiming them directly at Ha Din before them, swinging down with immense force. As the axes struck the head, one would expect a gruesome scene of gore and shattered bone, but in reality, Ha Shuyan's axe had not even touched Ha Din's head before it was caught by his bare hand. As for Ha Hong, whose strength was superior to Ha Shuyan's, his axe struck true, cleanly cleaving Ha Din's head in two. Yet the horrifying truth was that there was no blood or brain matter spilling from Ha Din's skull. Instead, it parted like a block of wood being split down the center, the two halves remaining attached to the neck. Even more terrifying was the fact that despite having his head split open, Ha Din's eyes continued to shift, observing Ha Hong with a chilling sense of amusement, a sinister smile slowly spreading across his face. Ha Hong could not even pull his axe free. He immediately shouted for Ha Shuyan to retreat, pulling back desperately toward the crowd in the camp. Hearing this, Ha Shuyan hastily scrambled back, abandoning his weapon entirely as he fled. Everyone in the camp had been paralyzed by the sight of the two brothers' actions. Now seeing Ha Din's state, they realized that the Ha Din on the right was undoubtedly a fake. But what of the man on the left? Why had Ha Shuyan launched a sneak attack? Could he be a fabrication as well? Just as the crowd stood in stunned uncertainty, the Hata Din on the left finally moved. He walked up to the Hala Din on the right, reached into the center of the split skull, smoothed it over twice, and then pressed both sides of the head back together. The cleaved head mended itself with supernatural speed. Not only that, the creature twisted its neck, then turned to stare fixedly at Ha Hong, standing before the group, smiling with sinister intent. This grotesque display sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the camp. The Ha Din on the left stepped forward, using a voice that was hoarse, grating, and as bizarre as the sound of grinding saws, as he asked Ha Hong how he— Clearly, these two iterations of his father, Xia Hong, were identical. Even when questioned, neither betrayed the slightest flaw. Xia Hong reasoned that if one were genuine and the other an impostor, the fake would surely lack such intimate knowledge of their shared history and his father's affairs. Yet both possessed complete knowledge of everything, leading him to realize the gravity of the situation. As he spoke of this, Xia Hong's expression grew dark and somber. Xia Ding, of course, could not have revealed these matters to any outsider. For this demon to possess such exhaustive knowledge of the encampment and Xia Ding himself, there could only be one chilling possibility. The demon laughed mockingly, recounting how Xia Ding, before his death, had fled in the opposite direction of their encampment in a desperate attempt to lure it away. It seemed he had cared deeply for the well-being of his people. Xia Chuan, standing nearby, heard the news of his father Xia Ding's demise directly from the demon's lips, instantly losing all composure as he charged at the creature with his bare hands. But Xia Hong, ever vigilant and quick, immediately intercepted him, urging him to remain calm. To claim that Xia Hong felt no grief in his heart would be a blatant lie. The problem, however, was that there was simply no time to indulge in sorrow. The two Xia Dings had closed in, with the 24 members of the logging team following behind them, expressions void of emotion, clearly preparing to strike. Xia Hong did not hesitate. He roared at his companions that a desperate fight was their only chance at survival, then charged headlong into the fray. Despite his rallying cry, in his heart, Xia Hong lacked even a shred of confidence. Against 26 combatants of the logging team's caliber, and with only 200 people in the encampment, the hope of survival, even if they risked their lives, was slim. Furthermore, he knew nothing of the demon capable of transforming into Xia Ding. Surely the creature possessed far more than just this singular ability to shapeshift. Xia Hong could not help but wonder. Was he destined to perish, having only arrived in this world a mere month ago? The answer arrived swiftly. The people of the encampment surged forward like a tidal wave in response to his cry. But the two Xia Dings were merciless, claiming a life with nearly every strike. In the blink of an eye, at least 20 men had been slaughtered. Fresh blood sprayed across the cavern, and desperate, agonizing screams echoed from every direction. Before long, the entire cave was suffused with the pungent, suffocating stench of blood. Xia Hong was sent flying by a heavy kick, slamming violently into the cavern wall, blood erupting from his mouth. Gazing upon the carnage unfolding within the cave, a profound sense of despair welled up in his heart. Throughout this month since his arrival, he had believed he was studying diligently, constantly seeking ways to elevate his strength, because both his father, Xia Ding, and the members of the logging team had incessantly warned him that the world outside was fraught with peril. Yet with the steady growth of his cultivation and the tranquil life within the safety of the cave, he had begun to believe that this was merely another world, albeit a slightly colder one. Only at this moment did he truly realize that the dangers of this world far exceeded his wildest imagination. The efforts he had prided himself upon were, in the face of this demon, utterly worthless. Xia Chuan's hoarse, wheezing pleas for help reached his ears. Xia Hong turned his head, his eyes widening to the point of tearing, his heart ignited with a towering rage. That Xia Ding wore a sadistic smile on his face as he tightened his grip on Xia Chuan's throat, pinning him against the wall. Seeming to find amusement in the torment, he deliberately held back some of his strength, refusing to snap Xia Chuan's neck instantly, choosing instead to increase the pressure slowly, leaving Xia Chuan gasping in suffocating agony. Having transmigrated into this world a month ago because his father, Xia Ding, was often away, returning only at night, and barely speaking to him, Xia Hong's affection for Xia Ding was not very deep. Conversely, he cherished his younger brother, Xia Chuan, with whom he spent every day and night far more. The monster's hand tightened with increasing force, Xia Chuan's throat crushed under the unrelenting pressure as blood began to seep from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, his expression contorting into a mask of grim agony. In this moment, all fear of death vanished from Xia Hong, replaced only by a loathing for his own incompetence and a desperate, burning craving for power. He only wished he could be a fraction stronger, if only he were a bit stronger. Meanwhile, the slaughter inside the mountain cave continued. 50 to 60 corpses already littered the ground. Many had frantically tried to flee toward the cave entrance, but in both speed and strength, they were far inferior to the enemy. Often, They were struck down before they could even reach the exit. At that exact moment, a voice echoed in Xiahong's mind, announcing the detection of destructive damage. The base reconstruction system had granted a reward. Basic architecture. Small campfire. Host. Please check and claim your reward. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Xiahong felt he had never heard a sound more magnificent than this. The small campfire could drastically increase the ambient temperature within a 10 square meter radius, and possessed the power to suppress and damage low-level ghosts, though it simultaneously acted as a potent lure for frost beasts. It consumed 2 units of wood daily. The initial ignition provided a 10-minute window at no cost. Xiahong did not have time to fully scrutinize the so-called base system, frantically scouring the stream of information for what he needed. The function to suppress and damage low-level ghosts. This was exactly what he required. Hao Hong tilted his head to look at the dying Ha Chuan, struggling to stand, his eyes fixed intensely upon the impostor of Ha Din. A tiny spark of flame suddenly appeared before Ha Chuan. The fake Ha Din looked down at the light before him, his brows furrowing as a vague sense of unease settled within him. Yet that spark was so faint that it appeared to pose no threat whatsoever. However, in the very next second, the spark detonated, erupting into a crimson flame standing over 3 meters tall. The fire seemed to possess an insatiable hunger, spreading like a wildfire across the plains. The radius of the conflagration expanded with terrifying speed. It did not only engulf the fake Ha Din, who had been choking Ha Chuan, but also claimed the 2 other fake punishment team members, standing not far away, submerging them entirely in the inferno. In an instant, the fake Ha Din, swallowed by the flames, let out a shriek of sheer terror and agony. As for the remaining 2 impostors, they were incinerated into wisps of black smoke before they could even utter a sound. The body of the fake Ha Din writhed and twisted incessantly within the fire. Clearly, he wished to escape, but the flames clung to him like maggots to bone, pursuing him relentlessly. His once intact physique was scorched into a glowing red skeleton in the blink of an eye, and shortly thereafter, even his bones were reduced to ash. Much like the other 2 impostors, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, Ha Hong had already helped Ha Chuan up, turning to look at the fire still burning in its place, his face suddenly filled with hope. Ha Chuan asked his elder brother what this fire was. Ha Hong did not know, but he understood that they had been saved. The fake Ha Din had survived even after his skull was split open, yet upon touching this small flame, he had been reduced to dust in an instant. Ha Hong turned and shouted loudly to those still desperately resisting within the cave, telling them all to cease fighting and gather by this fire immediately. The spectacle of the fake Ha Din being burned to death had already caught the attention of others. Combined with this shout, those who had survived immediately converged toward him. Very quickly, the remaining 100+ members of the Earth Domain escaped the fray and gathered behind Ha Hong. The Earth Domain had suffered grievous casualties, while on the side of the monsters, excluding the 3 unfortunate souls consumed by the small flame, the remaining 23 were completely unscathed. The other Ha Din led his 22 fake punishment team members toward the fire. However, when he was still over 10 meters away, he came to a halt. Gazing at the flames, the fake Ha Din's eyes were filled with wariness, yet it seemed he was unwilling to let Ha Hong and the others escape. A moment later, he let out a cold laugh and asked Ha Hong how long this fire could burn. Ha Hong countered with a cold laugh of his own, replying that it would burn for a very long time, before turning to instruct Ha Chuan and the others to expand the reach of the flames. The wood for the campsite happened to be stacked right against the cave wall. Upon hearing this, the others hurried to haul the timber over from the wall. As the wood was continuously cast into the flames, the intensity of the small campfire grew ever stronger. Furthermore, Xia Hong and the others intentionally directed the spreading flames toward the group of impostors led by the fake Jia Ding. Very quickly, the light of the fire illuminated the entire cave. As the flames spread, the followers of the fake Jia Ding felt the wariness in their eyes grow ever deeper, while their bodies instinctively recoiled backward. The fake Jia Ding and his men stood in a tense standoff for over an hour until they were pushed to the very mouth of the cave by the advancing heat. Seeing that the others continued to pile more wood onto the fire, his expression finally twisted into one of pure hatred. He cast one last piercing look at Xia Hong, then led his fake woodcutting squad as they turned and retreated. By this time, dawn was breaking. Xia Hong's group dared not stray from the warmth of the fire, only watching the figures of the others vanish into the distance. Only when they could no longer be seen, and after confirming the adversaries had truly departed, did Xia Hong exhale a heavy sigh of relief. An intense wave of exhaustion immediately flooded his mind. Xia Chuan had realized that there was something peculiar about this campfire. Xia Hong, too, knew that its effect was limited strictly to a 10-foot radius. The fire spreading to the other areas of the cave was no different from the flames they had ignited previously. It held no unique properties. Xia Hong's back was already drenched in cold sweat. As soon as the fire expanded beyond that 10-foot boundary, he realized that the 60-foot blaze they had created within the cave was a facade. Once outside that initial 10-foot circle of the small campfire, the rise in temperature in other areas was no different from any ordinary fire they had lit before. Recalling the system's description of the small campfire, Xia Hong gained a rough understanding of the situation. The small campfire only possessed its unique properties within a 10-foot radius. Attempting to expand the reach of the flames by other means would prove futile. Likewise, only the small campfire itself held the power to suppress and injure the demonic entities. The other fires they had ignited were fundamentally useless. Everything he had done thereafter was merely a grand display to intimidate those demonic creatures. Fortunately, the enemy had fallen for the ruse. Having survived the ordeal, there was no air of celebration within the cave. For in this world, tragedy is all too often followed by endless suffering. At this moment, many realized that the true Ha Ding and his men had already met their demise. The 12 members of the logging team represented 12 distinct families. When coupled with the massacre inside the mountain cave, at least 70 lives had been claimed. The entire cavern was immediately submerged in wailing and lamentation. Some cried out in agony, questioning whether their leader was truly dead. Others, consumed by despair, asked if their own kin had also perished. There were those weeping for their murdered sons, while children called out for their mothers to awaken. Beyond the wave of sorrow rising within him, Ha Hong felt a deeper, more piercing sense of indignation. From beginning to end, he knew absolutely nothing about the demon of Hongmu Ridge. He did not even know what the adversary truly looked like. Initially, after the two imposter Ha Dings were exposed, the one who had been ambushed by Ha Chuan took the lead. The other, whose skull had been split open by Ha Hong, had acted listlessly, lacking any sign of genuine intelligence. Once the first had been incinerated by the small bonfire, the dull, aimless one had stepped forward to speak. This was sufficient proof that both fake Ha Dings were not the true entity. In other words, the demon of Hongmu Ridge had yet to even show itself. And yet, it had already dealt them such a devastating blow. As for the two Ha Dings and the 24 imposter loggers, how had the enemy created them? And how were they being controlled? Ha Hong was entirely in the dark. The adversary had moved with such ease, yet the cost to his side was catastrophic. The crux of the matter was that after sacrificing so many lives, they still had not gained a single shred of useful information about the enemy. This sense of helplessness filled Ha Hong with deep resentment, though, above all else, there was fear. Ha Hong turned his gaze, sweeping it across the cavern. Seeing that the majority of the survivors were still immersed in their grief, he drew a deep breath and walked alone toward the cave entrance. He began to gather stones and branches, setting to work on sealing the opening. After the initial chaos, dawn had begun to break, and the ambient temperature was plummeting rapidly. If the entrance were not sealed immediately, people would freeze to death. Moreover, if they were careless and attracted cold beasts, their situation would become even more dire. Ha Hong's actions served as a reminder to the others. Hage Chuan was the first to step forward and offer his assistance. Soon, a second and third person followed suit. Eventually, men, women, and even children joined in the effort. Ha Hong looked back at his companions. Despite the biting cold, a spark of warmth kindled in his heart. With over 100 people working in unison, the cave entrance was quickly fortified. Although there were torches within the cave, once the entrance was sealed, the interior grew significantly darker. Perhaps it was the sense of security that the enclosed space provided. The look of sorrow on the faces of those in the encampment diminished slightly, yet their expressions remained laced with confusion, and their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Xia Chuan asked Xia Hong what they should do next, immediately drawing the gaze of everyone toward him. From identifying the true and false Xia Ding at the beginning, to leading their desperate struggle for survival, and finally, using the small flame to save their lives. It could be said that, had it not been for Xia Hong, almost no one in the encampment would have survived. At this moment, they naturally pinned all their hopes upon him. Xia Hong of course sensed the reliance in their eyes, and the pressure upon him immediately intensified. In truth, he had no choice but to step forward. Xia Ding and the 13 members of the wood-gathering party were confirmed to have perished. The recent massacre had claimed another 72 lives. Xia Hong had just tallied the numbers. The encampment now held only 154 survivors, with only 53 of them being in their prime. The reason these older individuals remained to guard the camp and did not follow Xia Ding out to gather wood or hunt was because their strength was too meager, remaining at the level of ordinary mortals. Among the remaining 101, there were 25 individuals around his age, including himself, while the rest were children between the ages of 3 and 12. As he was inherently the strongest person in the encampment now, combined with the fact that he was the son of the former leader, Xia Ding, guiding the survivors to continue their existence had naturally become his responsibility. Xia Hong cast aside his chaotic thoughts, looked around the cavern, and quickly made his first decision. They could no longer remain here. They must pack their belongings and depart once night fell. The demon of Hongmu Ridge had already discovered the location of the encampment and could return at any moment. To continue staying here was undoubtedly a path to death. When Jia Chuan asked which cavern they would relocate to, Jia Hong decided to head west toward the fourth cavern. In this world, humanity spent their entire lives, from birth until death, in a state of evasion. They hid from the daylights, from the ice tides, from the cold beasts, and from the spectral entities. Living in constant flight throughout the years, humanity had long since developed the habit of a wise rabbit having 3 burrows. The Daxia encampment was no exception. Having lived in Hongmu Ridge for several decades, the Daxia encampment had long ago excavated 6 hiding spots. The 6 mountain caves were situated an average of 500 to 600 meters apart, all arranged in an arc along the eastern slope of Hongmu Ridge. They were currently in the first cave, while the fourth cave was the most distant. To ensure their safety, Xia Hong selected the fourth cave. The others naturally had no objections and turned to depart. They followed Xia Hong's orders to pack their belongings, preparing to vacate this place once night fell. Taking this opportunity, Xia Hong focused his attention on the encampment system he had not yet had the chance to examine thoroughly. The encampment was currently a Tier-0 Great Xia, with Xia Hong as its lord. The territorial population stood at 154 people, with resources consisting of 15 units of wood and 0 coal, iron, silver, or gold. The existing facility was a Tier 1 small bonfire, which consumed 2 units of wood daily and had already been established. The small bonfire could significantly increase the ambient temperature within a range of 10 square meters, possessing the function to deter and inflict damage upon primary-level spectral entities, yet simultaneously exerting an intense allure for frost beasts. Its special function was that for every 10 units of wood consumed, it would produce a special small torch. This torch functioned similarly to the small bonfire and could be carried on one's person. The resources required to upgrade the small bonfire were 200 units of wood and 50 units of iron. Below the opened interface, there were 8 options grayed out: wooden training dummy, green bamboo dagger fence, marking post, corpse disposal pit, yellow soil, small wooden table, grinding stone, and rough iron chain. Xia Hong's mind stirred as he selected the wooden training dummy, and information immediately appeared, stating it had not yet been constructed. The resources required for construction were 100 units of wood and 20 units of iron. As expected, the remaining 7 structures all required resources to be unlocked. Among them, 6 structures required wood, coal, and iron for construction. The small wooden table required silver, while the final rough iron chain required gold. Having witnessed the power of the small bonfire, Xia Hong naturally coveted these structures. But the reality was that, not to mention the future need for gold and silver, he had been in this world for a month and had not even seen a single piece of coal. Just upgrading the small bonfire to Tier 2 alone required 200 units of wood and 50 units of iron. Xia Hong's mind drifted as he walked toward the cave wall, where 3 great trees, each about 30 meters long and over 3 meters in diameter, lay on the ground. Although Xia Hong had never gone out to chop wood himself, he had observed the forest not far from the cave entrance over the past month. The great trees in this world grew at a terrifying rate. Not only was their growth fearsome, but their weight was also truly staggering. Because the ambient temperature was so low, the outer bark of every tree was encased in a layer of ice crystals, significantly increasing the difficulty of felling them. Anyone whose base strength did not reach 5,000 catties would find it fundamentally impossible to fell such trees. This was also why wood chopping had become a hallmark of one's true strength. Xia Ding would always choose the smallest trees when going out to gather firewood, not because he lacked the desire for the larger ones, but because, if he were to choose the larger ones, they were fundamentally unable to fell them. Even if they were fortunate enough to succeed, they would likely be unable to transport them back. Xia Hong gazed at the 3 great trees on the ground, his eyes filled with contemplation. He realized that these 3 trees were perhaps equivalent to 15 units of wood, which meant that to upgrade the small bonfire to the 2nd level, he would need at least 20 such great trees, as well as 20 units of iron. At this thought, Xia Hong shook his head, quickly curbing his train of thought. Putting aside the 20 trees, according to the words of Xia Ding and the members of the woodcutting squad from before, until one's physical strength breaks through 5,000 jin, even the act of felling a tree is a significant challenge, let alone acquiring iron. Among all the encampments surrounding Hongmu Ridge, it is feared that only the Lage encampment possesses such resources. Xia Hong whispered to himself that surviving for now is the most important matter. Furthermore, he must accelerate his cultivation. Previously, he had intended to proceed step by step, taking a month to break through 5,000 jin, but now he must advance as quickly as possible. Xia Hong's heart was filled with a sense of urgency, because 15 units of wood would only be enough for the small bonfire to last 7.5 days, and while they could attempt to endure the evenings, if there were no fire to provide warmth during the day, people in the encampment would surely freeze to death. It was not as if they had not endured the daylight hours before, but for everyone in the encampment, the 4 hours of daylight today were exceptionally difficult. On one hand, they had just suffered a disaster, having lost many loved ones, and spirits were already low. On the other hand, knowing they had to relocate tonight, everyone's heart was filled with unease regarding their uncertain future. Regardless, this day had finally come to an end. Xia Hong opened a crack in the cave entrance and peered outside. Night had fallen. Although there was no light, the ice crystals and white snow had coated the ground in a shimmering silver hue, making visibility quite acceptable. Naturally, the most important thing was that as night arrived, the temperature in the air had risen. Xia Hong turned to look at everyone in the encampment, all of whom carried their baggage on their backs. He had divided the 154 people into 3 groups. The first group consisted of 40 people, all of them in their prime, including both men and women. The second group consisted of 76 children and 13 women in their prime. Third in line was he, Xia Chuan, accompanied by 23 other able-bodied young men. Xia Hong arranged for the strongest men to take the lead, dividing 12 of them to carry the 3 wooden pillars. All the children were positioned in the center, under the care of 13 women. Xia Chuan and the remaining 23 men would join him to cover the rear. He reminded everyone to maintain the formation, warning that should any incident occur, they must signal with bone whistles. Loud shouting was strictly forbidden to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Upon hearing the unanimous response of the group, Xia Hong waved his hand to signal their departure. The procession of over 100 people filed out of the cave, and only after the final group had departed did Xia Hong turn back to look at the small campfire. With a flicker of his consciousness, the small fire was instantly extinguished. The status of the small campfire in the settlement system also shifted to not placed. Having dealt with the fire, Xia Hong immediately hurried to catch up with the group. The party moved toward the west, their white animal hide garments blending into the hue of the snow, as if gradually dissolving into this ruthless and indifferent world of ice and frost. Heaven and earth were frozen. The biting wind chilled to the bone. Beneath a sky filled with stars, the Dajia settlement group trudged arduously toward the west. From cave number 1 to cave number 4, the distance was, in truth, less than 2,000 meters. Yet, over this distance of less than 2,000 meters, the 100-plus people of the Dajia settlement required a full 2 hours to traverse, primarily because the snow accumulation at Hongmu Ridge was terrifyingly thick. Outside the cave, even where the snow was thinnest, it reached over half a meter in depth. In the thickest areas, it reached as deep as 5 or 6 meters. Among the strong men in the lead, several had already fallen into snow slopes, their faces bruised and battered. Whenever they encountered areas where the snow was too deep, the entire party had to halt, relying on the men at the front to exert their strength and forge a new path before they could proceed. Secondly, the weather was brutally cold, and visibility at night was poor. Considering the children in the party, Xia Hong had no choice but to intentionally slow their pace. Though their marching speed was sluggish and many had suffered injuries, they finally arrived at their destination safely. Cave number 4 was situated on the western slope of a small, earthen ridge. The entrance had been concealed by dense, sprawling foliage. Now, it was blanketed in a layer of snow, with small icicles even forming along the edges. Within the group, some children had already turned blue at the lips from the biting cold. Xia Hong swung his stone axe, breaking through the cave entrance in just a few strikes, before hurriedly organizing everyone to move inside. This cavern spanned over 100 square meters, appearing Xia Hong entered the cave, led the group in building a fire, and then instructed Xia Chuan to take men to seal the cave entrance. This left Xia Chuan somewhat puzzled, as nighttime temperatures are higher than during the day, and furthermore, cold beasts are not frequently active, so there is usually no need to seal the entrance. However, he soon understood the reason. Xia Hong summoned everyone to gather around, then pointed to the fire, and solemnly declared that this fire was the most important asset in the encampment. This fire has the power to deter and damage spirits and ghosts, but it will also attract cold beasts, so from now on, whether day or night, the entrance must be sealed whenever entering or exiting. Having personally witnessed the scene earlier, where Jie Ding was burned to ashes inside the cave, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. And now, they naturally believed Xia Hong's words, without a shred of doubt, nodding in unison. Afterwards, Xia Hong asked Xia Chuan how much food they had remaining. Hearing this, Xia Chuan's expression immediately darkened, as he reported that they had over 700 caddies of spirit fruit left, but only 60 caddies of cold beast meat remained. Upon hearing these figures, everyone instantly became anxious. Naturally, this included Xia Hong. In a world with such a harsh environment, farming is naturally impossible. Perhaps it exists elsewhere, but it is certainly beyond the reach of the current Daxia encampment. The food source for the people of Daxia, including all encampments surrounding Redwood Ridge, is a fruit that grows on trees called ice fruit. These fruits are the size of a fist, with a crystalline outer shell, a soft interior, and a sweet taste. Each fruit weighs approximately half a caddy. An average person can barely sustain themselves on 2 fruits per day. 700 caddies may sound like a large amount, but it is insufficient to support 154 people. Even with strict rationing, providing each person with only 1 fruit per day, these 700 caddies would last less than 10 days. As for the cold beast meat, perhaps in some massive encampments, they might treat it as a food staple, but in the Daxia encampment, the flesh and blood of cold beasts are treated like lumber and are strictly regarded as strategic resources. Humans in this world rely on the flesh and blood of cold beasts to cultivate. In the past, when Jia Ding was still in the Daxia encampment, they operated under a strict rationing system. Each member of the woodcutting squad received 1 caddy per day, while those aged 15 to 18 were allocated half a caddy every 3 days. That was the appearance. But the reality was far different. This was because the flesh and blood of frost beasts were extremely scarce in this encampment. In the month since Xia Hongchuan had arrived here, he had only seen Jia Ding bring back a single, juvenile bone-eating frost wolf, which weighed barely over 100 caddies. With so many mouths to feed and so little meat, the flesh of the frost beasts was, in practice, prioritized for the descendants of the timber-cleaving squad members. Both Xia Ding and Xia Chuan had previously received their shares, but Xia Chuan had used the excuse of his elder brother's impending breakthrough to the timber-cleaving realm to give his entire portion to Xia Hong. This was precisely the reason why, in the short span of a month, the bond between Xia Hong and Xia Chuan had grown so profound. Do not let the fact that they were blood brothers deceive you. In this world, death could claim anyone at any moment. Frost beast meat, a strategic resource capable of enhancing one's strength, was worth as much as life itself, and to equate the two was no exaggeration. Yet, Xia Chuan had been willing to yield his share. This alone spoke volumes of the younger brother's remarkably virtuous nature. Just as Xia Hong was lost in these thoughts, Xia Chuan appeared from behind, carrying a slab of azure-colored meat toward the campfire. The flesh of a frost beast was naturally blue. Xia Hong's expression flickered for a moment, but he quickly realized Xia Chuan's intentions. True to expectation, Xia Chuan did not waste time with empty pleasantries. He spoke directly to the group, declaring that his brother possessed the greatest strength among them and that he was now only a single step away from the timber-cleaving realm. Thus, he proposed that all 60 caddies of this frost beast meat be given to Xia Hong. Only if Xia Hong could achieve his breakthrough soon would the safety of their camp be guaranteed. Xia Hong's assessment had been correct. Out of pure instinct, he wanted to refuse, but after a moment of reflection, he remained silent. While it may have seemed selfish, Xia Chuan's words held undeniable truth. Yet human nature was, as always, deeply complex. After Xia Chuan finished speaking, a deathly silence descended upon the group. No one spoke, particularly those who were descendants of the former timber-cleaving squad members. Suddenly, a sturdy young man named Yuan Cheng stepped forward. He possessed a forthright and generous character, with no hidden agenda. His father was Yuan Gang, whose strength in the camp was second only to Xia Ding. Yuan Cheng stated that they trusted Xia Hong, but demanded a vow that, upon reaching the timber-cleaving realm, Xia Hong would not abandon them and depart on his own. Information regarding his opponent flashed through Xia Hong's mind, but he did not answer immediately, instead casting his gaze elsewhere to observe the reactions of the others present. Some believed that concentrating their resources to help Xia Hong ascend was the correct path, while others were deeply unwilling to part with the meat as it had been obtained through the life-risking efforts of their own fathers. Someone pointed out that without a warrior in the timber-cleaving realm, they would be unable to even gather firewood, and once these 3 trees were burned away, they would all surely freeze to death. Some suggested that they should yield to Xia Hong, and gradually, more people began to agree. Those who spoke up were merely the descendants of the former members of the Mu punishment squad. From this, one could essentially discern the former ecosystem of the Daxia encampment. Xia Ding and the members of the Mu punishment squad were the upper echelon, responsible for gathering resources and simultaneously determining the distribution of resources within the encampment. Following them, their families and descendants formed the second tier, enjoying priority access to resources and possessing significant influence over the encampment's affairs. As for the rest, they all belonged to the third tier, awaiting the crumbs of distributed resources. Xia Hong composed his thoughts and raised a hand to press down gently. Seeing his gesture, the crowd immediately fell silent. It was evident that after the attack on the encampment and his leadership during their relocation, Xia Hong's performance had established a certain level of prestige within their hearts. Xia Hong replied to Yuan Cheng that if he desired to leave, he would do so if it were possible, and therefore, he could not provide any guarantees to them. Afterward, he emphasized that trust was the foundation between them. He spoke only one sentence. If everyone were willing to entrust this mass of flesh and blood to him, one day in the future, he would return it to them tenfold. even 100-fold. Those willing to offer it to him should make their stance known now. To those who were not, he would say nothing further. Things would simply continue as they had before. No sooner had Xia Hong's words faded than the mountain cave fell into silence once more. But very quickly, the first voice emerged, expressing faith in Xia Hong. Soon after came the second, then the third. Seeing others trust their leader, Yuan Cheng also agreed to hand over his portion of the frost beast's flesh and blood to Xia Hong. The others realized that only if their leader became strong could they truly hope to survive. Voices of support and trust rose incessantly throughout the crowd. A smile blossomed upon Xia Hong's face as he received the frost beast's flesh from Xia Chuan's hands. A flicker of determination gradually manifested in Xia Hong's eyes. In this desolate, frozen apocalypse, only an encampment built on mutual trust and sincerity could truly endure. Strength would come, sooner or later. Beside the bonfire, all the members of the Daxia encampment had gathered. Some lay down while others leaned against the walls. A few of the youngest children, exhausted from the arduous journey, had already drifted off to sleep. The majority, however, remained wide awake, their gazes fixed intently to the left of the bonfire. There sat a tall, imposing man, wearing nothing but a beast hide. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the object capturing everyone's attention was not the man himself, but the slab of meat clutched in his hand. The meat in the man's grasp had clearly been freshly roasted, still sizzling and emanating a rich, mouth-watering aroma. Almost without exception, everyone still awake could not help but swallow their saliva. That man, naturally, was Xia Hong. Having just arrived in a new environment, while others might have required time to acclimate, he did not. He needed to rapidly improve his strength and break through to the wood punishment realm. Xia Hong gauged that consuming 5 pounds at once would likely pose no issue for him. The flesh and blood of the cold beast contained immense energy. To consume too much at once was to risk being ruptured to death by the sheer pressure. This was not Xia Hong's first time, so he was naturally well aware of the danger. Based on his prior consumption experience, 5 pounds per sitting was a manageable threshold for him. As the meat entered his stomach, the first sensation he felt was an overwhelming sense of satiety, and as that fullness deepened, his blood began to boil. A fierce, burning sensation surged suddenly from within his gut. Immediately afterward, his forehead, shoulders, back, limbs, and even the palms of his hands and soles of his feet, the extremities of his body, began to pour sweat profusely. The muscles in his arms swelled, while veins pulsed and rippled across his forehead, the backs of his hands, his legs, and every corner of his frame. Xia Hong's breathing turned ragged, carrying with it a tangible, burning heat. The mist emanating from his breath became clearly visible to everyone watching from the camp. Suddenly, Xia Hong moved. He drew both fists back to his waist, then arched his body and thrust them forward in a singular, explosive strike. His fists felt like cannonballs. The air where they struck, despite being empty space, rippled and shivered incessantly. One could only imagine the fate of anyone who dared to stand in the path of such a blow. As he executed the strikes, Xia Hong began to instruct the camp members on the Taizu Long first, explaining that this martial technique starts with the ferocity of a gale, strikes with the suddenness of a lightning bolt, the lead hand guiding while the rear hand follows, the two hands interchanging with a single, continuous flow of energy. Once sufficient flesh and blood of the cold beast was secured, everyone in the camp, regardless of gender, would be required to train alongside him. Basic food could only sustain warmth and hunger, but to truly cultivate, one required the flesh and blood of the cold beast. This was simple to understand. Filling one's stomach only maintained the body's basic biological functions, but to temper the flesh and elevate one's physical potential, consuming meat was mandatory. The cultivation method of this world was brutal and straightforward. Consume massive quantities of cold beast flesh, then utilize intense physical exertion to continuously absorb the energy within, thereby pushing the limits of one's strength. In truth, there was not a soul in the camp who did not desire to cultivate, but when basic survival remained a struggle, cultivation became a luxury they could ill afford. Even now, as Xia Hong taught them the basics of the Long First, they could only lie silently upon the ground and listen. It was not that they lacked the will to stand, but rather a necessity to minimize movement and conserve their dwindling stamina. Gazing at Xia Hong, who remained standing with imposing authority in the center of the courtyard, a glimmer of deep admiration flickered in Yuan Cheng's eyes. He turned to ask Xia Chuan, standing beside him, whether this fist technique had been passed down to Xia Hong by their uncle. Xia Chuan's face was filled with pride, and he whispered that this was a technique his elder brother had created himself just a month ago. Furthermore, practicing this martial art allowed one to accelerate the rate at which they absorbed the flesh and blood of frost beasts. Upon hearing this, Yuan Cheng's pupils instantly constricted. He too had consumed the flesh of frost beasts in the past, and he knew full well the significance of those words. Consuming the flesh of a frost beast increased one's physical strength, and in essence this process was was a form of cultivation in itself. Increasing the absorption rate of this energy was synonymous with accelerating one's cultivation speed. Yuan Cheng asked again, with skepticism, if it were truly the case. Xia Chuan affirmed that it was the truth, for his brother had taught it to him, and he had personally tested it himself. Yuan Cheng immediately resolved that once more frost beast meat was available, he would practice it as well. Xia Chuan told him to rest assured, as his brother had already promised that once the supply of meat was no longer scarce, Xia Hong would teach it to them all. In the days that followed, adhering to the limits of his physical constitution, Xia Hong consumed exactly 5 pounds of frost beast meat every single day, and his strength increased steadily as a result. Before the camp was assaulted, his base strength had already reached 4,000 pounds. Over the 5 days that followed, he gained nearly 100 pounds of physical force each day. The equipment used to measure strength in the Daxia camp consisted of a set of brown wooden pillars. In total, there were 12 pillars, 5 rated at 100 pounds, 2 at 500 pounds, and 5 at 1,000 pounds. Every day, when Xia Hong tested his strength, everyone in the camp bore witness. From 100 pounds on the first day to 900 pounds by the 7th, the spirits of the people grew increasingly uplifted. Looking at the cave entrance that remained tightly sealed, hope gradually ignited in their eyes. Previously, when Jia Ding and the members of the punitive wood squad were present, they could open the cave entrance at night for ventilation. Now, forced to remain sealed within the cave all year round, they naturally felt even more stifled. More importantly, there was not much essence fruit left. Although it had been rationed to the bare minimum, there was, after all, only a little over 700 pounds total. The 154 people had consumed over 500 pounds within the last 7 days. The remainder would not be enough to sustain them for even 3 more days. Everyone's hope was pinned entirely upon Xia Hong. Thus, as the 8th day approached its end, and Xia Hong stepped toward the brown wooden pillars, every gaze in the camp converged upon him. Xia Hong understood the plight of the camp, and naturally he understood the weight of their expectations. He remained silent, quietly stacking the 5,000 jin logs one atop the other, before slowly crouching down. Wrapping his arms around the base of the pile, he drew a deep breath and began to exert his strength. 5,000 jin is a weight unimaginable to ordinary mortals. But in this world, such a feat is merely the foundation. Being capable of lifting 5,000 jin does not necessarily mean one can only exert 5,000 jin of force. Much like Xia Ding, whose base strength exceeded 7,000 jin. Yet, Xia Hong had observed that when Xia Ding swung his axe, his absolute power surpassed 10,000 jin. The application of force varies according to individual technique, physique, and even circumstance, but base strength is a truth that cannot be falsified. Why was a base strength of 5,000 jin the prerequisite for joining the logging party? Xia Hong had long ago posed this question to Xia Ding. Xia Ding did not answer, but instead tossed him a stone axe, commanding him to fell the trees the logging team had brought back from the perimeter of the Hongmu Ridge. At that time, Xia Hong's base strength was merely over 2,000 jin. To his dismay, a single swing caused the web of his hand to split, and the bones in his elbow to fracture instantly. One must realize that these trees had been harvested by Xia Ding's own logging team and brought back to the cave. Furthermore, they had been left for many days, and the crystallized outer bark had already begun to soften. Yet, with a base strength of 2,000 jin, he could not even breach that outer layer. Xia Hong immediately realized that to survive in this extreme cold, neither man nor plant could be judged by common sense, let alone the towering forests of Hongmu Ridge. A single glance was enough to see that these trees thrived far better than humans ever could. Xia Hong knew that 5,000 jin was but the first step. He let out a low shout, his eyes wide, his arms suddenly surging with upward momentum, and the muscles across his entire body began to swell, as if his very blood were coming to a boil. Under the expectant gaze of everyone in the camp, the 5,000 jin logs rose from the ground until they were hoisted high above Xia Hong's head. Xia Chuan rejoiced, knowing his elder brother had achieved a breakthrough. The people of the camp cheered in excitement, hailing their powerful leader who had attained the 5,000 jin threshold to become a logging realm warrior. Xia Hong cast the logs to the ground with a resounding thud, then turned to face the crowd, a rare look of relief finally breaking across his expression. He resolved to venture out in search of the essence fruit as soon as night fell. The Daxia camp had finally produced another warrior of the logging realm, and the spirits of the people lifted instantly. As for Xia Hong's own state of mind, he originally thought it would take more than 10 days, but achieving a breakthrough in a mere 8 days was enough to prove the vast potential of this body. As night was about to fall, Xia Hong did not hesitate and walked over to the campfire. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he pulled out a charred piece of firewood from within the flames. The piece of wood was pitch black all over, about half a meter long, narrow at the bottom and thick at the top, with its thickest tip bearing a white hue. A small torch is an item created by the campfire. For every 10 units of wood burned, one torch that can be carried on one's person is produced. Its function is identical to that of a small campfire, due to the special function of the small campfire inside the cavern. Although they had economized the wood over the past 8 days, a total of 13 units had still been consumed, thereby creating a single torch. Since he intended to venture outside, he naturally had to make flawless preparations. Having a function identical to the small campfire meant it also possessed the power to deter and harm malevolent spirits. Yet, at the same time, it would also attract frost beasts. Soon, darkness completely enveloped the land. Xia Hong tied the torch to his back, strapped 2 hand axes to his waist, and then pulled a long staff of about 3 meters from the council wall. He peered outside through a finger-wide crack in the cavern door. After confirming that the sky had turned completely pitch black, Xia Hong turned his head to give Xia Chuan one final instruction, reminding Xia Chuan to firmly remember the secret signal he had given, and stating that he would definitely return before dawn. Once he departed, Xia Chuan had to seal the cavern door immediately. If anyone approached and failed to provide the correct signal, no matter who it was, they must not reveal their presence. The tragic massacre had occurred a mere 8 days ago, and it remained vivid in Xia Chuan's mind. He naturally understood the gravity of these instructions, and nodded heavily. Xia Hong spoke no further, parted open a gap, and directly slipped outside. Xia Chuan swiftly sealed the cavern door, but as he watched Xia Hong's departing figure through the final remaining crack, a trace of anxiety still lingered in his eyes. Exactly how vast the Redwood Ridge truly was, let alone Xia Hong, even Xia Ding remained entirely uncertain. The Great Jia was, after all, merely a small-scale campsite. Although they had continuously explored over the years, their range of activity was strictly limited to the eastern slope of this Redwood Ridge. Furthermore, they basically revolved around those 6 caverns, spanning an approximate area of about 5 square kilometers. Within this 5-kilometer radius, the most crucial area was the western periphery of the Redwood Ridge, for no other reason than the fact that the trees within the Redwood Ridge were immensely numerous. Not only were they abundant, but they were also wildly expanding outward. Logically speaking, there were a total of 9 human campsites surrounding the Redwood Ridge. Under year after year of continuous felling, the Redwood Ridge should have steadily shrunk. However, according to Xia Ding's observations, the Redwood Ridge had not only failed to shrink in recent years, but had instead continuously expanded outward. The trees grew grander by the day, and their numbers multiplied unceasingly. A resource with such a rapid growth rate should have originally been a blessing for humanity. The issue, however, was that these trees were not only resources for mankind. To the frost beasts, they were exactly the same. The vast majority of frost beasts dwelled within the trees, and aside from hunting prey, they also favored consuming the fruits growing upon them. Consequently, the expansion of the Redwood Ridge was, in reality, utterly fatal to the surrounding campsites. As the trees continuously spread, the activity range of those frost beasts crept closer by the day to the surrounding campsites, and humanity would find themselves in ever-increasing peril. Of course, such grand matters were not yet for Xia Hong to consider at his current stage. Although the night was dark, the vast expanse of white snow covering the ground meant that visibility remained decent. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the absolute edge of the Redwood Ridge. Within his field of vision, the massive trees, which in his past life would have been deemed towering, ancient giants, were merely common and unremarkable here, and could only even be considered small-scale. With just a casual glance from Xia Hong, even the smallest tree on the outer periphery possessed a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. While trees spanning 3 meters in thickness could be seen everywhere. The interior was far more terrifying. Trees with diameters of 5 to 6 meters, or even exceeding 10 meters, could easily be spotted. Looking up at those grand trees, one could not even perceive their canopy, leaving their true height completely unknown. Atop these magnificent trees, draped in pure white snow, thousands upon 10,000s of sharp icicles hung suspended, which, along with the drifting snowflakes, formed an incomparably exquisite tapestry of ice and snow. Xia Hong, however, was in no such leisurely mood to admire it. After scanning for a long time, he selected a tree, roughly 3 meters thick. Tense, Xia Hong stepped forward and brushed away the surface snow, revealing a layer of crystal ice underneath. Beneath that icy sheen, the bark faintly gleamed with a crimson light. Spotting that crimson glow, he raised his head and carefully swept his gaze across the tree's canopy. Once he detected nothing amiss, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Recognizing it as a vermilion bone tree, he knew it was likely not occupied by any frost beast. According to Xia Ding, the eastern periphery of the Redwood Ridge previously boasted the highest concentration of vermilion bone trees. Because the branches of the vermilion bone tree were relatively fragile, and the frost beasts possessed massive bodies, they rarely chose to dwell upon them. This stood in stark contrast to a yellowish tree known as the golden chill. Its branches were exceptionally sturdy, and its trunk was immensely thick. It was the absolute favorite of the frost beasts, who would often rest upon it at night. Furthermore, Some frostbeasts even built permanent nests to settle down upon them. Paired with the scarce number of golden chill trees, those frostbeasts, capable of securing a stable dwelling upon them, were naturally formidable, were naturally far from weak in strength. Xia Hong used his hand axe to mark this small vermilion bone tree. Once he committed the path to memory, he continued advancing deeper inside. The campsite's food and wood supplies were both on the verge of depletion. This tree would be saved and felled upon his return. His urgent priority right now was to locate essence kernels. Xia Hong recalled the defining characteristics of the ice stone tree. That it was a photophilous plant, growing far more rapidly in areas blessed with light and therefore usually flourished in relatively open clearings. He scanned the surrounding forest, selected a tree, and after confirming it was completely clear, scaled it directly. The bark of these trees was covered in a mixture of snow and crystal ice. It was not only bone-chillingly cold, but also slick and treacherous, consuming a massive amount of his strength. Only after a grueling effort did Xia Hong finally manage to reach the summit. Arriving at the treetop, his vision was indeed vastly improved. Very quickly, Xia Hong spotted a fairly open clearing about 200 to 300 meters to the west. Xia Hong recalled the words Xia Ding had spoken in the past. That the area within 800 paces of the eastern periphery of Redwood Ridge was considered the territory of Great Xia. If he were to join the logging team in the future, he must absolutely remember this law. To trespass into another's territory without authorization meant that even if one were slain, no blame could be placed upon anyone else. Bearing Xia Ding's past warnings in mind, Xia Hong leaped down from the tree and advanced toward the open clearing to the west. 800 paces spanned roughly the distance of a single lie. Since that clearing fell within Great Xia's territory, heading over there posed no significant issue. Logically speaking, since the ice stone tree could yield staple crops, the campsite should have mapped the coordinates of such a vital resource to avoid having to search for it anew each time. In truth, they had mapped it. But the sudden demise of Xia Ding and the logging team had caught everyone entirely off guard. The only individuals capable of venturing outside the campsite were those 13 men. And all 13 fundamentally knew the exact locations of the ice stone trees. Who could have foreseen that before they could pass this knowledge on to Xia Hong, all 13 would perish together? Fortunately, this particular tree was not far off, and Xia Hong managed to locate it without expending too much effort. Though his heart burned with anxiety to find sustenance, Xia Hong still strained to maintain his absolute composure as he drew closer. Along the path, beneath every single tree he passed, he would raise his head to meticulously inspect the canopy. Although the night was the designated hibernation period for the frostbeasts, it by no means guaranteed they would not awaken. To this day, Xia Hong had never once laid eyes upon a living frostbeast. It was solely through the prior conversations between Xia Ding and the logging team members that he had learned of 2 or 3 distinct species. Even though he had never witnessed a live specimen, based purely on the volume and frequency of frostbeast flesh and blood, one could easily surmise that their strength was absolutely formidable. 13 members of the logging troop had only managed to hunt a single juvenile bone-spined wolf in an entire month. This detail alone spoke volumes. Xia Hong could not afford to be anything less than cautious. With his current cultivation, an encounter with a frostbeast would, in all likelihood, result in his death. Fortunately, the journey was filled only with anxiety rather than genuine peril. After more than an hour, Xia Hong finally arrived at the clearing. Upon reaching the location and looking ahead, Xia Hong's face was immediately filled with a smile. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient ice crystal tree, towering over 40 meters tall, draped in a silver mantle, standing in silent majesty. Dangling from the branches were dense clusters of spirit fruit. Xia Hong realized his luck was exceptional this time. There had to be at least 1,000 caddies of fruit here. He did not let joy cloud his judgment and rush to climb the tree to harvest the fruit. Instead, he chose another tree nearby to scale to the summit, where he began to carefully observe the canopy of the ice crystal tree. A single glance was enough to make his expression darken. At first glance, this ice crystal tree appeared no different from the others in the vicinity. The trunk was coated in white snow, the branches were cloaked in silver, and thousands upon thousands of icicles hung from the horizontal limbs, much like a layered curtain. But upon closer inspection, one would discover that on a thick, sturdy branch, a dozen icicles over a meter long were protruding upwards in a peculiar fashion. Xia Hong stared intensely at that section of the trunk and immediately realized that those were not icicles at all. Clearly, it was a massive, snow-white creature resting upon the tree. A tongue, reaching 4 to 5 meters in length, hung limply from its maw. Its tongue was also white, encased in a thin layer of freezing frost, which was why it was easily mistaken for an exceptionally long icicle at a distance. Those upward-pointing icicles were, in reality, the reverse-facing spines on its back. In the pitch black of night, without careful observation, they would have certainly gone unnoticed. It was fortunate that Xia Hong was venturing out for the first time, as his extreme caution allowed him to make the discovery. Under the veil of night, The true size of the creature could not be clearly determined, but between the long tongue and the back covered in spines, Xia Hong recognized it as a long-tongued snow beast. Given its length of only 2 meters, it was undoubtedly a juvenile. Frost beasts in the outer reaches of the Redwood Ridge were not common, but the two most prevalent species were the bone-spined wolf and the long-tongued snow beast. According to reports from previous logging troops, the long-tongued snow beast was generally a low-level frost beast with a physique similar to a wild boar. The stature of the long-tongued snow beast was immense. Even a juvenile weighed 300 to 400 caddies, while an adult typically exceeded 1,000 caddies. The snow mastiff possesses immense power, favoring the sharp spikes upon its back and forehead to strike down its prey. More importantly, its tongue, which spans several meters in length, is not merely sharp and pointed. It can shift between rigid and supple, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Xia Hong recalled the intelligence he had gathered previously. If one encountered a juvenile snow mastiff, a powerful archer coordinating with over 10 experts at the woodchopping realm might stand a chance at a successful hunt. However, to encounter one in the wild otherwise meant that one should not waste a single breath and flee immediately. Recalling this, Xia Hong took a deep, steadying breath. He tried to calm his racing heart. Though he coveted the delicious meat of the snow mastiff, a man must ultimately face reality. Fortunately, it was currently night, and the snow mastiff was fast asleep. Had it been daylight, encountering one while it was awake would have left his survival in grave doubt. Xia Hong decided to remain silent, refrain from disturbing the beast, pluck a few spirit fruits, and then withdraw. He remembered the primary characteristic of the long-tongued snow mastiff. It becomes incredibly lethargic at night, and as long as one does not assault it, it will essentially remain in a deep slumber. Although the members of the woodchopping squad would not deceive him, Xia Hong was certainly not about to gamble with his own life. He first picked up a stone from the ground, then climbed up a tree and hurled it forcefully toward another tree over 100 meters away. The stone struck the wood, causing it to vibrate slightly. It did not create a significant disturbance, yet the ice spikes on that tree tumbled down in a flurry due to the impact. In the stillness of the dense forest, the sound of the ice spikes hitting the ground was exceptionally clear. Xia Hong held his breath, observing the snow mastiff with extreme caution. The snow mastiff, however, seemed deaf to the noise, remaining deeply asleep. This sight finally allowed Xia Hong to set his mind at ease. He reasoned that as long as he plucked the fruits with a gentle hand, there should be no significant issues. Yet, just as Xia Hong prepared to descend from the tree, the sound of an arrow tearing through the wind suddenly echoed from the opposite direction. In the dark of night, although Xia Hong could not clearly see the projectile, he could determine the trajectory from the sound alone. He was essentially certain that the target was the snow mastiff residing in the tree. True to his assessment, as the sound of the arrow vanished, a roar of fury erupted from the frozen tree. The sound was heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. The entire tree began to tremble. The ice spikes fell from the branches in an unrelenting downpour. The snow on the ground was sent scattering by the vibrations, and even the tree Xia Hong was perched upon began to shake violently. Xia Hong screamed internally, realizing that these were likely men from the Great Stone Camp, yet he dared not move a single muscle of his body. In the early years, the surrounding camps of Hongmu Ridge had clearly demarcated their territories under the guidance of the Laji camp. The territory of Great Xia in Hongmu Ridge lay to the west, the very domain of the Great Stone Camp. At this moment, Xia Hong naturally cared little for the fact that the Great Stone Camp had overstepped its boundaries. He was merely curious as to where the Great Stone Camp found the courage to lay hands upon a long-tongued snow mastiff. Although he was unsure of the specific strength of the Great Stone Camp, he could be certain that they were identical to Great Xia, a small-scale camp, possessing at most a few more combatants at the woodchopping realm than Great Xia itself. With such strength, would they truly be capable of hunting down a snow beast? Very quickly, Xia Hong discovered he had been mistaken. The Daishi encampment seemed to possess genuine prowess. From the west side of the ice, THAC tree, a sharp voice rang out, declaring that the beast's left eye had been struck. Bao Xindong, aim for its right eye. Everyone else, quickly bind it with the ropes. 17 men followed the source of the voice, all of them clad in beast-hide skirts, wielding stone axes. Only the leader held a gleaming, massive blade in his hand. Xia Hong stared at that large blade, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. He recognized it as a semi-refined iron weapon, likely purchased from the Laji encampment. In this extreme frigid weather, both stone and iron underwent significant transformations. The Great Xia previously possessed one such semi-refined weapon, the axe belonging to Xia Ding. It was called semi-refined because only the blade was made of iron, while the axe head remained stone and the handle was wood. Yet, even as a semi-refined weapon, its sharpness far surpassed that of a stone axe. Xia Hong had once personally struck that iron axe with his stone one. The result was his stone axe chipping, while the iron remained unscathed. If the blade alone possessed such power, one could only imagine the lethality of the polished blade in the opponent's hands. Setting aside Xia Hong's admiration, beneath the ice, tree, the men from the Dashi encampment had already engaged the snow beast. The snow beast's left eye had indeed been struck. The pitch-black arrow remained embedded within it, perhaps overwhelmed by pain. After descending from the tree, the beast's roar had ceased, but its breathing had become immensely heavy. Its single remaining eye, bloodshot and inflamed, glared fixedly at the men from the Dashi encampment. It clawed at the snow with its hind legs, before suddenly lunging forward. It was as swift as a white arrow released from a bow, as ferocious as a collapsing mountain. Seeing the massive frame of the snow beast, it was impossible to imagine it could move with such velocity. That colossal physique, combined with such extreme speed, the biting cold air was practically driven aside in its wake. The sheer force of the impending impact was unimaginable. The sharp voice rang out again, ordering everyone to scatter and set the snare ropes quickly. Jia Hong cast a glance toward the area behind a tree to the west. This commander was surely an archer. And another, Xing Dong, was also an archer likely concealed on the opposite flank. While issuing commands, he and the other archer fired arrows incessantly, though none struck the snow beast's vital points. Despite failing to strike home, they successfully disrupted the beast's charge. While the snow beast was distracted, the 14 men beneath the ice tree. While evading the Xuezong, they simultaneously laid over a dozen ropes across the ground. The leader, wielding a broadsword, dodged an attack, while skillfully casting a noose directly around the Xuezong's neck. Unable to check its momentum, the Xuezong crashed headlong into the ground, right into the web of ropes. As expected, both the beast's 4 limbs and its head were thoroughly ensnared. A sharp command echoed from behind the trees, ordering everyone to pull with all their might. The 14 men dispersed quickly, regrouping into 5 teams to seize the ropes and sprint in 5 different directions, pulling with immense force. The Xuezong let out a furious roar, but it stumbled, losing its footing and crashing onto its back with a thunderous impact. Simultaneously, 2 arrows streaked from behind the trees like shooting stars, piercing straight into the beast's blood-red right eye. Both arrows struck true. The Xuezong emitted a roar of agony and profound indignation. The members of the Dashi encampment erupted in celebration, believing they had already triumphed, and showering their leader with praise for his brilliance. They assumed that even if this vile beast did not perish immediately, it would surely die from the sheer agony. The laughter of the Dashi men contrasted sharply with the Xuezong's roars of pain and fury. Though they were jubilant, the men of the Dashi encampment remained cautious. Seeing the Xuezong still struggling, they dared not approach. The 2 archers remained concealed in the distance, continuously firing arrows to finish the beast off. As time passed, the thrashing of the Xuezong grew weaker and weaker, until it finally ceased altogether. Only then did the members of the Dashi encampment seem to heave a collective sigh of relief. The leader with the broadsword threw stones from a distance several times. Only after confirming the Xuezong was truly dead did he call out toward the woods that the prey had been slain. From behind the trees in the west, 2 middle-aged men emerged and led the group toward the carcass of the Xuezong. Observing them as they began to harvest their prey, Xia Hong, who remained concealed in the canopy, furrowed his brows slightly. To say he felt no envy for this prize would be a lie, but the situation left him no choice. Even if the Dashi encampment had crossed the line, Xia Hong lacked the current physical strength, and even more so, the power to intervene. He could not afford to intervene. In fact, he had to do his utmost to avoid any contact with the Dashi encampment. In truth, according to the words of the late Xia Ding, the relationship between the Dashi and Daxia encampments had always been relatively amicable. But times had changed. The current Daxia was weakened to the extreme, and once outsiders discerned their true state, their fate would no longer be in their own hands. Having come to this realization, Xia Hong's expression calmed, and he continued to observe them from above. By now, the men from the Danshi encampment had reached the side of the fallen Xuezong. Gazing at the massive snow mastiff before them, someone remarked that the beast must weigh at least 400 or 500 jin. They considered themselves fortunate, with one man estimating the meat would sustain their camp for 2 or 3 months. Another recalled the time their leader traded 3 jin of cold beast meat at the Lagay camp in exchange for bows. At the time, some had voiced their opposition, but now, they finally understood the true value of such weaponry. The sharp, commanding voice heard moments ago clearly belonged to the leader of the Dashi camp. He ordered the men to cease their idle chatter, urging them to haul the prey away quickly, for this was the territory of the Daxia tribe. It would be dire if they were discovered by the others. As soon as he spoke, the group fell silent. A man stepped forward, preparing to pull the arrow embedded in the snow mastiff's eye. Yet, the very moment his hand gripped the shaft, a sudden anomaly occurred. The snow mastiff, which had been lying motionless on the ground, abruptly rolled over. The beast's movement was so swift that the man, caught off guard, could not even release his grip before being tossed into the air. Before he could react to let go, the snow mastiff charged forward with immense force, shattering him into fragments. Indeed, it did not merely knock him away, it obliterated him mid-air. Realizing with horror that the beast had been feigning death, The men scrambled to retreat. The leader, with his sharp, commanding voice, made a split-second decision. He immediately ordered all his men to fall back, commanding them to scatter and flee at once. Though the members of the Danshi camp were gripped by terror, their reaction time was far from sluggish. In particular, the leader's decision to disperse and flee was executed instantaneously. The men followed his orders without hesitation, scattering in all directions. However, they were far too close to the snow mastiff. Having crushed the first man, the beast did not pause, charging directly toward the person who had spoken first. Simultaneously, it tilted its head, revealing a savage expression as it lunged toward the second man who had spoken, its maw gaping like a pool of blood. A long, tongue-like appendage, resembling an ice spear, shot forth from its mouth. The tongue moved with lightning speed and lethal sharpness, piercing through the man in the blink of an eye. Not content with its first victim, the tongue whipped through the air, darting toward the back of the Dazshi leader. The leader was running for his life, completely unable to observe the danger closing in behind him. Not far away, two men realized their leader was in peril, and, without the slightest hesitation, rushed to shield him from behind. Among them was the only man in the Dazshi camp who carried a blade. He held his weapon aloft, timing his strike perfectly to intercept the snow mastiff's tongue. A sharp clang resonated through the air. Seeing the blade withstand the strike without shattering, the man let out a sigh of relief. However, that tongue whipped around from his right side, maneuvering forward to pierce directly through the man who did not carry a blade. The blade wielder roared in frustration, unable to fathom just how long the beast's tongue truly was. But the sharp, commanding voice from earlier immediately cut him off. It ordered him to hold his tongue and berated him as a fool. At the same time, it commanded everyone else to remain deathly silent. Because the beast was already blind, as long as they retreated and made no sound, it would not be able to detect them. The leader had evidently grasped the crux of the situation. His reaction had been swift, but unfortunately, the blade wielder was positioned too close to the Shuzhong's tongue. The tongue had originally looped around the blade wielder just to skewer the second man. Once the second target was struck, the tongue instantly turned supple, whipping violently to the left like a mobile rope, coiling tightly around the throat of the blade wielder. Sensing his fate, the blade wielder quickly hurled his heavy greatsword toward the leader. The next moment, accompanied by a low, guttural growl from the Shuizhong, the blade wielder's head was severed clean from his neck. This horrific sight struck deep terror into the hearts of all who witnessed it. The leader caught the great sword in mid-air, and seeing his subordinate die such a miserable death, though his face was contorted with absolute rage, he forced himself to suppress his emotions, not daring to make a single sound. The others followed suit, standing rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. Beneath the ice boulder tree, the air descended into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, Xia Hong remained hidden in the tree. He dared not move, and even his breathing was carefully measured, for he could not afford the slightest mistake. One must realize that these events had transpired in the blink of an eye. He had originally prepared himself to descend only after the adversaries had taken their prey and departed. Who could have expected that in the span of a few breaths, 3 men from the Great Boulder Camp would already be dead? This Shuizhong possessed not only tenacious vitality and terrifying strength, but most importantly, a cunning nature that defied that of a mere wild beast. It not only knew how to feign death to lower its prey's guard, but it even knew how to lure them deeper into its trap. Before the two archers had unleashed their strikes, the Shuizhong had remained perfectly still. If this long-tongued Shuzhong was merely a low-level frost beast, one could only imagine how formidable and treacherous those of mid- or high-level status might be. Only now did Xia Hong realize why, surrounding the Hongmu Ridge, only the Lejie camp possessed a proper hunting party. As for the Great Xia and the other camps, the groups they assembled could only be described as wood-cutting crews. Just as he was lamenting this, the sound of an arrow slicing through the wind echoed softly in the snowy night. Xia Hong raised his gaze and saw that the arrow had struck the tremendous force caused the ice on the tree to cascade down instantly, slamming against the ground with an even louder impact. Attracted by the noise, the snow lion stomped its 4 paws in frustration before charging directly toward the source of the sound. Xia Hong immediately understood. He peered down toward the group from the Great Stone Camp, realizing that another archer hidden in the distance had fired the shot. With the snow lion gone, the people of the Great Stone Camp scrambled in a desperate sprint toward the west, not even pausing to retrieve the corpses left upon the ground, clearly driven to the brink of terror. Finding nothing beneath that tree, the snow lion quickly returned to the vicinity of the ice crystal tree. Its nostrils still flared with hot vapor, and its massive paws occasionally pounded the earth, a clear sign that its rage had not yet subsided. Xia Hong dared not move a muscle. Even as the snow lion settled down beneath the tree, he remained frozen, afraid to even glance in its direction. True to his caution, half an hour later, the snow lion suddenly raised its head. Though sightless, its twitching ears and shifting posture revealed that it was using its acute hearing to scan the surrounding environment. Seeing this, a wave of relief washed over Xia Hong. He felt incredibly fortunate that he had not moved earlier. The snow lion lingered for a while longer, before eventually climbing back onto the ice crystal tree. Its ascent was not swift. It moved with a slight, unsteady gait. After finding a sturdy branch, it slumped down, its form gradually blending into the ice crystals coating the tree. Yet, even an hour later, Xia Hong remained motionless, not because he feared the snow lion, which was likely 8 or 9 parts asleep, or because he thought leaving would be difficult, but because leaving now would leave Xia Hong with a lingering sense of regret. From its final movements while climbing, it was not difficult to discern that the physical condition of this ferocious snow lion had severely deteriorated. Furthermore, it was blind, and it represented 400 or 500 pounds of prime frost beast meat. To walk away from such a windfall would, by Xia Hong's estimation, be a grave miscalculation. However, considering the raw power and cunning displayed by the snow lion earlier, the difficulty of seizing this prize was not to be underestimated. The 3 mangled corpses still littering the ground near the Great Stone Camp were a grim testament to that reality. Xia Hong pondered for a long while before an idea suddenly struck him, his eyes brightening. Although he was nearly certain the snow lion was in a deep slumber, as Xia Hong descended from the tree, he exerted every ounce of his focus to ensure he did not make a sound. Once on the ground, he carefully moved toward the south. He stopped only when he reached an oval-shaped boulder, roughly 2 to 3 meters in diameter. After scanning his surroundings, Xia Hong used his bare hands to carve out a human-sized trench in the snow beside the boulder. Once finished, he lay inside to verify the dimensions. Satisfied that it was sufficient, he retreated 50 meters from the boulder and drew a black wooden rod he had been carrying on his back. This was, of course, no ordinary piece of timber. The small cast was an item created by the bonfire, forged whenever 10 units of wood were consumed by the flames. It could be carried on one's person and possessed a powerful allure for the cold beasts. He had brought this item along before departing, never expecting that he would truly have a use for it. Xia Hong placed his hopes on this object, then turned his head to look back at the ice stone tree. He plunged the small torch into the ground, retrieved his flint, and struck it firmly twice. Sparks instantly erupted. The tip of the small torch was white, and as the sparks touched it, it immediately ignited, bursting into a red flame over half a meter high, identical to the fire that had incinerated the demon within the cave earlier. The moment the flame surged, Xia Hong dashed toward the boulders. Reaching the side of the rocks, he quickly dove into the pre-dug pit, then used his hands to pile the surrounding white snow over himself, burying his frame. Once buried, he left only his eyes exposed above the snow, remaining motionless as he watched the torch. Xia Hong held great confidence in the items provided by the system. After all, the image of that demon being burned alive, wailing in agony, was still vivid in his mind. Yet, Xia Hong remained uncertain just how strong the allure of this fire was to the cold beasts. He did not know if the snow bristle beast would truly be drawn to it. Xia Hong's doubts were answered quickly. Only a short while later, the sound of cautious, light footsteps echoed from behind. The footsteps approached from a distance. Though Xia Hong dared not turn to look, the probing nature of the footsteps made the situation clear. Indeed, as the snow bristle beast, its back covered in jagged ice spikes, passed within 10 meters of his position, Xia Hong held his breath, not even daring to shift his gaze. 2 black arrows remained embedded in the beast's eyes. Perhaps the pain was too intense for it to dare pull them out. Unable to see, the creature's pace was sluggish, nearly stopping every few steps. But strangely, as it drew closer to the torch, the snow bristle beast seemed to grow more agitated, its movement speed gradually increasing. It did not stop until it reached the front of the torch. It brought its face close to the flame, and though it clearly made contact with the fire, it showed no reaction to being burned. On the contrary, as the firelight engulfed its body, its breathing grew increasingly steady. It even appeared to be reveling in the sensation. Above the snow, Xia Hong's eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. The face of that snow bristle beast actually wore an expression of enjoyment. But as he scrutinized the creature's body more closely, Xia Hong's expression shifted from bewilderment to solemnity. The men from the Great Stone Camp had not only blinded the snow bristle beast, but its body was also covered in a multitude of wounds from arrows and great blades. Although separated by 50 meters, Xia Hong could clearly see through the firelight that the bleeding wounds on the Shuizong were not only staunched, but were healing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Xia Hong even had the illusion that the aura of the Shuizong was slowly rising in tandem with the illumination of the torch. He realized with astonishment that this torch could heal the frost beast, and perhaps even assist it in its cultivation. In an instant, Xia Hong felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping through his heart. He had intended to use the small torch to lure the Shuizong, keeping it active and mobile. The Shuizong was already injured. So long as it was prevented from resting in the trees, its wounds would continue to bleed, and it would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. He had hoped to reap the spoils once it collapsed. Yet, unexpectedly, he had only provided it with warmth. Now not only would there be no spoils to claim, but he had inadvertently aided its recovery and placed himself in mortal danger. With matters having reached this state, Xia Hong no longer entertained thoughts of profit. He only prayed for the torch to extinguish quickly, and for this Shui Zong to vanish so that he might make his escape. Yet, as irony would have it, an unforeseen event occurred. A low, gravelly roar suddenly echoed from behind. The Shui Zong, which had been basking in the warmth, immediately turned, its expression becoming extremely vigilant. A wolf-like frost beast leapt down from the trees, landing less than 10 meters away from the Shui Zong. The frost beast possessed blue fur, a body roughly 2 meters long, a collar of inverted spikes around its neck, and a maw bristling with sharp fangs. Its bloodthirsty pupils first stared intently at the torch, then it snarled at the Shui Zong before it. Xia Hong recognized the breed of the frost beast at a glance. It was a bone-spine wolf. The two most common frost beasts in the outer perimeter of Hongmu Ridge were the Shui Zong and the bone-spine wolf. Yet both had appeared here. Xia Hong's heart grew heavy. Encountering both species simultaneously on his first venture outside certainly did not feel like a stroke of luck. It was clear that with the expansion of Hongmu Ridge, the roaming grounds of the frost beasts were also constantly spreading. The Daxia encampment was only about 5 kilometers away. If these frost beasts ventured any further, they could breach the camp at any moment. Should they happen upon the encampment, it would be nothing short of a catastrophic disaster for them. A thunderous crash pulled Xia Hong's thoughts back to the present. The Shui Zong and the bone-spine wolf had already lunged at one another. It was evident that even though the Shui Zong was blinded, it refused to surrender the torch, while the bone-spine wolf was determined to claim it. The two beasts clashed. The Shui Zong's physique was larger than that of the bone-spine wolf, and just as Xia Hong had observed, after remaining beside the torch for a while, the Shui Zong's wounds had almost completely healed. During the clash with the bone-spine wolf, it did not fall into a disadvantageous position for a single moment. However, Xia Hong once again gained a new perspective on the intelligence of these frost beasts. After colliding twice, the bone-spine wolf immediately relying on its agile frame, it ceaselessly dodged left and right to evade the lunges of the snow beast. At times, it even flattened its body against the ground, sliding directly beneath the snow beast's underbelly. Each time it successfully evaded an attack while prone, it would use its razor-sharp claws and the ring of inverted spikes around its neck, leaving several deep, grievous wounds upon the snow beast's stomach. Though the snow beast had initially been healed by the torch, it was soon covered in injuries once more, with emerald green blood continuously flowing from its abdominal wounds, dyeing the surrounding ground green in mere moments. The ordeal was far from over. A short while later, the bone wolf suddenly retracted its claws and ceased its frantic movements. It did not merely stand still. It began to circle the ground with extreme caution, claws fully retracted, moving only on the soft pads of its paws across the snow. This bone wolf had actually discerned that the snow beast was blind. Hidden within the snow, Xia Hong's eyes were filled with profound astonishment. If the snow beast's prior display of playing dead to lure the enemy in was merely an instinctual survival response, then the bone wolf's current actions proved that these frost beasts truly possessed a level of intellect that was by no means low. This completely shattered Xia Hong's previous perception of wild beasts. Finally, after circling a few times, the bone wolf seized a perfect opening. With a sudden burst of power from its 4 limbs, it lunged from behind, pinning the snow beast beneath its body and sinking its teeth into the creature's throat. The snow beast thrashed upon the ground, once again lashing out with the tongue that had previously inflicted heavy casualties on the stone-eating beasts. Unfortunately, the bone wolf's speed was simply too great. Even while clamped onto the snow beast's throat, it could still adjust its position, deftly evading the snow beast's sharp tongue. After more than 10 frantic missed strikes, the snow beast shifted its tactics, softening its tongue to constrict and crush its opponent. However, the bone wolf's neck was protected by a ring of inverted spikes, their sharpness rivaling that of the tongue itself, making any attempt at constriction futile. The two frost beasts continued to struggle and grapple on the ground for over 100 breaths. The battle finally concluded, with the snow beast succumbing to blood loss and exhaustion. The bone wolf stood up, spat out 2 mouthfuls of green blood, and the ferocious glare on its face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of triumph. It then turned its gaze toward the still burning torch. It approached the torch and rested its head directly over the flames, its expression revealing the same sense of enjoyment the snow beast had displayed earlier. But in an instant, it turned its head to scan the surroundings, its expression turning guarded as it cast a lingering look at the snow beast's carcass on the ground. He then cast his gaze back toward the torch. Without a moment's hesitation, the frost wolf tilted its head to seize the torch in its jaws, darting swiftly into the depths of the snowy forest. As the snow tongs fell in defeat and the frost wolf retreated, the surrounding snowy plains immediately plunged into silence, save for a pair of eyes watching from beside a large boulder, eyes now brimming with profound astonishment and delight. That frost wolf had not consumed the snow tongs. It had not even seen fit to expend the effort to drag away its own spoils of war. Xia Hong quickly deduced that the reason lay with the torch. Clearly, in the eyes of the frost wolf, the importance of that torch far exceeded that of the snow tongs. The beast had hurried away with the torch in its maw, fearing that other frost beasts might descend to seize it. Xia Hong, naturally, understood this perfectly, Thus, after the Frostwolf had been gone for some time, he rose rapidly, bursting forth from the snow pit, hoisted the snow tongs, weighing over 400 caddies, onto his shoulders, and fled toward the eastern edge of the mountain ridge without once looking back. The Frostwolf and the snow tongs had clashed for a long time. Who knew if other frost beasts might be drawn to the site? Furthermore, the snow tongs had bled profusely, leaving the scent of blood thick in the air. Any delay could lead to unforeseen calamities. Moreover, having lingered here for too long and with the dawn approaching, he had to return with all haste. He moved with the speed of a gale, and fortunately faced no peril. Xia Hong soon caught sight of the encampment's cave entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, he did not recklessly rush in, but instead called out the secret signal, stating that the winds and rains of all directions could not compare to the rain in their Hongmu Ridge. Xia Chuan's joyful voice echoed from within, returning the passphrase. When Longmen Mountain sees rain, the snow-origin tiger descends. Moments later, the branches obscuring the entrance were rustled aside. Those coming to greet him were not only Xia Chuan, but also Yuan Cheng. Seeing the massive carcasses of the snow tongs on Xia Hong's back, the two were instantly struck dumb, their jaws dropping and eyes widening in disbelief, momentarily robbed of speech. Xia Hong chuckled, claiming it was merely a stroke of fortune, and urged them to quickly seal the cave entrance so they could speak further inside. As the three entered the cave, before the entrance was even fully secured, cries of shock and wonder erupted from within. Some asked what manner of beast this was, while others questioned if the leader had been out hunting. Someone inhaled sharply, asking if this was truly a kill claimed by their leader. Another remarked that they had never seen a frost beast of such magnitude, and expressed awe at the extent of their leader's strength. Someone even noted that even when the logging team was here, they had never returned with such a colossal prize. In that instant, the way every person in the encampment looked at Xia Hong changed. There was reverence, admiration, a sense of reliance, and a newfound glimmer of hope. The decree that the strong are revered is an immutable law, regardless of the setting, especially in a world fraught with endless peril, where one must live in constant fear of losing their life. Just as some in the camp had noted, even when the Wood Punishment Squad was stationed here, they had never brought back prey of such immense proportions, and this was Xia Hong's very first time venturing out. Xia Hong explained to everyone that he had not hunted this snow brute himself, claiming it was merely a stroke of luck. However, judging by the expressions on their faces, it was clear that no one believed him. He pondered for a moment, then chose to remain silent, offering no further explanation. After all, these were extraordinary times. Giving the people in the camp a sliver of hope was not a bad thing. Let the misunderstanding persist, if it must. Yet when he saw Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng approaching from behind, their eyes filled with intense fervor, he could no longer hold back, and flicked each of them squarely on the forehead. Xia Hong warned them not to let their imaginations run wild, for he lacked such formidable prowess. The strength of a cold beast far exceeds what they could possibly conceive. If this snow brute were still alive, he feared that all the people in the camp combined would not be enough to satisfy its hunger. The others might afford to be naive, but Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng could not. The camp already possessed few core fighters, and Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng were the most prominent among them. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would achieve a breakthrough to the Wood Punishment realm after him, and would likely venture out with him soon. If they remained so naive, they would surely lose their lives. After a lengthy explanation, the two finally understood where the snow brute had come from. Even so, the way they looked at Xia Hong remained filled with fervor and deep admiration. Though they had not experienced it themselves, both could imagine just how perilous the situation must have been. The fact that Xia Hong managed to bring this snow brute back naturally caused his stature in their hearts to grow even taller. However, Yuan Cheng quickly grasped the crux of Xia Hong's words, rising to his feet to angrily rebuke the members of the Damshi camp for their excessive behavior. In the past, when the other side lacked men for a hunt and turned to the Xia camp, Uncle Ding and his father had agreed, even personally leading men to assist. Yet now they dared to cross boundaries to hunt in their territory. Beside him, Xia Chuan's face was also full of resentment, clearly sharing the same sentiment. In truth, crossing boundaries into another camp's territory to hunt and gathering resources in this Redwood Ridge is an act of grave and inexcusable offense. The reason is simple. Redwood Ridge is home to countless trees, a multitude of cold beasts, and even a wealth of unknown precious resources. The issue is that the people in the surrounding camps are too weak in strength. Because of this, they dare not venture deep into the Redwood Ridge. All the camps only dare to operate within a very small area on the periphery of the Redwood Ridge, with an Therefore, when the territories were initially divided, with the exception of Leji, which was a medium-sized camp, the other factions were allocated areas that were already quite small. Under such circumstances, encroaching upon the territory of another faction to gather resources is an act of blatant provocation. Observing the prior actions of the Dashi camp, It is clear that this is not their first time crossing borders. This implies they are well aware of the exact location of that ice-bearing tree. It is highly probable they have already harvested the essence fruits from that tree several times over. Xia Hong could certainly understand the anger felt by the two of them, but the current state of their camp was dire, and they possessed neither the energy nor the standing to address such a grievance. He stated that the situation is as it is. Let them trespass if they must, for they currently lack the strength to intervene, and the survival of their camp must take precedence above all else. Once their strength increases, those interlopers will naturally no longer dare to return. Territory must of course be defended, but survival remains the essential prerequisite. Following this, Xia Hong instructed the two to answer him honestly. If provided with the full supply of cold beast flesh and blood, how long would it take to achieve a breakthrough to the wood punishment realm? Upon hearing Xia Hong's inquiry, the two instinctively glanced at the cold beast carcasses on the ground, their breathing immediately becoming heavy. Xia Chuan told his elder brother that if fully supplied, he would likely need just over a month. In truth, Xia Hong was well aware of Xia Chuan's condition. Previously, when he taught the long first technique to Xia Chuan, the boy already possessed a strength of over 2,000 caddies, and his progress had been slow, only because he was restricted by the lack of cold beast resources. Yuan Cheng, standing to the side, spoke up to say that his own strength had already reached 3,000 caddies, and he would likely need less than a month. If the leader were willing to teach him that long first technique, he was confident he could achieve a breakthrough within 20 days. Xia Hong's eyes immediately brightened. Yuan Cheng's potential was far greater than he had anticipated. Xia Hong declared that he would teach not only Yuan Cheng, but everyone within the camp. Having said that, he turned his gaze toward the cold beast carcass, his mind beginning to calculate. Based on the current strength of Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, their daily limit for consuming cold beast flesh and blood would be approximately 3 caddies each, and calculating that both require 1 month to achieve a breakthrough, the total requirement would be 180 caddies. This meant there would be a surplus of over 200 caddies remaining. In an instant, a plan had already taken shape in Xia Hong's mind. He instructed Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan to gather the 22 other youths of their age within the encampment. The encampment currently held 154 people in total, excluding the 53 middle-aged individuals and the 76 children under the age of 12. The 24 people gathered before him were all of a similar age to Xia Hong. Xia Hong addressed the crowd, stating that he would dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. This snow-sect creature was not hunted by him alone. Rather, it was as if the heavens had seen that their encampment was not meant to perish, and had bestowed this reward upon them. Therefore, they must seize this opportunity to rapidly enhance the strength of their encampment. As the prey was brought back by him single-handedly, he would claim 100 caddies for himself. Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan were on the verge of breaking through to the wood-punishing realm. Each of them would be allocated 90 caddies, and when combined with the remaining meat from before, he estimated there would still be over 170 caddies remaining. As for the other 22 individuals, he would distribute 1 caddy to each of them tomorrow, followed by a competition of basic strength. The top 5 performers would each be awarded 30 caddies. Hearing this, expressions of agitation and excitement appeared on everyone's faces. They had not expected that Xia Hong, having secured the prey entirely by his own efforts, would be willing to share it with them. Xia Hong continued, explaining that the outside world was treacherous. Relying on him alone would not be enough to sustain so many people in the encampment. He urged Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng to achieve their breakthroughs as quickly as possible, and the others as well. The next time they obtained the flesh and blood of a cold beast, those who achieved the fastest breakthrough would be given priority for the spoils. Hearing Xia Hong's grave words, everyone nodded solemnly. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng clenched their fists tightly, their eyes burning with determination. The encampments surrounding Redwood Ridge followed an unwritten rule. An individual who had not broken through to the wood-punishing realm before the age of 25 possessed very little potential for cultivation. It was not to say that hope was entirely lost after the age of 25, but rather that after this age, one's potential diminished rapidly. Given the same amount of resources, their progress would not match that of those under 25. The resources mentioned here, naturally, were the flesh and blood of cold beasts. From Xia Hong's perspective, this unwritten rule was clearly built upon the foundation of extreme resource scarcity. Before, having never encountered a cold beast, he had not understood this. But after venturing out and witnessing the formidable power of the bone wolf and the snow sect, he realized that for the weak encampments around Redwood Ridge, every single caddy of cold beast flesh was not easily obtained, and therefore, its value had to be maximized. For the Great Xia encampment, this was all the more critical. By concentrating resources and prioritizing breakthroughs for a select few, the more people capable of venturing outside, the more resources the encampment would be able to secure, and then help more people improve their strength. Only then can the strength of the encampment rise rapidly. On the second night, under the observation of everyone in the encampment, the competition began. Naturally, Xia Hong had already distributed 1 caddy of meat to each of the 22 contestants beforehand. 1 caddy of cold beast flesh was, of course, insufficient for their cultivation, but it was enough to quickly satiate their hunger and allow them to unleash their peak base strength. After the 22 individuals finished eating, their complexions quickly flushed with vitality, and their initial weary, fragile appearances vanished. Compared to the 100+ people who did not receive the cold beast flesh, they were in entirely different states of spirit. Xia Hong delegated the responsibility of presiding over the competition to Xie Chuan and Yuan Cheng, while he took the opportunity to eat the cold beast flesh himself and begin his own cultivation. The miserable failure of the Dashi encampment and the terrifying nature of the cold beasts filled him with a profound sense of urgency. The Dashi encampment possessed 16 warriors at the woodchopping level, including 2 archers whose aim was unerring. With such a formidable formation, attempting to hunt a low-level cold beast resulted not only in failure, but also in the death of 3 men. Although this was related to their own negligence, the undeniable truth remained that the cold beasts possessed both formidable strength and cunning temperaments. Xia Hong estimated that the sheer impact force of that snow-sect beast while alive was nearly 10,000 caddies. A massive force of 10,000 caddies is the standard for a warrior of the earth-crushing level. Among all the encampments surrounding the Redwood Ridge, aside from the Luogen encampment, the only others possessing experts at the earth-crushing level were the leader of the Iron Eagle in the Iron Peak encampment. Xia Hong lowered his head to gaze at the ground within the cave, holding his breath and focusing his energy. He clenched his hands into fists and suddenly struck the ground with force. He currently possessed a massive strength of 5,000 caddies, yet even with such a powerful force striking the earth, it produced only a muted sound, and the ground did not waver in the slightest. Only a small amount of dust was shaken into the air around his fist. The so-called earth-crushing realm refers to those who have reached this stage and can use brute force to break the earth and seize the resources hidden beneath. The extreme, year-round cold weather causes all land to become incredibly hard, not to mention that this cave area was composed entirely of stone. Xia Hong lamented to himself that this level of survival difficulty was truly hellish. The hardness of the soil meant that cultivation was impossible. For humanity to acquire food, they could only rely on flora that could survive in this extreme, freezing environment and produce fruit. For instance, the iceberry tree. Thus, could those plants be cultivated as a food source and transplanted into the encampment? This was a question Xia. The answer is impossible, because those types of plants require direct sunlight to grow. Sunlight only appears during the day, yet the low temperatures during daylight hours are lethal to humanity. Moreover, not only is the daytime temperature extremely frigid, but the range of the cold beasts is much wider, and their temperament far more ferocious. Most terrifying of all is that those monstrous creatures can emerge at any moment. A few years ago, the Luogen encampment attempted to transplant the ice fruit tree to the ground near their cave entrance. But within mere days, the ice fruit tree attracted a massive swarm of cold beasts, ultimately resulting in heavy casualties for the camp. Only then did the people discover that when the cold beasts could not find prey, they would consume the essence fruits of the ice fruit tree to fill their bellies. Thus, the transplantation of the ice fruit tree became virtually an impossibility. Xia Hong, however, thought it might not be entirely impossible. If the strength of the encampment were formidable enough to not fear the cold beasts, then they could still transplant the ice fruit tree to the closest possible location. The current Daxia encampment is, of course, 10,000 miles away from meeting such a standard of strength. He was merely contemplating the prospect. Though his mind drifted through these thoughts, Xia Hong's cultivation continued, as he ceaselessly practiced 4 sets of long-fisted techniques. His beast skin tunic was nearly drenched in sweat. Only then did he fully release the burning heat rising within his body after consuming the flesh of the cold beasts. But after clenching his fists slightly to perceive the increase in his strength, Xia Hong frowned. He realized that after breaking through to the woodcutting realm, his limit for consuming the flesh of cold beasts had increased by 2 caddies. Now he could consume 7 caddies a day, yet the progress seemed to have slowed slightly. As with all things, the higher one climbs, the more difficult the ascent becomes. That is an objective law of nature. Naturally, Xia Hong did not dwell on it for too long. Just as he retracted his energy and prepared to cease his training, Yuan Cheng and Xie Chuan approached him, leading 5 others. Xia Hong glanced up, immediately identifying the 5 individuals in his mind: Yue Feng, Ling Kai, Chu Peng, Lu Yang, and Xu Ning. It was only when he reached the name of Xu Ning that he paused for a brief moment. The encampment consisted of just over 100 people, and those of his same generation numbered barely 20. Xia Hong was acquainted with them all. In truth, this outcome was not entirely surprising. Xia Hong knew that the descendants of the woodcutting team members were destined to win. The reason was quite simple. compared to the others. The children of the previous woodcutting team members had long been provided with the flesh of cold beasts, granting their strength a solid foundation. The results confirmed this. Yue Feng was the son of the former woodcutting team member Yue Fan. Lin Kai was the son of Lin Yu, and Qiu Ping's father was the only archer in Dajia, Qiu Ping, while Lu Yang was the son of Lu Ting. Among the five, only Xu Ning was not a descendant of a former woodcutting team member. This was the reason why Jia Hong had paused momentarily when he saw him earlier. Not being a member of the woodchopping team means he has never consumed cold beast meat before, nor has he ever undergone any formal cultivation. To attain a top 5 ranking under such conditions is truly no simple feat. Xia Hong turned to look at Yuan Cheng and inquired about their respective strength in caddies. Yuan Cheng replied that Yu Feng had reached exactly 2,000 caddies, Lin Kai 1, 800, Qiu Peng 1, 700, Lu Yang 1, 500, and Xu Ning 1, 100. Xia Hong's eyes brightened the moment they fell upon Xu Ning. Upon consuming the blood and flesh of a cold beast for the first time, the margin of improvement cannot be too vast. This implies that Xu Ning's base physical strength was already formidable to begin with. Xia Hong mused that this young man might just bring him a surprise. Xu Ning was clearly prone to insecurity. Feeling Xia Hong's gaze lingering on him, he immediately grew tense and nervously averted his eyes. Xia Hong understood. Among the five, he alone was not a descendant of the woodchopping team members, and coupled with the disparity in strength compared to the other four, it was only natural for someone at his age to feel a sense of inferiority. Therefore he ceased his scrutiny, and retrieved 5 pre-portioned pieces of cold beast flesh from behind him, distributing them among the 5. Xia Hong informed them that starting today, he would dedicate time to teaching them the Taizu Long first. Previously, they had consumed the cold beast meat, and absorbed it through traditional methods. Based on their current physical state, they could absorb at most half a caddy a day, if not less. Practicing the long fist could enhance their efficiency in absorbing the beast's essence, allowing their strength to increase at a much faster rate. Thus, if they wished to grow strong quickly, they would need to study with the utmost diligence and focus. The next time the camp acquired cold beast meat, the distribution would follow the same rule. The closer one was to the woodchopping realm, the larger their portion would be. The 5 youths received the meat, their expressions filled with immense excitement. Listening to Xia Hong's instructions, they all raised their heads, faces solemn, and answered their leader in unison. Recalling the members of the Daishi camp, Xia Hong looked at the 5 before him, and though he knew the gap remained significant, he felt a growing sense of confidence within his heart. Since the entire woodchopping team had been wiped out, over 10 days had passed, and as their leader, he finally possessed his first core squad. The Daijia camp had finally begun to recover a semblance of its former vitality. The Taizu Long Fist is divided into 4 distinct forms: small combat, grand combat, scattered hands, and combined combat. In his past life, Xia Hong's primary cultivation had been this very martial art. Small combat focuses on defensive maneuvers. Grand combat unites the fists, feet, hips, and torso as one, focusing raw power into a single point, prioritizing offense. Scattered hands is unrestrained by conventional forms, seeking only to inflict grievous injury upon the enemy. The head, fingers, palms, and fists, the elbows, shoulders, knees, feet, hips, and arms, all of these can be utilized as lethal weapons, emphasizing timing, with a focus on delivering fatal blows. As for coordinated combat, these are techniques designed for multiple practitioners to surround and suppress an enemy. In his past life, the Long Fist style was hailed as the most practical martial art, and there was good reason for that reputation. It not only integrates offense, defense, and killing intent, but all 4 types of these combat techniques can also be applied to weaponry. In his previous life, Xia Hong had long ago tempered these 4 styles to the point of pure perfection, so instructing the 6 men led by Yuan Cheng was as effortless as turning over his own hand. After teaching for a while and observing them closely, Xia Hong gained a rough understanding of these 6 men's aptitudes. Yuan Cheng and Yue Feng were the 2 with the most robust frames, both standing over 2 meters tall. Although they lacked muscle mass due to prolonged starvation, he believed they would recover rapidly once provided with sufficient meat and vitality. The small war fist, with its compact movements and minimal requirements for stance, was clearly better suited for them. Lin Kai, Qiu Peng, and Xu Ning possessed more balanced physiques, with longer limbs and greater agility compared to the other 2, making them well suited for the grand war fist, which integrates strikes and kicks. As for Lu Yang, he had the smallest and leanest frame, yet his body was nimble and quick, possessing an exceptional sense for seizing critical opportunities. Thus, he was best suited for freestyle combat. Having learned the techniques, the 6 men were filled with excitement. Wasting no time, they drew upon the energy of the cold beast meat in their stomachs and began their training. Once Xia Hong finished instructing them, he took his stone chisel and departed from the mountain cave as night fell. The previous night he had intended to forage for spirit fruit, only to stumble upon a hunting party from the Great Stone Camp. Although he had returned with the snow mastiff without suffering any harm, he had failed to harvest a single spirit fruit. Before he possessed the ability to hunt regularly, the flesh of cold beasts was merely an occasional windfall, whereas the spirit fruit remained their staple food source. Thus, Xiahong had to return to the frostrock tree to gather them. Furthermore, the supply of firewood in the camp was nearly exhausted. When they moved from the old cave, they had brought only 15 units of firewood. That it had lasted for more than 10 days was, in truth, an impressive feat. The small bonfire consumed 2 units each day, and had the camp not been frugal, by abstaining from fires during the night, that small stockpile would likely not have lasted until now. Compared to his first venture into the Redwood Ridge, Xiahong was now far more familiar. Relying on his memories from before, he quickly located the position of the ice crystal trees. Xiahong approached and observed his surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he climbed the tree and retrieved his leather pouch to begin harvesting the fruits. The tree was laden with ripe essence fruits, each one the size of a fist and weighing nearly half a kilogram. Xiahong gathered over 500 kilograms in no time, the leather pouch in his hand growing heavier by the moment. Only when the bag could no longer hold another fruit did Xiahong finally cease his efforts. With the essence fruits secured, the next task was to gather timber. Xiahong hauled the essence fruits forward, waiting until he was nearly out of the Redwood Ridge, before beginning to search for suitable trees in the vicinity. While it sounds like a simple task of chopping wood, the reality is far from straightforward. The ice crystal trees were strictly off-limits. Firstly, because frigid beasts might be lurking among them, and secondly, they are the vital resource for the encampment. Their numbers are already scarce. To fell one would be no different than cutting off his own lifeline. The golden scale trees were also out of the question. For one, they were far too dense. Relying on the stone axe in his hand, he would certainly fail to make a mark. Furthermore, the frigid beasts preferred to slumber on the golden scale trees at night. Should he disturb them, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus, the only remaining target was the ironbone tree. Indeed, the periphery of the Redwood Ridge was dominated by these trees, accounting for roughly 90% of the forest. The problem, however, was that these ironbone trees were far too massive. Everywhere he looked, he saw trees with diameters of 4 to 5 meters, even 6 or 7 meters, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters. And deeper in, it was even worse. Xiahong even spotted trees with diameters exceeding 10 meters. The scale was truly absurd. Surveying these towering giants, Xiahong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It could be predicted that, for the encampment system, the resources required for future upgrades would certainly increase. So these inexhaustible, infinite reserves before him were, in truth, a blessing. Yet the issue remained that, as of now, he could not carry away a single one of these trees. He desired to select a substantial tree to fell, but setting aside whether he could actually cut it down, even if he succeeded, he lacked the strength to haul it back. After searching for over an hour, just as his megalophobia was beginning to overwhelm him, he finally discovered a suitable ironbone tree. Xiahong noted that this tree was over 3 meters in diameter and over 20 meters in length, similar to the firewood he had used in the cave previously, which meant he would likely have no trouble carrying it back. Xiahong set down the pouch, overflowing with essence fruits, drew the stone axe from his waist, and began by scraping away the outer layer of ice crystals from the bark. He spat twice into his palms, and began his diligent labor of felling the tree. 3 hours later, the massive trunk crashed down, sending a flurry of snow billowing across the frozen ground. Soaked in sweat, his back aching and his hands weary, Xiahong stepped forward to gaze at the zhuchuang tree lying on the earth, his face pale and etched with disbelief as he gasped for air. Only now did he truly understand why the wood-chopping squad of 13 under Jia Ding, every time they ventured out into the night, could return with, at most, 5 or 6 trees. He had just broken through to the wood-chopping realm, yet it had taken him 3 grueling hours to fell a single tree, leaving him on the brink of total exhaustion. Moreover, he could feel it clearly. His body would not be capable of such intense exertion again for quite some time. This meant that a single cultivator in the wood-chopping realm could fell, at most, 1 tree per night, and that was only under the assumption that they could ensure their own safety. Furthermore, the zhuchuang tree was already the softest, most easily felled timber in these peripheral regions. Before setting out that night, Xiahong had harbored thoughts of gathering all 200 units of wood required to upgrade the small campfire in one go, leaving the matter of the 50 units of iron for a later time. But only after the actual labor did he realize how arduous gathering those 200 units of wood would truly be. The moment the giant tree fell, the resource tally within the camp system shifted. The wood resource had increased by 5, while the coal, iron, silver, and gold remained at 0. He had spent an entire night, pushed to the limits of his stamina, only to acquire 5 units of wood. Xiahong comforted himself with the thought that they would simply have to rely on increasing their numbers to boost efficiency. Once Xiachuan and Yuan Chang achieved their own breakthroughs, the pace would surely quicken. He would have to be patient. There was no room for haste. After resting for a brief moment, Xia Hong stood up, lashed the sack of spirit fruits to the trunk, and hoisted the wood onto his back to begin the trek back to the camp. Having already witnessed the appearance of the snow leopard, and seeing Xia Hong return with both a tree and over 1,000 caddies of spirit fruit, the others in the camp barely registered a reaction. Naturally, knowing that their firewood and food supplies had been bottoming out, the replenishment brought a measure of relief to everyone's hearts. Xia Hong knew clearly that until his strength increased, no significant changes would occur within the camp. Therefore, in the days that followed, aside from utilizing the remaining flesh of the cold beasts for cultivation, he ventured out every single night. Of course, he did not return with a bounty every time. The location of the ice-hardened trees he had discovered was exhausted after 3 harvests, and he had no way of knowing when they might ripen again. Thus, Xia Hong began to widen the scope of his search. Fortunately, in the time that followed, he discovered 2 more trees, both of which were laden with spirit fruits. After harvesting the spirit fruits from these 2 trees over 6 separate trips, the stockpile in the camp suddenly surged to over 7,000 jin. With more food available, the people in the camp were not only able to eat their fill, but smiles also began to return to their faces. They were no longer as downtrodden and despairing as they had been before. In addition to the spirit fruits, every evening, Xia Hong would fell 1 tree and bring it back. 20 days later, their wood resources had skyrocketed from 5 to 87. Although their reserves of gold, silver, coal, and iron remained at 0, at the very least, gathering wood was no longer a struggle. Xia Hong remained diligent, continuing this systematic routine until the 24th day. Xia Hong dragged a tree back to the camp and heard some good news the moment he entered the cave. Yuan Cheng reported that he had achieved a breakthrough, and Xia Chuan also informed his elder brother that he had reached the wood-chopping realm. Against all odds, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng had both achieved a breakthrough at the same time. Witnessing the 2 of them successfully lift a 5,000 jin wooden pillar one after the other, Xia Hong let out a heavy sigh of relief. Although their group of 3 in the wood-chopping realm was very weak compared to other camps, they had finally taken their first steps. Furthermore, during this period, the progress made by the 5 men, including Yue Feng and Lin Kai, had also been significant. As long as they continued to follow their routine, it was only a matter of time before they fully restored their former states. The next day, just as night fell, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, their faces filled with excitement, strapped stones to their waists and followed behind Xia Hong. Xia Hong solemnly reminded them that Hongmu Ridge was extremely dangerous, and that outside, they must obey his every command. They were not to act on their own initiative, as the primary goal for tonight was to familiarize them with the territory of the Great Xia, and additionally, each of them had to fell a tree on their own. Sensing the gravity in Xia Hong's tone, Xia Chuan did not call him brother, but for the first time, he and Yuan Cheng addressed him as leader and acknowledged the order. Xia Hong nodded, gave a few instructions to the 5 men led by Yue Feng, and led the way out of the cave. Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan followed closely behind him. Now that Xia Chuan had also come outside, the responsibilities within the camp would naturally fall to the 5 men under Yue Feng. The camp was sufficiently concealed. As long as no extraordinary circumstances occurred, their safety should remain secure. Even though it was night, under the illumination reflected by the white snow, the excitement on the faces of Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng was still clearly visible to Xia Hong. In truth, it was not just them. Xia Hong himself had been very excited when he first ventured out, as he had been confined to the cave, and the entrance was sealed off during the day. In the past, when Xia Ding was still alive, they could still open the cave entrance at night to breathe in the fresh air. Since Xia Ding's passing, for over a month now, apart from him, no one else, having just transmigrated into this world, and after gaining an understanding of its nature, Xia Hong was struck by the feeling that humanity in this realm must surely be cursed, forever enduring the bitter cold, unable to witness the light of day, they could only hide within the shadows. The disparity in strength compared to the frost beasts was immense, compounded by inexplicable, life-stealing horrors. The dire circumstances faced by humanity in this world were truly beyond imagination. This could no longer be described as a hellish situation. Even the 18 levels of the true hell itself would likely be no more severe than this. Is there any among humanity who lives a decent existence? Xia Hong did not know, but at the very least, the scene before his eyes was a portrait of such a hell. He surmised that the living conditions within the settlement were likely not so dire. While Xia Hong's thoughts drifted, he arrived at the outskirts of the Hongmu Ridge. Xia Hong clarified that there were 2 objectives for the mission tonight. First, to lead the 2 of them to become familiar with the environment here, including where the frost beasts reside, and how to distinguish them. Furthermore, he needed to explain the local flora, as well as the sphere of influence of the Great Xia settlement. The second task was for each of them to fell a tree and bring it back tonight. The excitement on their faces had yet to fade, and Xia Hong did not wish to dampen their spirits, so he led them around the outskirts while briefing them on the situation. After more than 20 nights, Xia Hong knew the surrounding 500-meter radius like the back of his hand. He had identified the locations of 3 ice stone trees and 7 needle frost trees, all occupied by frost beasts. He described, one by one, the areas where the vermilion bone trees were most densely clustered, and where the smaller specimens could be found. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng remained silent, listening intently and committing every detail to memory. However, when the trio reached the location of the third ice stone tree, an unexpected event occurred. There were people near the third ice stone tree. Unlike Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, Xia Hong had been vigilant of his surroundings throughout their journey. Consequently, while still over 100 meters away from the tree, he detected movement in that direction. Xia Hong was the first to crouch down, signaling that there were people ahead and instructing the two to tread lightly, avoid making noise, and observe first. Xia Chuan and his companion followed him, circling around a snowdrift and taking cover behind a tree as they slowly approached the third ice stone tree. Although the visibility across the snowy plains was not entirely poor, it was still the middle of the night, and only upon reaching a point 30 meters from the tree was Xia Hong able to see the scene clearly. Upon witnessing the sight, his brows furrowed immediately, and his expression turned grim. From such a distance, it was impossible to distinguish their faces. However, he observed that there were 4 opponents in total, and furthermore, one of them was wielding a massive broadsword. They were clearly men from the Great Stone Encampment. This was the 5th time Xia Hong had seen intruders from the Great Stone Encampment encroaching upon his territory. Indeed, since the encounter with the snow leopard, in the 20 days that followed, Xia Hong had spotted men from the Great Stone Encampment on his land 3 separate times. During this period, he had managed to locate a total of 3 frost resin trees. The first tree was to the west, which happened to be the one closest to the Great Stone Encampment. The second tree was located more than 100 meters away from the North Path and Redwood Ridge, which he frequented. The third was the very tree currently before him, situated on the eastern edge of his entire territory. The Great Xia territory spanned a total of only 500 meters in width, and every time, Xia Hong would enter from the center. The previous 4 times he had spotted the Great Stone Encampment's men in the west, but this time, they had appeared in the east. This meant that the men from the Great Stone Encampment were not only trespassing with impunity, but their level of intrusion was becoming increasingly brazen. This time, Xia Hong did not choose to turn a blind eye. He stood up directly and, while walking toward the frost resin tree, loudly demanded to know why the 4 men from the Great Stone Encampment had crossed the boundary. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan realized these 4 were from the Great Stone Encampment, and they immediately rose in anger, following closely behind Xia Hong. Those who harbor guilty consciences are always easily startled. The 4 men from the Great Stone Encampment had been harvesting spirit fruits from the tree, but upon hearing the reprimand, they leaped down from the branches, turning back to stare at Xia Hong with visible tension. As Xia Hong approached, his eyes scanned their surroundings incessantly. The Great Stone Encampment employed 2 archers. He wondered if they were present as well. One of the 4 stepped forward to inquire about the identities of Xia Hong's group. Judging by his voice, he was a middle-aged man. As Xia Hong drew closer, he saw clearly that all 4 of them were middle-aged. The man who had stepped forward was the only one among them carrying a blade. The former owner of that broadsword had been decapitated by the snow leopard. Xia Hong identified himself as Xia Hong of the Great Xia Encampment. As Xia Hong scrutinized them, they likewise studied him. Once the man with the broadsword recognized Xia Hong's features, he immediately identified him as the son of Old Ding. The other 3 men also seemed to be acquainted with Xia Ding, and it was unclear whether they were intentionally offering praise or were genuinely taken aback by Xia Hong's youth. They spoke in unison, some stunned that he was still so young. Others realized that upon venturing out this evening, he had already reached the wood punishment realm. Some even lamented that Elder Ding had sired such a fine son. Xia Hong did not let the 4 of them steer the conversation elsewhere, directly reminding them that their harvesting of the fruit had crossed the boundary. The last person to jump down from the tree saw that Xia Hong still did not understand their intentions, and having been reminded of the boundary crossing, he was clearly somewhat incensed. He began to reprimand him while taking 2 steps toward Xia Hong, but before he could finish his sentence, the man holding the blade reached out to stop him. The blade wielder introduced himself as Wang Ming, claiming that he was acquainted with Xia Hong's father, Xia Ding, and that if Xia Hong wished, he could address him as Uncle Ming. Wang Ming explained that their encampment had recently suffered a disaster, resulting in a severe shortage of spirit fruits. They were truly left with no other choice but to lead men here tonight to borrow some provisions from the Xia family, promising to return them as soon as they survived this difficult period. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong's expression turned somber immediately, for the other party was clearly treating him like a fool. Xia Hong merely stared fixedly at Wang Ming, remaining silent for a long time. However, Xia Chuan, standing behind him, could no longer contain his anger. He bluntly pointed out that theft should be called theft, telling them not to call it borrowing, while simultaneously urging Xia Hong not to waste his breath on them. Xia Chuan reiterated the regulations established back when the encampments divided their territories, stating that trespassing on another's land was no different than an act of aggression, and declared that he would immediately return to report this to their father so he could lead men here. Hearing Xia Chuan's words, the expressions of Wang Ming and the 4 men behind him darkened instantly. If the timing had not been so inappropriate, Xia Hong would have truly liked to praise Xia Chuan, as he had been worried that his younger brother would be unable to maintain his composure, yet he had not expected Xia Chuan to be so quick-witted. Observing the faces of Wang Ming and his 4 men, Xia Hong surmised that there were likely only these 4 present tonight. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sweeping his gaze across the 4 of them, finally letting his eyes settle on the heavy blade in Wang Ming's hand, weighing whether he should leave all 4 of them here permanently. Since he dared to venture out tonight, he naturally had something to rely upon. Little did he know, this evaluating posture of Xia Hong appeared in Wang Ming's eyes, as if he were merely contemplating whether or not to go and notify Shed. Wang Ming was not afraid to risk his life if pushed to the brink, but if he could not secure a quick victory, or if one of the opponents managed to escape, and they truly summoned the rest of He Ding's group, the situation would escalate into an endless blood feud. Reflecting on the prospect of He Ding arriving with over a dozen warriors from the wood punishment realm, Wang Ming realized that even with his great blade, the 4 of them would face certain death by dawn. Wang Ming deliberated for a moment, before quickly arriving at a decision. He chose his words carefully to appease Ha Hong and Ha Chuan, stating that they would set down the spirit fruits and depart, promising never again to trespass on the Da Ha territory. Once the decision was made, Wang Ming did not hesitate. He signaled his companions to set the harvested spirit fruits upon the ground, and promptly led the other 3 as they retreated toward the west. Without ever looking back, Ha Hong watched the silhouettes of the 4 men as they withdrew, waiting until they had completely vanished, before turning around, giving a thumbs up to Han Chuan, and commending his impressive performance. Han Chuan chuckled, remarking that since a direct confrontation was impossible, he had no choice but to borrow the tiger's prestige to frighten them away. Hearing this, Ha Hong raised an eyebrow, yet remained silent. To engage in a direct conflict with the Dashi encampment now would clearly be unwise. The very fact that Ha Ding and the Wood Punishment Squad had gone missing for over a month and had not appeared in the Hongmu Ridge for such a long duration meant the people of the Dashi encampment had surely taken notice. Otherwise, they would never have dared to brazenly cross the boundary to plunder. If this situation were to drag on any longer, there was no guarantee they wouldn't uncover the truth. On the 3 previous occasions Ha Hong encountered them, their numbers exceeded 7, forcing him to exercise restraint. But tonight, the opposing party consisted of only 4 men, and furthermore, they lacked an archer. Such a golden opportunity was, of course, something Ha Hong would not let slip by. He believed that after this, the members of the Dashi encampment would not act so recklessly for some time to come. Nevertheless, Ha Hong still needed to find a way for Yue Feng and the others to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. For this ruse of posturing could only be used once or twice at most. Using it too often would eventually lead to their exposure. By this time, Ha Chuan and Yuan Cheng had hoisted the spirit fruits from the ground. Feeling their weight of over 1,000 jin, smiles immediately spread across their faces. Having gained such a harvest on their first outing was truly a cause for celebration. Ha Hong reminded the 2 to memorize the location of the 3rd ice fruit tree, then instructed them to continue following him to harvest the timber. Tonight, each of you is to fell 1 tree and bring it back. The 2 men hurriedly agreed, following closely behind Xia Hong. To the east of Hongmu Ridge, north of the slope where the great Jia encampment was situated, stood a steep, narrow mountain roughly 100 meters tall. The small mountain was shaped like an upright tower, measuring about 50 to 60 meters across, its peak entirely veiled in white snow. Aside from a few branches weighed down by frost, the body of the mountain was composed entirely of pitch-black stone. These stones were not only dark, but also coated in a thick layer of crystals, clearly the result of freezing cold energy accumulating over the years. A long vine hung from the eastern face of the mountain. At this moment, 4 figures were rapidly ascending the vine. Despite the height of over 100 meters, their movements were agile. In less than a few minutes, they reached the summit. The peak was a level expanse 50 meters wide, completely devoid of trees. Once they reached the top, the 4 walked straight toward the center, brushing aside the layer of snow covering the ground to reveal a square wooden slab, 5 meters in width. The leader, well acquainted with the path, lifted the slab, exposing a cave entrance 3 meters in diameter beneath it, from which a flicker of firelight instantly emanated. The 4 leapt into the cavern one by one. The last person closed the slab behind them, sealing the entrance securely. Below the entrance lay an immense square chamber, with a diameter of over 30 meters. From the ceiling to the floor, the space stood 30 to 40 meters high, divided into 2 levels by wooden and stone supports. On the stone floor, a bonfire reaching over 2 meters in height roared intensely. Around the fire, 300 to 400 people gathered, laughing and talking, while several children played nearby. The spirits of the people here were clearly far better than those at the Great Xia encampment. As soon as the 4 jumped down, A man from the crowd approached them with a wide smile. But upon drawing near and seeing they were empty-handed, his expression turned to one of confusion, and he asked Wang Ming why they had returned with nothing. Wang Ming dismissed him with a brief remark about bad luck, showing no desire to elaborate, then asked where their leader was, as there was an urgent matter to discuss. The man replied that the leader was practicing archery on the lower level. Hearing this, Wang Ming led his companions forward, hurrying toward the eastern side of the cavern. Following the sloping cliff wall down to the bottom, they quickly arrived at the lowest level of the cave. The space on the lower level was much like the one above, featuring a bonfire, though it was smaller in size. Beside the fire, two men faced a wooden board against the wall, bows in hand, practicing their aim. Wang Ming informed the leader that there was trouble at Hongmu Ridge, prompting the two men to lower their bows and turn toward him. Both were in their middle years, similar in build and stature, with thin frames and hands calloused from years of gripping the bow. Not only their physiques, but their features also bore a 70% resemblance. The man on the left possessed a scar roughly an inch long across his face, which, combined with his dark complexion and fierce expression, radiated an aura of murderous intent. The man on the right was significantly fairer in complexion, with a remarkably mild and gentle demeanor. Wang Ming walked straight toward the man on the right. It was clear that he was the leader Wang Ming had spoken of. Seeing Wang Ming approach, the man narrowed his eyes slightly and asked calmly about the situation. Wang Ming recounted that while he was gathering spirit fruits on the outskirts, he had encountered 3 members of the Great Xia camp. When Xi Qing assumed he was referring to Lao Ding, Wang Ming denied it, stating that he meant the man's 2 sons. Hearing this, Xin Qing was momentarily stunned, after which an expression of utter disbelief crossed his face, and he proceeded to confirm whether those 2 individuals were truly Lao Ding's sons. Wang Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation, stating that he had observed the 2 youths very clearly. They both resembled Lao Ding closely, and their ages aligned. There was no doubt they were his sons. Xin Qing felt puzzled, for the 2 sons of Xia Ding were still far too young, and given that the Great Xia camp consisted of only 13 people, it was fundamentally impossible for them to have a surplus of ice beast meat for the 2 children to cultivate with. Xin Dong, who had remained silent until now, let out a cry of astonishment, but as soon as he spoke, he turned to see that the expression on his eldest brother, Xin Qing's, face had become rather unsightly. Although Xin Dong possessed a hot-tempered nature, he was no fool, and he immediately grasped the crux of the matter, surmising that his elder brother suspected the group from Lao Ding's camp had scavenged the spoils from the snow-sect creature last time. Wang Ming slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened, concluding that it must be as they suspected, for the Great Xia side had only 13 members, their strength far inferior to his own, and for years they had relied solely on the fortune of scavenging the remains of ice beasts, barely managing enough resources for their own cultivation, let alone having a surplus of ice beast meat to spare for 2 children. Therefore, that portion of meat must have originated from the snow-sect creature. The 3 men reached a consensus, and their expressions immediately turned grim. During the hunt for that snow-sect creature, they had paid with the lives of 3 of their own, one of whom was Xin Qing's 3rd brother, Xin Kong, who had wielded the blade. In the end, they were forced to flee in terror, returning with nothing. Now that they realized the Great Xia camp had reaped the benefits, one can only imagine their current state of mind. It was not merely a matter of scavenging the spoils. It was highly probable that while they were hunting the snow-sect creature, the people from the Great Xia camp had been lurking in the shadows all along, waiting for them to retreat so they could emerge, and Xian Qing spoke with a frigid tone, convinced that the Daxia camp dared to engage in such treacherous schemes behind his back. Once they reached the Redwood Ridge in a few days, he would personally lead the team to test the true strength of Daxia. His once composed countenance darkened in an instant, while Xin Dong and Wang Ming, standing at his side, could no longer conceal their burning fury. The Daxi camp was certain that the Daxia camp had stumbled upon the frost beast through sheer luck. And the reason was simple. The camps surrounding Redwood Ridge were all far too weak. The only place capable of consistent hunting and securing the flesh and blood of frost beasts was a single faction, the Labage camp, which boasted 5 powerhouses at the earth-burrowing level. As for other camps hoping to acquire the meat of frost beasts, aside from trading vast quantities of timber, spirit fruits, or other scarce resources with the Lage camp, they could only rely on fortune. Such fortune, to put it bluntly, meant scavenging the carcasses of frost beasts in the forest. Frost beasts have a predatory nature. Usually, after defeating another frost beast, they cease their feast once their prey has perished, which means that for most, finding such a carcass guarantees a harvest. Yet, such opportunities are rare. Perhaps deep within the Redwood Ridge there are many such carcasses. But the problem is that they dare not venture that far. Out here in the outer perimeter, stumbling upon even 1 or 2 in a year is a stroke of great luck. Furthermore, having been neighbors for many years as fellow small camps, everyone knew exactly how much weight the Daxia camp carried. Typically, the limited supply of frost beast meat was prioritized for the members of the wood-felling team. Only the remnants were distributed to the younger members. Therefore, there was no doubt That frost beast had certainly been a windfall for the Daxia camp. Xia Hong remained oblivious to the resentment brewing within the Daxi camp. Ever since the night he drove them away, and subsequently led Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng to fell one tree each, the camp had entered a period of relatively stable development, with the three of them venturing out every night. The camp's reserves of timber and spirit fruits began to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Their spirit fruit reserves climbed from 7,000 jin to 12,000 jin, with 154 mouths to feed in the camp, and each person consuming 1 jin per day. Even if they ceased all outside activity, these fruits would suffice for over 2 months. As for timber, the stock had risen from 87 units to 210 units. With food and heating secured, the vitality within the camp naturally began to recover. Although they were still forced to seal the cave entrance tightly every night, at the very least the people were no longer suffering from hunger and cold. Yet, while others rejoiced, Xia Hong was keenly aware that the camp had merely restored itself to the state it held before the woodfelling team met its disaster. When Xia Ding was still present, the camp never lacked spirit fruits or timber. For a small camp like Daxia, the most precious and scarce resource remained the meat of the frost beast. Without the meat of the ice beasts, it was impossible to cultivate and grow stronger. If they simply maintained the status quo, even if they avoided the detection of the ice beasts, they would eventually be hunted down by monsters and succumb to the same fate as before. Furthermore, the spirit fruits were not an infinite resource. The spirit fruits from the 3 frost crystal trees had been picked clean, and no one knew when they would bear fruit again. Should they consume their remaining stock before the trees produced a new harvest, they would once again face starvation, and by losing their sole source of sustenance, the threat of death by hunger would become an imminent reality. Naturally, the Redwood Ridge did not contain only those 3 frost crystal trees. Xia Hong believed that deep within the forest there were certainly larger trees, more robust, and yielding far more fruit. But the problem remained that he dared not venture that far in. Therefore, the key to their survival still rested upon acquiring the meat of the ice beasts. The 30 caddies of ice beast meat, belonging to Yue Feng's group of 5, had been entirely consumed. All 5 had made significant progress, yet they remained far from a breakthrough into the timber felling stage. Xia Hong's own supply of 100 caddies of ice beast meat was also exhausted. Though his strength had increased considerably, he was still a long way from the earth-shattering stage. Xia Hong understood that if he could not continue to grow stronger, not only would the small campfire remain unupgraded, but he would also be unable to construct any other structures within his system. Thus, he had to find a way to hunt. Even if it involved a measure of risk, it was a risk worth taking. The camp system currently featured only a small campfire, and upgrading it from level 1 to level 2 required 200 units of wood and 50 units of iron. There was no shortage of wood. But as for resources like iron, without sufficient strength, even encountering them remained a mere fantasy. On one evening, as Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng were preparing to head out, Xia Hong summoned them and declared that they would attempt a hunt tonight. Hearing this, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng's eyes widened with immediate excitement. In fact, during their previous outings, they had often spotted ice beasts, specifically those slumbering among the trees. On several occasions, the two had proposed hunting them, but Xia Hong had always refused, citing the overwhelming strength of the ice beasts. Now, Xia Hong had taken the initiative to suggest a hunt himself. Nevertheless, Xia Hong warned them not to get too excited, for as he had stated, the ice beasts were formidable, and this attempt was strictly a test. He demanded that they act as they always had, emphasizing that they must obey his orders while in the wilderness. Because the current Great Xia faction possessed only 2 warriors at the timber felling stage, Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, he could not afford for any harm to come to them. Hearing the gravity in Xia Hong's tone, both men nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. After delivering his instructions, Xia Hong pulled 2 small torches from behind his back and handed one to each of them. As Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng received the torches, their eyes lit up, as they vaguely began to grasp his intention. Yuan Cheng surmised that Xia Hong planned to repeat his previous strategy, using the torches to lure the ice beasts into slaughtering each other, allowing them to reap the rewards as the fisherman who waits for the struggle to end. Xia Hong had, long ago, explained the true utility of the small torches to them. That Ha Chuan and Vian Than reacted with such haste was well within Ha Hong's expectations. Ha Hong confirmed this to be true. Hence, he maintained that this was merely a test, relying entirely on fortune. Deep down, Ha Hong felt a sense of reluctance, as using the small torch to lure ice beasts was a true waste of a precious resource. The function of the small torch, much like the small bonfire, was to suppress and eradicate malevolent spirits. Under normal circumstances, the small torch would be considered a high-grade artifact. One only needs to witness the ice beast's obsession with it to understand its value. It is a pity that the strength of the Great Xia encampment is currently too feeble, fundamentally unable to engage, nor daring to approach, entities such as malevolent spirits, so they are forced to use it merely to bait ice beasts. Furthermore, luring just one ice beast would be futile. They must draw out two, and force them to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Only once the slaughter is concluded, and one has fallen or been gravely wounded, will they have the chance to secure their prey. Such a method of hunting has conditions that are far too harsh. Naturally, the efficiency is extremely low. Yet this is the only strategy Ha Hong can conceive at this moment. A desperate measure for a desperate time. As night fell, Ha Hong led the two men swiftly toward Hongmu Ridge. The territory under the influence of the Great Jia encampment spans only 500 to 600 meters in total. Over these past few days, the three of them have come to know this area like the back of their hands. Generally speaking, there are not many ice beasts in this outer perimeter. The number of ice beasts they have identified and personally witnessed totals only 4. 2 snow lions, 1 bone wolf, and a creature resembling a mountain goat that Ha Hong does not recognize, nor does he recall Ha Din ever mentioning it. Ha Hong deemed the strength of that mountain goat uncertain, so he decided not to disturb it for the time being. Based on previous observations, the strength of the bone wolf and the snow lion are comparable, so the target remains these two. After locating the trees occupied by the snow lion and the bone wolf respectively, Ha Hong chose a position between the two, planted the torch in the ground, and then, 50 meters away, he instructed Vian Than and Ha Chuan to dig snow pits in preparation. Just as before, after lighting the torch, the three of them quickly dispersed, concealing themselves in their snow pits to observe the torch in silence. Ha Hong remained somewhat tense, for the situation this time was vastly different. Previously, the snow lion was a juvenile and, moreover, was blinded and severely injured. This time is different. They have observed that the snow lion and the bone wolf in these trees are both fully grown adults and in their prime state. He has no way of knowing how the battle will unfold. In sharp contrast to his anxiety, Vian Than and Ha, yet the eyes visible above the snow were still brimming with excitement. After all, this was the first time the two of them had ever witnessed a frost beast. Although their inner thoughts differed, time continued to slip away regardless. The efficacy of the torch truly did not disappoint Xia Hong's expectations. The torch had been lit for less than 2 minutes when the heavy, muffled sound of hooves echoed from the west. As the sound of the beast's approach resonated, the three, Xia Hong included, hastily held their breath. From the west, a gargantuan monster with shoulders 2 meters high and a body over 4 meters long slowly made its way toward the torch, step by deliberate step. Its back was covered in jagged, ice-like spines, and 2 massive fangs curved upward from its maw. Its ferocious eyes were fixed intently upon the torch, yet they occasionally scanned the surrounding terrain. Its immense stature ensured that every footfall sent snow spraying into the air. The heart of Xia Hong, hidden within the snow pit, trembled violently with every step the beast took. Xia Hong recognized this as a mature frost mastiff, weighing well over 1,000 jin. Compared to the cub he had encountered previously, this frost mastiff was clearly a size larger. Furthermore, judging by its cautious and probing gait, it was evident that the intelligence of this mature beast far surpassed that of the previous one. The frost mastiff slowly approached the side of the torch, and just like its younger counterpart, it first brought its nose close to the flame, sensing the warmth radiating from the light. Only a few seconds later, it was clear that the beast had felt the benefits of the torch. The frost mastiff's pupils dilated instantly, and its movements became noticeably relaxed and invigorated. Witnessing this scene, a heavy sensation took root in Xia Hong's heart. He silently pondered what kind of artifact the system had bestowed upon him, for it possessed the power to heal a frost beast and even bolster its strength. If a single torch was this potent, what of the small bonfire back at the camp? Should the frost beasts discover it, they would likely be driven into a frenzy. Xia Hong reminded himself that until he possessed sufficient strength, he must never reveal the bonfire. And he continued to observe. The frost mastiff stood before the torch for over a dozen breaths, its movements growing increasingly excited until it even rested its chin upon the flames. The fur on its chin did not burn. On the contrary, it appeared even more lustrous than before. Xia Hong could clearly sense that the aura of the frost mastiff had strengthened, even in the brief time since it had approached the torch. Fearing that he might disturb the beast in its euphoric state, Xia Hong dared not turn his head toward the east. Yet with the bone wolf nowhere to be seen, he began to wonder, could that creature have been frightened away? He had tested it previously, and the torch would only burn for 15 minutes. Now that a third of the time had passed, it seemed the torch would be wasted today. Fortunately, as this was his first attempt, such waste was to be expected. However, no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a heaven-shaking tremor suddenly erupted from beneath the snow. Xia Hong scanned the east, yet he discovered nothing. Although the disturbance within the snow was undeniably real, he could not fathom what was occurring. Beside the torch, the snow beast had also sensed the tremor, its gaze turning ferocious, as its previous look of contentment shifted into one of pure savagery. It stared intensely in the direction from which the noise originated, its pupils gradually turning blood red, while its two protruding fangs looked incredibly cruel. Immediately afterward, the sharp sound of something piercing the air suddenly rang out. Beneath the feet of the snow beast, a ring of jagged spikes unexpectedly erupted from the snow, striking directly at its most vulnerable underbelly. No matter how intelligent the creature was, it could never have anticipated spikes emerging from beneath its very feet. Although it reacted with lightning speed and lunged to the side, its abdomen was still slashed by a wound over 1 meter long. As the sharp spikes fully emerged from the snow, their master finally revealed its true form. Xia Hong's expression stiffened the moment he saw the familiar glacial beast. It was no special creature, but rather the bone wolf he had encountered before. It was, of course, a fully matured specimen. The object that had surged from the snow to strike the snow beast was the ring of serrated bone spikes upon its neck. This bone wolf possessed not only the ability to burrow beneath the snow, but also the cunning to approach silently, eventually launching a devastating surprise attack. While Xia Hong remained astonished by the bone wolf's intelligence, the wounded snow beast took action. Dark green blood flowed incessantly from its abdomen. The snow beast steadied itself and let out a frantic, earth-shaking roar toward the protruding spikes. The piercing sound tore through the night, shaking the icicles from the surrounding trees until they fell in heaps. Its eyes were filled with hatred as it locked onto the bone wolf's position, its hind legs stomping into the earth as it gathered its strength, lunging forward with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived. The bone wolf clearly understood that the snow beast had been driven into a frenzy, and unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation, it dove back beneath the snowy veil before darting straight toward the torch that had been knocked away earlier. Xia Hong instantly realized that the bone wolf intended to seize the torch and flee, and the enraged snow beast clearly perceived this as well. Compared to the wound on its stomach, the snow beast seemed to prize the torch far more. Without a moment's hesitation, it abruptly changed course, lowering its head to charge directly toward the torch. At first, Xia Hong thought it was lowering its head to build momentum, but upon closer inspection he realized that was not the case at all. The snow beast's fangs were buried deep into the frozen ground. As it charged with the force of a thunderbolt, the entire layer of snow on the ground was violently cast into the air. Furthermore, it charged forward while using all four limbs to intentionally churn the ground, kicking up a flurry of snow and exposing the earth beneath. It was clearly attempting to prevent the bone wolf from burrowing back into the snow. The bone wolf, still concealed beneath the snow, was sent flying by the fangs of the snow mastiff before it could even reach the torch. Though the bone wolf was not large, the sheer force of the impact was enough to snap a bone-casting tree behind it clean in two. Even so, the bone wolf rose to its feet in an instant, its crimson eyes fixed intently upon the snow mastiff. Bearing a maw filled with rows of sharp, dense fangs, its ferocity rising to a fever pitch, before it kicked off the ground with its hind legs and lunged straight at the snow mastiff. The snow mastiff feared nothing more than this display of brute, physical force, so as it faced the incoming charge, it did not evade, instead rushing forward to meet the beast head-on. However, the bone wolf's charge was merely a feint. Upon reaching the snow mastiff, it abruptly lowered its body, slipping past the snow mastiff's frame, and sank its dense, razor-sharp fangs deep into the beast's left hind leg. The bite force of the bone wolf was evidently formidable. The snow mastiff raised its head and let out a piercing shriek of agony, then swung its head, attempting to bite the bone wolf in retaliation. And when that missed, it tried to gore the beast instead, determined to shake the bone wolf from its body. Yet, having secured its grip, how could the bone wolf so easily let go? Utilizing its agile frame, it dodged and weaved, yet its jaws remained locked, quickly shredding the snow mastiff's left hind leg until blood flowed incessantly. With the tearing motion of its jaws, the white bone beneath the flesh even began to show. As the pain intensified, the snow mastiff realized its attempts to shake the beast off were futile, so its pupils constricted as it threw its weight to the side, collapsing to the ground, followed by a frenzied thrashing against the earth. With its 1,000-pound frame and the immense hidden power within its body, fueled by the primal instinct for survival, it quickly crushed the bone wolf, causing blood to stream uncontrollably from the creature's nose and mouth. Yet even then, the bone wolf clamped down tight, refusing to release its hold. The snow mastiff's violent thrashing continued for hundreds of strikes, but the bone wolf remained unyielding. It was unclear whether it was the frequency of the Shuizong's thrashing grew lower, and its strength steadily waned. By the time the flesh on its left hind leg had been torn from the calf all the way up to the thigh, revealing almost the entirety of the leg bone, the Shuizong finally collapsed. At this moment, the area within several dozen meters was in complete disarray, and even in the direction of Xia Hong, 50 meters away, the layer of snow on the ground had been significantly disturbed. Had they not been hiding in the snow pit a distance away, it is likely all three of them would have been sent flying by the shockwaves. Although Xia Hong was astonished, this was his second time witnessing such a feat, so he managed to maintain a semblance of calm on his face. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, meanwhile, stared with mouths agape, their eyes peering out from the snow, filled with shock and terror. They had originally believed that after breaking through to the Feimu realm, even if they could not claim to hunt cold beasts, self-preservation should have at least been within their capabilities. Only now did they realize how ridiculously mistaken they had been. Yet, the scene that followed left them even more incredulous. Having seen a Shui Zong feign death once before, Xia Hong was certainly not going to let his guard down. Feigning death is no simple matter. Even in his previous life, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to perform such a feat. Simply closing one's eyes and lying on the ground is not true feigned death. It is merely play acting. To truly feign death, one must usually follow 3 distinct steps. The first is to cease all respiration and remain perfectly motionless. This is merely the fundamental requirement. The second step is to command control over one's internal organs. Although the body remains still, the blood vessels continue to pulse, necessitating control over the organs to force the heart to cease circulating blood. As the stomach and intestines cease activity, the pulses throughout the body likewise come to a temporary halt. The final step is the concealment of one's aura. Concealment here does not mean simply holding one's breath, but rather suppressing the emission of one's vital essence. When an ordinary creature dies, the body rapidly decays, producing a foul stench known as corpse gas. Creating fake corpse gas is impossible, but one must at least lock away the living aura of the body to deceive a predator. Xia Hong had never observed a Shui Zong at such close range, but considering the cunning and caution displayed by the Chang Lang, he believed that if a beast could be deceived, then a cold beast like the Shui Zong must possess an innate, formidable talent for feigning death. Could the people at the Great Stone Encampment have truly been so careless? Who among those in the Feimush realm is not fighting to survive on the very edge of existence? If they could be deceived by mere amateurish tricks of feigned death, they would have perished countless times over already. Just as Xia Hong had surmised, the snow mastiff was indeed feigning death. At the very moment the bone wolf released its grip, the snow mastiff's rigid pupils suddenly stirred, 2 plumes of coarse breath hissed from its nostrils, and its visage twisted into an even more ferocious snarl. Although its left hind leg had been reduced to nothing but exposed white bone, the snow mastiff still managed to use it to heave itself upright before lunging toward the bone wolf with the crushing force of a collapsing mountain. Realizing it had been deceived, the bone wolf instinctively opened its jaws to resume the slaughter, but alas, the snow mastiff granted it no such opportunity, for as it collided with the beast, it struck with its back. The back of the snow mastiff was covered in jagged, reversed spikes. As the bone wolf opened its maw, the resulting carnage was easy to imagine. Those reversed spikes drove straight into its throat, piercing deep into the flesh, forcing a howl of agonizing pain from the bone wolf, as thick, dark emerald blood welled incessantly from the corners of its mouth. The bone wolf writhed violently upon the ground, desperate to escape, yet the snow mastiff shifted its weight to mirror every struggle, offering no reprieve. Only when the bone wolf's head was twisted entirely toward its own tail did the situation shift. A massive frame is an obvious advantage. But in a battle of life and death, even the smallest factor can become the key to victory or defeat. The snow mastiff's body was so massive that half its torso was sufficient to pin the bone wolf down. As the bone wolf twisted toward its own tail, its head finally found a moment to breathe. The bone wolf spun its head suddenly, biting deeply into the base of the snow mastiff's tail, right where the left hind leg had already been shredded. This vicious bite instantly sapped the strength from the snow mastiff. The bone wolf rapidly scrambled from beneath its foe, took a long, desperate leap into the depths of the forest, and fled into the distance without a single backward glance. In this engagement, the final victor was the mature snow mastiff. Last time the bone wolf had prevailed, but today, the snow mastiff stood triumphant. It appears that as low-level frigid beasts, the snow mastiff and the bone wolf possess no significant disparity in strength, but each employs a distinct style of combat with its own unique advantages. The snow mastiff possesses a massive frame, immense impact force, and a cunning aptitude for deception. The bone wolf, conversely, excels at exploiting the terrain, favoring ambush tactics and great bursts of speed, paired with an agile frame, and most importantly, the wisdom to flee when victory is out of reach. Xia Hong kept his gaze fixed on the bone wolf until it vanished entirely into the depths of the forest. He then turned his gaze toward the snow mastiff, which was limping toward the small torch. A flash of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Yet this hesitation lasted only for a fleeting moment. Xia Hong quickly surveyed the surroundings. He pointed to 2 nearby trees, instructing Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan that once he engaged the snow mastiff, each of them must climb a tree and remain there. Unless he gave the command, they were strictly forbidden from moving. Having given his orders, Xia Hong immediately rose from the snow, drew the stone axe from his waist, and dashed toward the snow mastiff with lightning speed. He had no choice but to be quick, for the snow mastiff was nearly upon the torch. That torch could heal the snow mastiff's wounds, and, furthermore, bolster its strength. In the winter snow forest, Scents are not as easily discerned as one might think. In this silent forest, sound is the most formidable weapon for every creature to perceive its enemies and surroundings. Even though they were 50 meters apart, the moment Jia Hong opened his mouth to speak, the snow mastiff detected him, though its instincts seemingly judged the insignificant pest nearby as posing no threat. So it continued to advance toward the torch. It was unfortunate that the wound on its rear left leg was so severe. It moved so sluggishly that by the time it realized, Xia Hong was already upon its flank. Sensing the danger, the snow mastiff could only turn its head, glaring at Xia Hong with ferocious eyes. This was the first time Xia Hong had faced a frost beast head-on, and a mature snow mastiff at that. Although he knew full well that his opponent had just endured a life-and-death battle, and that its strength was depleted by 70 to 80%, Xia Hong still felt a measure of tension in his heart. He reminded himself to remain calm. Regardless of its nature, it was still just a beast. Xia Hong took several deep breaths to steady himself, then locked his eyes directly onto those of the snow mastiff, a trace of savagery gradually emerging on his face. The insignificant pest before it dared to stare directly back. The snow mastiff was clearly incensed by Xia Hong's actions. Its crimson pupils burned as it suddenly lunged toward. It was a pity, however, that due to the severe injury on its rear left leg, its speed was lamentably slow. Xia Hong's gaze narrowed as the snow mastiff charged at him. He chose not to evade, instead gripping the stone axe in his mouth, then throwing his arms wide. With precision, he caught the massive fangs of the snow mastiff firmly in his hands. Despite its strength having waned significantly, yet the sheer force of the collision sent Xia Hong reeling back 5 to 6 meters. Had he not forcibly altered his trajectory and braced his feet against a massive tree behind him to absorb the brunt of the impact, he surely would have been thrown even further. Xia Hong realized that even with his strength of 400 caddies, he could not withstand the creature's power. The impact force of a mature Zhuizong at its peak must surely exceed 10,000 caddies. It is no wonder one must reach the Earth realm to hunt them. Despite the retreat, Xia Hong's hands remained clamped firmly onto the fangs of the Shuizong. The beast lifted its head, its maw agape, as it lunged toward Xia Hong. Witnessing this, Xia Hong's pupils constricted sharply. He forcefully released his right hand, gripping the stone axe wedged in its mouth, then used the momentum from the left fang to pivot his body. As the Shuizong thrashed its head, he leaned sharply to the left. A tongue, 5 to 6 meters long and as sharp as an ice spear, suddenly shot forth from the beast's mouth. Xia Hong narrowly dodged the strike, the terrifying appendage piercing straight through the massive tree behind him. Yet, the assault did not end there. Failing its first attempt, the tongue of the Shuizong suddenly turned limp. The section that had pierced the tree instantly softened, curling back toward Xia Hong's neck. The image of the swordsman at the Great Rock Camp, snatched by the beast's tongue before his head was sent flying, remained vivid in Xia Hong's mind. Naturally, he would not let the Shuizong have its way. In fact, the moment he braced against the stone axe and dodged the tongue, Xia Hong had already acted. The instant the tongue pierced the tree, Xia Hong released his left hand as well. Gripping the stone axe with both hands, he pushed off the tree with his feet once more, his body launching into the air as he brought the axe down heavily upon the creature's tongue. Hissing sounds erupted. Compared to the arrows and blades of the Great Rock Camp, the stone axe lacked sharpness, but the effectiveness of the strike depended on the target. The tongue is fundamentally one of the most vulnerable parts of any creature, and the Shuizong is no exception. The agonizing roar the beast emitted after having its tongue severed proved this beyond a doubt. Xia Hong took advantage of its weakness to strike. With the tongue severed, the portion trapped behind the tree was rendered useless. No longer burdened by fear, Xia Hong swung the stone axe wildly, raining blows upon the beast's gaping maw. The sheer force of the strikes sent the Shuizong stumbling backward repeatedly, but due to the injury in its leg, it retreated not only slowly, but with complete lack of coordination, swaying erratically from side to side, relying only on primal instinct to evade. Simultaneously, Xia Hong bellowed toward the tree, ordering Xiachuan and Yuancheng to descend and strike the beast's rear right leg with all speed. Two figures leaped from the branches, rushing toward the rear of the Shuizong. The cold gleam of the stone axe was reflected in Xia Hong's eyes, which were wide with the intensity of his effort. Xia Hong knew he had succeeded. This snow mastiff was, in truth, exceptionally cautious. When dealing with the wolf of bones, no matter how heavily wounded it became, it never once used its tongue. Clearly, these icy beasts that spend their entire lives struggling within the deep forests possess a wealth of combat experience. They know how to withhold their trump cards, refusing to reveal them until the moment of life or death. It is merely a pity that Xia Hong is a man who calculates against the heartless. He lured the snow mastiff toward the side of the great tree, specifically so that its tongue would pierce through the trunk, hindering its movements, and allowing him to strike at its greatest weakness. Indeed, Xia Hong's target from the very beginning had been its tongue. During the previous hunting expedition by the Great Rock Encampment, he had witnessed the entire ordeal. Even the great blades could not breach the snow mastiff's hide, let alone the stone axe held in his own hand. The wolf of bones could use its sharp claws to tear open the beast's belly and its fangs to shred the muscles in its legs. Xia Hong was certainly not naive enough to believe that he could achieve the same. The tongue was nearly the only point where one could inflict injury, and furthermore, it was a lethal weak point. Coupled with the fact that his strength had recently surged to 400 jin, Xia Hong decided to place this gamble. Reality proved that his wager was correct. The icy beast was powerful, but it was not invincible. With its front pinned tightly by Xia Hong, and its rear left leg hacked viciously by the stone axes of Xie Chuan and Yuan Chang, the snow mastiff, despite its desperate will to survive, was ultimately forced to succumb to its fate and fall. The colossal creature, weighing over 1,000 jin, collapsed with a thunderous crash. The three of them were nearly exhausted, yet expressions of unbridled joy and excitement involuntarily surfaced on their faces. The three estimated that this snow mastiff must weigh over 1,000 jin, perhaps even more, and believed that Yue Feng's group of 5 would surely be able to achieve a breakthrough. Xia Hong, however, was not blinded by this joy. After standing up, he immediately extinguished the burning torch, instructed the other two to shoulder the carcass of the snow mastiff, and led them both in a swift retreat toward the encampment. A prey of such size, whether it attracted other icy beasts or rival humans, would prove fatal to the three of them in their current state of exhaustion. Fortunately, while the journey back was fraught with tension, they encountered no danger. At long last, the three arrived back at the encampment. After confirming the secret code, the cave entrance opened. Only when they had truly set the snow mastiff down upon the ground, borrowing the flickering light of the campfire within the cave to observe this prey, Xia Hong's state of mind finally truly stabilized, and a faint, relieved smile appeared on his face. Everyone in the settlement was astonished that they had managed to hunt and bring back a cold beast. They marveled at how their leader possessed strength that defied belief. For when the previous leader was in power, they had never once seen a cold beast of such magnitude, and this one clearly weighed over 1,000 jin. Whether it was the 5 in Yue Feng's group, the dozen or so peers, or everyone else remaining in the settlement, they had all crowded around the three who had returned with Xia Hong, gazing at the massive frame of the snow beast upon the ground, its razor-sharp fangs, and its lethal claws. After a moment of whispered discussion, everyone turned to look at the three with expressions of reverence, bordering on fanaticism. Xia Hong was no stranger to these gazes. Each time he brought resources back to the settlement, such looks appeared with increasing frequency. As for this reverence and fanaticism, Xia Hong did not pay them much heed, because any living being, upon witnessing another that is far stronger, will inevitably harbor such emotions. What Xia Hong cared about more was something deeper within their eyes. Hope. Only when people possess hope do they have motivation and the courage to carry on. From the very moment he transmigrated, Xia Hong had discovered that the people in the settlement generally lacked hope. Even when Jia Ding was still in power, despite the settlement having enough spirit fruits to eat and no issues with heating, one could not find a shred of hope on their faces. In truth, this was quite easy to understand. Spirit fruits to fill their bellies and warmth to ward off the cold could only sustain life, ensuring they did not die of hunger or freezing. But the reason humans are human is that they do not live solely for the sake of mere survival. These people have been forced to hide in the shadows since the moment they were born. To them, the world outside, the cold beasts, the ghosts, and even the sunlight itself was a lethal threat. A sense of security and self-respect were the things they lacked the most. And both of these require immense strength to uphold. The flesh and blood of the cold beast was their only hope to become stronger. Previously, when Jia Ding was in power, the frequency with which the great Jia settlement acquired the meat and blood of cold beasts was far too low, and thus, the number of people who could receive a portion was far too few. But now, Xia Hong had assumed the role of leader for only 2 months, and he had already brought back 2 snow beasts. Without a doubt, this had brought a perhaps his time had not yet come, but with the logging team being re-established, as the number of men increased, the volume of prey brought back would only grow, and eventually, his turn would surely arrive. This was the true reason why the people looked at Xia Hong with such reverence and fervor, because Xia Hong had bestowed upon them the most precious thing of all, hope. After skinning and deboning, a total of 270 caddies of cold beast meat was harvested. As the weight of the meat was announced, the excitement of the crowd reached a fever pitch. Everyone turned their gazes toward Xia Hong, awaiting his distribution. Most knew they would not receive a share, but they were desperate to see how Xia Hong would allocate the spoils. How would he handle this snow mastiff? Xia Hong had already devised a plan. Seeing all eyes upon him, he declared that from this day forward, all cold beast meat in the camp would be distributed according to a 3-5-2 ratio. The hunters would claim 3 parts. The lumber-felling reserve team, that is, Yue Feng and his 4 companions, would claim 5 parts, and as for the remaining 2 parts, anyone aged between 15 and 22, with a base strength exceeding 1,000 caddies, would be eligible for a share. Furthermore, Regardless of age or gender, anyone possessing a strength exceeding 2,000 caddies could join the lumber-felling reserve team. Additionally, the remainder would be set aside for everyone. For instance, with this haul of 270 caddies, the extra 70 caddies would be distributed among every soul in the camp, providing a welcome change of diet for all. Upon hearing this 3-5-2 proposal, the camp was struck with astonishment. The hunters themselves were only taking 3 parts, and when they heard that, regardless of age or gender, anyone with a strength exceeding 2,000 caddies could join the reserve team to claim a portion of those 5 parts, the entire assembly fell into a deathly silence. When they realized the extra 70 caddies would be shared among everyone in the camp, those who had assumed they would receive nothing suddenly looked up, their eyes locked firmly on Xia Hong. From within the crowd, voices emerged, trembling with disbelief. Someone asked if they, too, would one day be able to join the logging team. Others could not believe that women were included. Some questioned if they had misheard, and others were stunned that even they would receive a share. They all stared at Xia Hong, unable to fathom his generosity. When he nodded, confirming their ears had not deceived them, smiles bloomed across their faces. Some were even moved to tears of joy. It is unknown who first shouted, "Long live the leader!" But immediately, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar of jubilation. The people were overcome with fervor, chanting his praises, and some even fell to their knees to kowtow before Xia Hong. Whether it was those cheering or those kneeling in worship before him, Xia Hong did not stop them, for he understood these people, and he understood their actions as well. When Jia Ding was in power, the cold beast meat in the Dajia camp was reserved only for the logging team and their direct descendants. Others could not even dream of receiving a share. This was not because Jia Ding was short-sighted. He also knew that the more people at the woodcutting realm, the stronger the camp's overall force would be, allowing them to secure more resources. Therefore, enabling more people to reach a breakthrough would maximize their benefits. Xia Ding understood this logic, but the problem was that he lacked the ability to implement it. Because he possessed no skill in hunting, the method of acquiring cold beast meat was, to put it kindly, a matter of luck, and to put it bluntly, it was merely scavenging. In a situation of scarce resources, he could only prioritize the logging team. But things were different now. Xia Hong's face was filled with exhilaration, because the greatest gain from tonight's hunt was not actually this 1,000-caddy snow beast, but the fact that he had proven the feasibility of hunting with small torches. Although it involved no small amount of luck, it was indeed viable. Before his strength was sufficient to confront low-level cold beasts head-on, he now possessed a hunting method that had been proven successful. Thus, the significance of this goes without saying. It meant that the area surrounding Hongmu Ridge was no longer the exclusive hunting ground of the Luoge camp. The Daixia camp could now stake its claim as well. His style of operation was vastly different from that of Xia Hong's previous logging team. Although it was built upon a foundation of abundant resources, those in the camp who were unaware of the underlying situation did not care. They only believed that Xia Hong possessed great capability and was, furthermore, entirely selfless. From the night of the distribution of the cold beast meat, there was not a single person in the camp who did not look upon Xia Hong with fervent expressions, respectfully addressing him as their leader. Their respect and admiration had, without exaggeration, reached the level of true believers. Xia Hong was certainly not foolish enough to prevent them from doing so. After all, special circumstances call for special measures. Hidden in the darkness year after year, never seeing the light of day, without enough food to eat, and without enough clothing to keep warm. The term extreme desperation was hardly enough to describe the plight of the people in the camp. In such a world, providing them with a pillar of support was by no means a bad thing. After all, with a foundation to rely on, people will naturally harbor hope. Of course, all of this must be built upon a sufficient supply of frost beast meat. After subtracting 70 jin, according to the 3:5-2 ratio, Xia Hong was allocated 120 jin of frost beast meat. Based on his current cultivation progress, this amount would only suffice for half a month. Yue Feng and the other 4 men were each allocated 120 jin as well. Xia Hong had calculated that, given their current progress, this share would not be enough for them to achieve a breakthrough, meaning there was still a shortage of frost beast meat. The hunting expeditions could not cease. Fortunately, as long as no unforeseen accidents occurred, there would at least be no shortage of small torches. Xia Hong understood that the collection of wood must not stop. As long as there was a continuous supply of small torches, the success of the hunt was merely a matter of probability. If they encountered a powerful foe, they must not charge recklessly. As long as they could lure a frost beast every time, a harvest was inevitable sooner or later. Once the frost beast meat had been distributed, everyone began to gather around the campfire to roast the meat. In just a short while, the entire cave was filled with the savory aroma of cooking meat. Those in the encampment who had not eaten, or had perhaps never even tasted frost beast meat before, all wore expressions of intoxicated delight. Looking at the satisfied faces of the people, Something deep within Xiaohong's heart stirred. A meal of meat was a trivial matter in his past life. Yet here, it had become an extravagant dream for these people. In his previous life, while suffering from the progressive freezing disease, he had once loathed the world immensely, resenting its injustice to the point that he ultimately chose to end his own life. He had felt that life was unfair. But what about the people in the Daxia encampment? What about the other souls living in this terrifying, frozen world? Do these people find their existence fair? Living in the darkness? Who can they blame? Perhaps his arrival in this world was intended as a hope that he might do something for them. Yet, just as the Daxia encampment was filled with joy and excitement, on the outer perimeter of Redwood Ridge, Xin Qing led 12 men from the Deshan logging team, and after searching the Daxia territory for several rounds, his expression grew increasingly unsightly. For 3 consecutive days, they hadn't even found a trace of the quarry, causing the hot-tempered Xingdong to lose his composure after searching for several rounds to no avail. He began to wonder if Lao Ding's group truly had no need to go out and search for food. Wang Ming, standing to the side with a great blade in his hand, but after turning his head to look toward the east of the Redwood Ridge, he immediately turned around and suggested to Xin Qing that they should head toward that hillside. The moment these words left Wang Ming's mouth, everyone fell into an instant silence, and even Xin Qing did not answer right away, instead lapsing into a solemn silence. Weak campsites, such as theirs, fundamentally adhered to an unspoken rule. They had to maintain total secrecy from one another. Under a severe scarcity of resources, human nature became something utterly terrifying. Surrounding the Redwood Ridge, there were originally dozens of campsites in the early days. When food was abundant, naturally nothing amiss occurred. But once they could no longer harvest essence fruits and other forms of sustenance, and were truly driven to a desperate dead end, humans eating other humans was far from impossible. Furthermore, those capable of freely venturing outside at night were strictly at the logging realm, and a logging realm expert trespassing into another's campsite at will could hardly fail to arouse dark suspicions. Therefore, the weaker a campsite was, the more desperately they had to hide their existence from one another. Naturally, because Great Shi was a neighbor to Great Xia, even with their hidden nature, they actually knew each other's approximate locations. It was merely that the coordinates were not entirely precise. But if they truly did, as Wang Ming suggested, and rushed toward that hillside right now to seek out the precise location of Great Xia's campsite, then a massive blood feud would be sealed between both factions, and a single careless move could even escalate into an absolute struggle unto death. Xin Qing shook his head, rejecting Wang Ming's proposal, deeming it utterly unnecessary. In the past, Old Ding had aided them, and he did not truly wish to do anything severe to Xia Ding. Delivering a minor lesson to ensure Great Xia entertained fewer wayward thoughts in the future would suffice. As fellow small-scale campsites, despite the competition, to put it bluntly, they were all merely wretched souls struggling to survive. That snow sable had been effortlessly claimed by Great Xia, which naturally infuriated Xin Qing, but in all fairness, the opposition had not directly sabotaged them. Furthermore, when they lacked manpower during past hunts, Xia Ding had even lent his aid. Pushing things to such a bitter extreme was truly uncalled for. While deep in thought, Xindong suddenly pointed toward the depths of the dense forest, spotting someone over there and suspecting it to be Old Ding. Shi Qing and the others all followed the direction of his finger, and indeed, deep within the forest, over 10 figures were slowly advancing toward them. As a marksman, Xin Qing possessed exceptional eyesight, and very quickly discerned that there were exactly 13 individuals, which was the precise count of Great Xia's logging team, including Xia Ding himself. Examining the figure of the man in the lead, Xin Qing immediately identified him as Lao Ding. Having finally found their target, he led his group forward. Shi Dong, Wang Ming, and the 10 others followed closely behind Shi Qing. The man leading them was, indeed, Xia Ding. Seeing this, the memory of the 3 brothers who perished days ago, compounded by the loss of the snow beast they had managed to secure, immediately flooded the minds of everyone from the Dashi camp. In an instant, their fury burned like an inferno. Xin Qing accused Xia Ding of playing foul, despite them having been neighbors for many years. Unlike the relatively polite tone of Shi Qing, Shi Dong and Wang Ming were far from courteous. In fact, they were downright aggressive. They interrogated Xia Ding regarding the remaining meat of the snow beast, demanding he surrender it all, and threatening that, otherwise, they would not hesitate to loose their arrows, regardless of their past acquaintance. They also blamed him for the death of their 3 brothers. They claimed that Xia Ding had walked away with the snow beast without uttering a single word, and if he did not provide an explanation today, he would not be allowed to leave. Yet, as the 3 of them finished speaking, neither Xia Ding nor the 12 men behind him showed even the slightest reaction. They simply stood there in a trance, staring blankly at them. After a long moment, a smile slowly formed on Xia Ding's face. However, in the eyes of those from the Da Shi camp, this smile appeared profoundly eerie. It was clearly an ordinary expression, yet it looked as though someone with poorly aligned features was struggling to contort their face into a grin. Xin Qing frowned, and before he could speak, his younger brother, Xin Dong, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward twice, cursing at Jia Ding in anger. Yet, even through the verbal assault, Jia Ding's group remained completely unresponsive. Observing the stiff, unnatural expressions on the faces of Jia Ding and the 12 woodcutters standing in the shadows behind him, Xin Qing instinctively felt that something was horribly wrong. A sharp, piercing hiss like a silver needle tearing through the wind suddenly rang out. Xi Qing's expression shifted violently, his body recoiling sharply before he raised his bow and nocked an arrow, shouting a desperate warning. "Everyone, retreat immediately!" But it was already too late. The 3 men who were the slowest to retreat suddenly froze, standing perfectly still without the slightest movement. Looking closely, the pupils of the 3 men had dilated, and between their brows, a tiny red dot had appeared, from which fresh blood began to slowly seep. The 3 corpses fell silently to the ground, leaving Xin Qing and the others struck with profound terror. Xin Qing was inwardly horrified by the sheer magnitude of Jia Ding's strength, yet his reactions remained swift and decisive. Observing that the 13 men led by Jia Ding had dispersed to pursue them, he immediately ordered a counterattack, instructing Xingdong to veer left in search of cover, while Wang Ming led the remaining team to hold their ground. The pursuit speed of Jia Ding's group was relentless. However, having lost 3 men in the previous clash, only 10 remained. To continue fleeing aimlessly would only provide the enemy the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. The members of the camp moved with seasoned coordination. Upon receiving the order, they ceased their retreat. Gripping his broadsword, Wang Ming led 7 men behind him and turned to face their pursuers, while Xin Qing and Xingdong swiftly ascended a towering tree on either side. The swordsmen acted as the vanguard, initiating a feint attack. Hidden in the shadows, Xin Qing and Xingdong prepared to unleash their arrows as the primary strike force. This was the tactical formation the Great Stone Camp had long employed to confront their adversaries. Opposite them, Wang Ming stood firm, leading his 7 men to confront the 13 under Jia Ding's command. He cast an indifferent glance down at the 3 corpses littering the ground, his hands tightening around his blade, as if the weapon could provide a fleeting sense of security. Even now, they could not comprehend how those 3 men had met their end. Jia Ding clearly had not moved, nor had the 12 men standing behind him. From where exactly had that sound like a silver needle piercing the air originated? Why was it that as soon as that sound resonated, the 3 men had fallen as if cursed, meeting instant death? And then there was Jia Ding. No one understood when he had become so formidable. The unknown breeds fear, yet it also serves to ignite a desperate, burning will to survive. Seemingly sensing that their odds of survival were grim, Wang Ming let out a thunderous roar. The fear in his heart transformed into fury and madness, and he charged toward Jia Ding, leading the assault. As the man with the highest cultivation prowess after Xi Qing and Xindong within the camp, Wang Ming's desperate charge was undeniably powerful. His blade tore through the night, emitting a sharp, cutting whistle. The violent gust, generated by his overwhelming force, churned the snow upon the ground, hurling it several meters into the air, reaching Jia Ding in what felt like a mere heartbeat. With eyes wide in fury, Wang Ming poured his entire life strength into this single strike, convinced that if this blade connected, the opponent would be either slain or at least severely maimed. Such was the first thought that crossed Wang Ming's mind the moment he felt his. Yet the outcome was the exact opposite of what he had envisioned. With a single tilt of his body, Jia Ding evaded the blade. Not only did he dodge the strike, but he maneuvered directly to his opponent's flank. Seizing the momentum, he pressed his hand onto the spine of the saber, pinning the weapon straight into the snow and driving it several inches deep into the frozen earth. Wang Ming was stunned. He could not comprehend how Jia Ding could move with such speed, leading him to suspect that Jia Ding had already achieved a breakthrough into the earth-quelling realm. The fierce whistling of a fist cutting through the air reached his ears, abruptly shattering the astonishment in Wang Ming's heart. He realized Jia Ding had launched his counterattack, and having committed so much force into his previous strike, with his momentum fully extended, he knew that even if he were to release the blade now, he could not evade this incoming blow from Jia Ding. Therefore, he did not let go. Trapped in this seemingly certain death, Wang Ming should have been consumed by fear. Instead of terror, however, a triumphant smile spread across his face. The sound of arrows tearing through the air erupted from the canopy of the great tree where Xinqing and Xingdong had been hiding. In 2 rapid volleys, 4 arrows whistled toward the clearing, all aimed directly at Jia Ding. The trajectory of those arrows was calculated with lethal precision. The first 2 arrows targeted Jia Ding's left hand, which pinned the saber, and his right fist, currently mid-strike toward Wang Ming, while the remaining 2 were aimed directly at his face. Having collaborated with the Shis brothers for many years, the coordination between the 3 had reached a level where words or glances were no longer necessary. Wang Ming had charged forward with his blade, never intending to inflict any actual damage upon Jia Ding, but solely to create an opening for Xinqing and Xindong. Yet, they had never never imagined that Jia Ding's speed would be so formidable. He not only effortlessly evaded Wang Ming's blade, but managed to instantly turn the tables by pinning the weapon. While that control was successful, it simultaneously restricted Jia Ding's own mobility. The 4 arrows had effectively sealed off every path of retreat for Jia Ding. Even if he were to pull back now, at best he might evade the 2 arrows targeting his arms, but there was no escaping the 2 arrows aimed at his face. However, the scene that followed left everyone present in absolute shock. Jia Ding did not retreat, and the ferocity of his punch only intensified. All 4 sharp, deadly arrows struck their intended targets, and in the second volley, 1 arrow even pierced through Jia Ding's right eye, embedding itself at least 4 inches deep. Yet despite this, Jia Ding's ferocious right fist landed true. Before Wang Ming could even turn his head, his body was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into the snowbank behind him with a thunderous impact. He possessed the strength of the wood-punishing realm and a resilient physique. While his skull was not shattered by that single strike, it was crushed inward by half. With but 1 blow, Wang Ming's life was extinguished. He perished, just like that. Yet, Jia Ding, with 4 arrows protruding from his body, seemed entirely unaffected. He first straightened his posture, then slowly turned his head. His left eye, unpierced by any arrow, stared through the veil of the night, fixing its gaze upon the 2 great trees behind him, while that eerie, chilling smile remained etched upon his face. Whether it was the 7 individuals engaged in combat, or Xiqing and Xindong hiding in the great trees behind, every heart was now filled with overwhelming terror and dread. At this point, if Xinqing could not discern the situation, he would have been a fool to hold the title of leader. In a state of horror, he shouted a warning for everyone to flee, declaring that this creature was not Jia Ding, but the demon of Redwood Ridge. He then drew his bow and nocked an arrow, unleashing all 8 arrows from his quiver in a single breath. His target was not Jia Ding, but the 7 members of the woodcutting team who were currently pinned down. Xingdong, positioned on the other side, did exactly the same. The 7 members of the woodcutting team, already mentally shattered by Shi Qing's mention of a demon, found themselves unable to retreat due to the pressure from their opponents. But as over 10 sharp arrows whistled through the air to assist them, the 7 members believed their path to safety had opened, and they turned to flee, while the arrows flew toward their pursuers. Yet, much like Wang Ming's fate moments ago, none of the members of the great Jia woodcutting team bothered to dodge the incoming sharp arrows. They ignored the shafts, burying themselves into their flesh, recklessly continuing their pursuit. Those struck in the chest were knocked down by the immense kinetic force of the arrows, but those hit only in their limbs merely slowed their pace for a fleeting moment. The 2 slowest individuals among the 7 were instantly overtaken. There was no talk of resistance. Before they could even turn around, they were hacked into a mass of mangled flesh by the stone axes of those behind them. The 5 who had managed to escape looked back to witness this slaughter, and they did not dare to slow their pace for even an instant, sprinting desperately toward the rear, following in the frantic wake of Xinqing and Xindong. However, Jia Ding clearly had no intention of sparing them. The 13 men, all with arrows protruding from various parts of their bodies, charged with the speed of a violent storm. Leading the charge was Jia Ding. The arrow embedded in his right eye vibrated violently with every stride he took. The scene was, by any measure, truly gruesome. Despite fleeing for his life, Xinqing had not yet completely lost his reason. He knew he could not retreat toward the encampment, for if he led them there, everyone would surely perish. Thus, he led Xindong and the remaining 5 men, intentionally fleeing in the opposite direction. A sharp, piercing sound reached his ears, causing Xinqing's expression to tighten. This was already the 2nd time. How could he possibly fail to recognize it? It was this very sound that had echoed just before those 3 men died in such an inexplicable manner. Xinqing's heart burned with anxiety. He frantically scanned his surroundings, forcing himself to remain calm to pinpoint the source of the noise. Suddenly, a thin, dense streak of light shot toward his eyes from ahead. Xinqing, who was sprinting desperately, ducked his head violently, while shouting at those behind him to do the same, sensing something ahead. Xingdong, being the closest to him, was the first to lower his head. Of the 5 men trailing behind, 3 also ducked in time, but the last 2, whether due to failing to hear the warning or simply reacting too slowly, remained upright and continued to charge forward. Although nothing stood in their path, these final 2 suffered the same fate as the 3 before them. Their bodies suddenly went rigid, and 3 crimson dots appeared inexplicably between their eyebrows. Fresh blood seeped from these marks, as both men collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Xinqing ran with wild abandon, his heart bleeding with grief. Only days ago, while hunting that snow-scaled beast, they had lost 3 men, including his own brother, and now 8 more had perished. The Great Stone Logging Team had once numbered 16. Now, only 5 remained. More importantly, it was uncertain whether even these 5 would survive, for that spectral monster continued its relentless pursuit. Their stamina was waning, and their pace grew increasingly sluggish. Yet when they glanced back at the beasts in pursuit, their speed had not faltered in the slightest. A wave of despair washed over Xinqing, the grim realization settling in that the Great Stone Camp was likely doomed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp, youthful voice suddenly echoed from the right. To the fleeing men, the sound was like the music of the heavens, carrying with it a sense of resolve, that the target had finally been found, and that this time, there would be no escape. As the voice reached their ears, a breathtaking streak of swordlight flashed before their eyes. Though the strike originated from dozens of meters away, it arrived in the blink of an eye, a testament to its immense velocity. The swordlight tore through the air with a piercing hiss, its lethal sharpness evident to all. Everything they heard and witnessed unfolded in a flash of swordlight, akin to a ribbon of silver, erupted and descended in a mere heartbeat. That blade was simply too fast. It moved with such blinding speed that before the group of Xinqing could even discern the movement, 2 of the 13 pursuers had already been decapitated. Although it was the dead of night, they stood at the fringe of the redwood ridge. The vegetation here was not as dense as in the inner depths, and combined with the pale reflection from the snow-covered ground, the vision of Xinqing's party remained largely unimpeded. As the swordlight vanished, the figure behind it naturally fell into the gaze of Xinqing's group. At the sight of him, everyone, including their leader, Xinqing, felt an immediate, involuntary sense of inferiority. He was a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a brown, velvety fur coat, with a soft, white fur scarf wrapped around his neck, clearly fashioned from the tail of a frost beast. On his feet were boots of polished, black animal hide. This sense of inadequacy among Xinqing's group was not without reason. The 5 of them wore nothing but tattered, threadbare animal hide tunics that were barely held together. Yet, even such primitive garments were a luxury. Among the 300 people in the Great Rock encampment, fewer than 50 possessed even that much. The vast majority of others were forced to clothe themselves in dried leaves. These so-called leaf garments were merely large, sun-dried leaves stitched together to form a crude covering. Naturally, this plight was not unique to the Great Rock encampment. Around the Redwood Ridge, aside from the slightly better-off Leji encampment, all others suffered the same miserable fate. There was no alternative. A complete, undamaged animal hide was, in itself, a testament to one's strength. Even the Lejez encampment could not guarantee that their hunting parties would return without ruining the pelt of their prey, let alone the smaller, weaker encampments. Therefore, the sight of the complete, pristine attire on the youth was enough to fill them with deep shame, not to mention that the shimmering silver longsword in his hand had dispatched 2 monsters in the blink of an eye. While Xinqing's group stood in stunned silence, the youth moved once more. He wielded his sword with the grace of a dancer, and in an instant the frigid blade tore through the darkness, carving 7 or 8 arcs of light into the air. With a speed reminiscent of chopping vegetables, he severed the heads of the remaining 10 monsters trailing behind Jiading. Recalling how they had scrambled in terror to escape the creatures, and witnessing the effortless manner in which the youth slaughtered them, the stark contrast only deepened the sense of inferiority within the 5 survivors. After dispatching the 10 figures, the youth did not immediately turn his blade upon Jiading. He merely observed him calmly, offering slow, measured comments on the objects he had crafted. Yet, before the young man could finish his sentence, that familiar sound suddenly echoed through the air once more. Xinqing's expression shifted drastically. He hastily shouted a warning, urging the young master to exercise caution. However, his warning proved to be entirely superfluous. Even before he had finished speaking, the young man had already turned to look behind him. With a slight twitch of his ears and a swift glance, he locked his gaze onto the crown of a towering tree on the left side of the dense forest. Having identified the target, the young man signaled for Li Hu and Lan Ming to advance with him. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 figures emerged from the right, surging rapidly toward the giant tree he had marked. Simultaneously, the young man abandoned all interest in Xiading, pushing off the ground with immense force and lunging toward the tree. The trio moved with such blinding speed that, before Xinqing could even process the movement, the giant tree had been severed clean through by the young man's blade. The entire upper portion of the tree crashed down with a thunderous roar. This spectacle caused the expressions of Xinqing's group of 5 to freeze in shock, especially when they realized that, after the tree was severed, a golden hue was revealed from within the trunk. Their pupils dilated in profound disbelief, and they all reflexively swallowed hard. They recognized it as the incredibly durable golden timber, and yet, it had been cleaved in a single strike. When they gathered wood, they typically chose the Zhaoqiang trees. It was not that they were incapable of cutting golden timber, as they possessed the strength to do so. The problem, however, was that a single golden timber required at least 10 hours of continuous chopping to fell. Yet what they had just witnessed was the severance of such a tree, with but a single sword stroke. The gazes they cast upon the young man were now instantly filled with profound reverence. As the severed golden timber collapsed to the ground, a shadowy, phantom-like figure leaped from the treetop, sprinting toward the inner depths of the Hongmu Ridge. But the young man and his 2 companions reacted with lightning reflexes. The 3 of them quickly positioned themselves in a triangle, effectively surrounding the black shadow. They knew the creature intended to flee, and having finally encountered a primary-level statue ghost, they could not allow it to escape so easily. At the same time, one of them cautioned the others not to be careless. Because this was a wood puppet ghost, the people who had recently been slaughtered were likely repurposed by it using timber and corpses, and it was entirely possible that it still harbored hidden, lethal measures, necessitating extreme vigilance. Xingqing, quick to analyze the situation, listened to their exchange while casting a glance toward Jia Ding, who remained motionless. From the moment the black figure appeared, he roughly understood. Statue ghost and wood puppet ghost were both references to the same shadowy entity. It was clear that Jia Ding and the members of the logging team had been under its absolute control. Furthermore, among the two names the young man had just called out, there was one that Xingqing recognized and was even acquainted with. That was Luo Ming, the current leader of the Lejie territory, and also the son of the former leader, Luo Fang. As expected, upon closer inspection, Xingqing noticed that among the three lean, middle-aged men, the one on the far right, with slightly narrowed eyes and clutching a long spear, was indeed the very same Luo Ming he had encountered several times before. The man on the left, named Li Hu, possessed a remarkably sturdy build. His attire was not much different from that of the young man, and he held a goose-feather saber that glinted with a cold light. His eyes locked onto the black figure in the center. Xingqing finally attained a clear view of what the three men referred to as the wood puppet ghost. The wood puppet ghost appeared as an elderly man dressed in black, his face putrid and decayed, his stature slightly hunched. In his left hand he gripped a short blade 3 inches in length, while his right hand held a spool of white thread. His glowing red pupils burned with malevolence, and his face was twisted into a look of bloodthirsty hunger as he surveyed the three men surrounding him. The wood puppet ghost suddenly let out a roar, and the spool in his right hand instantly unleashed dozens of translucent threads which seemed to meld perfectly into the night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet the three men surrounding him began to evade frantically, darting left and right. Watching this, Xingqing realized that the invisible threads must have been what claimed the lives of his companions earlier. It was simply that their strength had been too meager, rendering them unable to perceive such attacks. The three men, however, could see them. They dodged repeatedly through the air. Yet they did more than merely avoid the strikes. Within a few breaths, the young man wielding the sword seemingly spotted an opening, twisted his waist, and lunged toward the wood puppet ghost. His long sword collided repeatedly with the threads in the air, throwing off sparks and successfully severing the translucent strands. Seeing this, the wood puppet ghost's expression suddenly darkened. He stared intensely at the silver longsword in the young man's grip, as if he had realized something of great importance. The weapons held by Luo Ming and Li Hu were clearly not as formidable as the young man's blade. Although the two continued to dodge and close in on the wood puppet ghost, their speed was far too slow. By the time the young man had swung his sword toward the wood puppet ghost, the other two were still several meters away. Nevertheless, the young man's strength seemed almost unreasonably powerful. His longsword swept across the horizon, carrying a chilling sword aura that brushed dangerous. Even though it retreated with extreme speed, the storm of sword strikes followed relentlessly in its wake. The young man's blade moved like surging waves, relentless and layered, forcing the wood spirit ghoul beneath a towering ancient tree in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Li Hu and Lan Ming finally broke through the layers of entangling vines to reach the young man's position. The trio seized the opportunity, launching a coordinated offensive at the high, middle, and low levels to seal off every path of retreat for the wood spirit ghoul. The long sword swept across the top, the long spear thrust straight through the center, and the great saber descended upon the base. Faced with this simultaneous tripartite assault, the wood spirit ghoul had no room left to evade. Lan Ming's long spear was the furthest reaching, and thus it was the first to pierce the wood spirit ghoul. Yet that blade, sharp beyond compare, came to an abrupt halt upon piercing the creature's chest, unable to penetrate even an inch further. Surprisingly, no shock registered on Lan Ming's face. He clearly understood that he could not shatter the opponent's physical defense. Simultaneously, Li Hu's Yanling saber struck the creature's legs, but the impact resulted in nothing more than a dull metallic clang. It was only when the final longsword was on the verge of slicing through its body that a glimmer of caution finally appeared on the wood spirit ghoul's face. It dodged by turning its head, then flicked its right finger. With a sudden sound, a tremor shook the earth. The ancient tree closest to the four of them began to sway violently before suddenly uprooting itself from the ground. It appeared to have gained a life of its own, its branches thrashing about like human limbs. Immediately after, the second, the third, and finally 8 nearby trees all stirred with life. Each uprooted itself, using its branches as limbs to leverage against the ground, before rapidly converging toward the center. Thousands upon thousands of branches from those 8 trees reached out toward the trio like slithering serpents and monsters. Not only was their speed immense, but they left almost no gaps in their formation, sealing the 3 men within a tightening perimeter, leaving them no room to escape. Just moments ago, it was the 3 of them laying siege to the wood spirit ghoul. Yet in a heartbeat, The roles of hunter and prey had been reversed.
Panic flickered across Lan Ming's face, while Li Hu remained composed, his eyes fixed on the young man with the sword, awaiting his command.
The young man realized that becoming entangled would prove disastrous, so he immediately ordered them to destroy these trees first. Lan Ming and Li Hu responded at once. One utilized his spear to thrust and sweep, while the other slashed left and right with his great saber.
In an instant, countless branches and vines were severed.
The young man leading the charge was even more formidable. Amidst his dancing swordlight, he did not merely slice through vines and branches. He successfully severed the main trunks of 3 or 4 ancient trees. However, the young man furrowed his brows as if he had realized something, quickly turning his head to look where the wood spirit ghoul had stood moments before, his expression turning grim instantly. The wood spirit ghoul had vanished without a trace. The young man realized they had been deceived, as these trees had not yet been refined into true puppets. As if to confirm his suspicion, the ancient trees that had been thrashing about suddenly lost their spiritual vitality. All the vines and branches fell limp, and with a thunderous crash, the trees collapsed to the ground.
Seeing Lan Ming breathe a sigh of relief after escaping his predicament,
the young man let out a cold laugh, reminding Chief Lemay not to celebrate too soon, as this demon statue can simultaneously control 8 such massive trees, fearing it is not far from reaching the intermediate level.
Once it breaks through, there will be no chance of survival for their encampments around Hongmu Lin.
Hearing these words, the expression on Lan Ming's face immediately turned tense and frantic.
Just as he was about to speak, Xin Qing arrived from the other side, leading 4 men.
Approaching the 3, the 5 of them knelt prostrate on the ground.
Shi Qing of the Daxi encampment thanked the 2 masters, and Shi Flao on behalf of everyone,
vowing to remember this life-saving grace for as long as he lived. Lan Ming was in no mood for formalities at this moment, but having a favorable impression of Shi Qing, he still stepped forward to help him up, and said softly, "Chief Shi is too polite. He himself was not a match for that monster either, and if he wished to offer thanks, he should thank the 2 masters from the Beishuo encampment."
Recalling that Xin Qing did not yet know the pair, Lan Ming introduced them as Master Yang Ning and Master Li Hu.
Upon hearing the name of the unfamiliar Beishuo encampment,
Xin Qing was slightly bewildered, yet he still led the 4 men to quickly turn around, bowing their heads 3 times to Yang Ning and Li Hu.
Although he had already guessed that Lan Ming's status was lower than these 2, now that he heard Lan Ming address them as masters,
Xin Qing could not help but feel astonished.
Lan Ming is the chief of the Leggett encampment, the only intermediate encampment around Hongmu Lin, and furthermore, he is the strongest expert in the Ju Dai realm. Yet even he must address them as masters. Then, what level must the Beishuo encampment, where Yang Ning and Li Hu reside, be? A large encampment? Or a super large one? With his limited knowledge, these were the only 2 conjectures that appeared in Xin Qing's mind. In reality, neither the 5 of them, nor Lan Ming, had noticed that when the word encampment was mentioned, Yang Ning and Li Hu both frowned slightly, a clear trace of disdain flashing across their faces, but perhaps out of contempt, the 2 did not bother to explain.
After helping Shi Qing and the others to their feet,
Lan Ming could no longer restrain himself, and asked the 2 masters why this wood spirit ghost was referred to as a demon statue. What, ultimately, did it desire? Why was it that the moment it achieved a breakthrough to the intermediate stage, their encampment around Redwood Ridge would be left with no hope of survival? At the same time, he implored the 2 of them to resolve his confusion.
His questions caused both Yang Ning and Li Hu to furrow their brows slightly.
Li Hu shook his head, his face displaying visible contempt, wondering how they could have possibly survived in the ice abyss for so long, yet remained so profoundly ignorant. Yang Ning surveyed everyone present, including Lan Ming. Observing the animal hide garments they wore, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes before he sighed, feeling that living in such conditions made their ignorance inevitable, and he surmised that the name Ice Abyss was likely something they were hearing for the very first time. Lan Ming, Shi Qing, and the others nodded slightly. They had indeed never heard of the Ice Abyss, nor did they know what it was. The Ice Abyss was, in truth, a name they were hearing for the first time. Yang Ning and Li Hu exchanged glances, their eyes confirming what they had already suspected. Yang Ning explained that Ice Abyss was the name bestowed upon this world by the great lord Yang Zun, signifying an icy, bottomless chasm. This name had been universally recognized by all of humanity across the southern slopes of Mount Ma'ao and Ju Zhen. From this point forward, they were to commit these 2 words to memory.
When mentioning the name Yang Zun, both Yang Ning and Li Hu displayed an expression of profound respect, bordering on religious devotion.
To be able to command such reverence from 2 individuals of such formidable strength, Lan Ming, Xin Qing, and the others felt not only astonishment, but a deep sense of curiosity. Lan Ming had intended to ask about Yang Zun, but as soon as he uttered the syllable Yang, the sudden, piercing gazes of Yang Ning and Li Hu fell upon him, frightening him into swallowing his words, and asking instead about Mount Ma'ao and Ju Zhen. Yang Ning warned that failing to prefix the title Great Lord, and speaking his name directly, was a capital offense in the ice abyss. Out of mercy for their lowly and ignorant state, he would spare them this time.
Should they dare to repeat this transgression, they should not blame him for his lack of leniency. Failing to prefix the title Great Lord and speaking his name directly was a capital offense.
Lam Min trembled slightly. He could clearly perceive the killing intent in Yang Ning's tone, and he offered an apology for his reckless and thoughtless behavior, beseeching the elder for forgiveness.
Seeing his contrition,
Yang Ning decided not to pursue the matter further. He continued by explaining that the Matao mountain range is the largest massif in the southern region of the ice abyss. No one truly knows its exact length, but what is known is that all human settlements reside along its southern slopes. And as for the 9 townships? At this point, Yang Ning paused for a moment, looked down at Luo Ming, and curled his lips into a faint smile, explaining that they were formed by the convergence of the 9 largest encampments on the southern slopes of the Ma'ao Mountains. The mention of the 9 largest encampments left Luo Ming, Xin Qing, and the others looking visibly bewildered.
Eventually, Luo Ming probed further, asking if all 9 of them were grand-scale settlements with populations exceeding 5,000 people. This question from Luo Ming caused Yang Ning and Li Hu to burst into laughter. Their laughter was laced with clear disdain for Luo Ming's ignorance. This left Luo Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed, though he could only stand to the side and offer a forced smile. Conversely, Xin Qing cast a sympathetic glance in his direction.
Though they felt uneasy, they remained deeply curious about the true scale of the 9 major encampments that Yang Ning and Li Hu spoke of. Once the laughter subsided, Li Hu addressed their confusion.
He revealed that on the southern slopes of the Ma'ao Mountains, each of the 9 township-level encampments held a population exceeding 100,000. Hearing the figure of 100,000 left Luo Ming, Xin Qing, and the other 4 completely stunned, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves of shock.
Li Hu added that they hailed from one of these 9 townships, Beishuo Township.
He seemed quite satisfied with the group's reaction.
As he spoke, Li Hu held his head high, his face full of arrogance and his tone overflowing with pride. What would an encampment with over 100,000 people actually look like?
In truth, Luo Ming, Xin Qing, and the remaining 7 could not even begin to imagine it.
However, as leaders who each managed their own small settlements of a few hundred, they understood exactly what a population exceeding 100,000 truly signified. It meant food supplies as vast as the sea, extreme security demands, and the continuous harvest of the flesh and blood of frigid beasts. Unable to restrain himself, Xin Qing voiced his greatest concern. With over 100,000 people, could they possibly find a cavern large enough to house them all?
Since humanity cannot withstand the light, they must always seek shelter. Was such a gargantuan cave even possible?
One cannot discuss ice with a summer insect. How can a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the ocean? These 2 thoughts surfaced in the minds of Yang Ning and Li Hu, and they shook their heads softly. Yang Ning explained that not all of humanity is forced to live in the shadows, and that if any of them were fortunate enough to one day earn the qualifications to enter Beishuo Township, they would eventually understand.
Having said that, Yang Ning paused for a moment before continuing, adding that, naturally, for people like them,
this possibility was virtually non-existent. Lan Ming, Xin Qing, and the other 6 individuals present heard these words, and their expressions darkened significantly.
Compared to Xin Qing, Luo Ming actually understood the implication of Yang Ning's words far more clearly.
The Luoger encampment was the only intermediate-level encampment in the vicinity of the Redwood Ridge. The other 8 encampments had previously all but begged to merge with his, yet he simply dared not accept them.
Or perhaps, it was more accurate to say he could not accept them.
Although he understood that a larger population for an encampment was generally better, the prerequisite for expansion was strength. Strength meant the ability to acquire more resources, the ability to sustain more people, and the capacity to hunt more frostbeast flesh to fuel the cultivation of more warriors.
Regrettably, the strength of the Luogen encampment was fundamentally insufficient to support such an expansion.
The Luoges encampment possessed a total of 5 cultivators at the earth-severing realm and 47 at the wood-chopping realm. The frostbeast flesh hunted each month was barely enough to sustain their own people. If other small encampments were to be integrated, the supply of beast meat would prove woefully inadequate.
Furthermore, once merged, it meant an influx of ordinary citizens, causing the demand for spirit fruits to rise rapidly.
They would be forced to increase the frequency of their expeditions, venturing out to locate more frost ice trees, and this process was fraught with peril.
Most importantly, the strongest individuals within those smaller encampments were merely at the wood-chopping realm, possessing no real capability for hunting.
In other words, their inclusion would not only fail to enhance the encampment's hunting prowess, but would also drain the existing reserves of beast meat. Thus, whenever other encampments proposed a merger, not only Luo Ming himself, but nearly everyone within the Luoge encampment rejected the notion. Therefore, the rule remains. One must possess sufficient strength to warrant expansion, then utilize the advantage of a larger population to cultivate more powerhouses, and in this cyclic manner, the encampment can gradually grow stronger and increasingly more expansive. Blind expansion would only lead to a situation where the encampment becomes too cumbersome to sustain. In the end, even if they were not slaughtered by frostbeasts or spirits, internal strife would likely erupt, leading them to destroy one another. Thus, it follows that the Beishuo town, mentioned by Yang Ning and Li Hu, while boasting a population of over 100,000, would absolutely not accept outsiders in an indiscriminate manner. The qualifications required, as alluded to by the two of them, must be incredibly stringent. As for Shi Qing, there was no need to even consider it. Even though Lan Ming possessed the strength of the earth-severing realm, Yang Ning and Li Hu were both far stronger than him, despite their youth. So the overwhelming power of Beishuo town was clear to anyone with eyes to see. They surely would not hold him in high regard. Furthermore, as the leaders of their own encampment, they could not simply abandon their families and companions to join another faction. Realizing that further persuasion would be futile, Yang Ning returned to the subject the leader Luo had asked about, the wood puppet ghost, and decided to provide them with an explanation. Seeing that Yang Ning was about to speak of such strange entities, Luo Ming and Xin Qing immediately pricked up their ears to listen. Yang Ning recounted that long ago, the ice abyss was not as it is today. In those days, the day was not limited to 12 hours, and the temperatures were not as frigid as they are now. Among the frost beasts, the vast majority were neither as cunning nor as formidable as they are in the present era. Far from hunting humans, nearly 99% of the frost beasts back then were mere sustenance for mankind. As for those ghastly specters, they did not exist at all in those times. In that era, regardless of day or night, humanity could move about freely. It is said that in those days, the ice abyss experienced the cycle of 4 seasons, with balanced heat and cold, a pleasant climate, and humans who wielded all manner of powerful tools. They were the undisputed masters of the ice abyss. The land was fertile then, and cultivation was possible everywhere, with food in such abundance that it could never be exhausted. Every aspect of life, food, clothing, shelter, and travel, was perfect. Humanity lived in peace and contentment, and civilization flourished. In that era, not to mention populations of 100,000, large settlements of millions, or even tens of millions, were not uncommon. Listening to Yang Ning's description, Luo Ming, Xin Qing, and the others were completely spellbound. Millions, tens of millions. These were concepts they could not even begin to grasp. To move about freely throughout both day and night. For them, these 8 words described something existing only in myths. That 99% of frost beasts were merely food for mankind. That life was perfect in every aspect. That peace and prosperity reigned. What an incredibly dreamlike vision that must have been. It is difficult for humans to envision things they have never seen, things they have never experienced. Yet this did not diminish their longing and pursuit of such a beautiful existence. The world Yang Ning described seemed to Luo Ming, Shi Qing, and the others no different from a celestial palace or a paradise. In contrast to the modern ice abyss, Yang Ning explained that scholars often refer to that era as the ancient abyss epoch, or the prehistoric civilization. No one knows exactly what transpired to bring it. What did the prehistoric civilization encounter? And how did their world transform into what we see today? Some claim that humanity provoked the gods, bringing divine retribution upon the ancient abyss, while others argue that humanity itself committed transgressions they ought not have. This led to the emergence of frost beasts and specters, eventually altering both the climate and the passage of time, though the precise cause remains shrouded in mystery. What is certain is that once the ancient abyss era passed, civilization collapsed, and specters and frost beasts became the nightmares of mankind. Although this was merely an introduction, Yang Ning spoke with profound emotion. Clearly, even he held a fierce yearning for the ancient abyss era he had never personally witnessed. Yang Ning continued to explain the origins of these specters, which remain unknown to this day, though it is certain they all trace their roots back to the ancient abyss era, for it is only through them that humanity can find evidence of that lost age. Specters are categorized into 5 types: statues, phantoms, cruel spirits, divine entities, and demons. The statue specter is one such variety. They are the remnants of master craftsmen from the ancient abyss era, who have been twisted into these forms. Their methods of killing are infinitely varied, and their tactics are as sinister as they are unpredictable. Take the wood puppet specter that appeared here in Hongmu Ridge, for instance. It was likely a puppet master from the ancient abyss era, skilled in the crafting and manipulation of various automatons. It delighted in carving wooden, human-shaped puppets to mimic mortals, deceiving them to gain their trust, while it lurked in the shadows, controlling the puppets to commit slaughter. At this, Yang Ning paused for a moment, adding that all specters evolve through the constant act of killing. Continuing to use the wood puppet specter as an example, he noted that the puppets it currently creates can only unleash the strength of the wood-chopping realm. However, as its kill count rises, both the specter itself and the puppets it crafts will grow increasingly formidable. Beishuo Town once hunted an intermediate-level statue specter dubbed the Tailor Spectre. It wielded a pair of shears, capable of slicing dozens of Earthrealm cultivators into pieces in the blink of an eye. It also possessed a needle and thread, with which it once stitched shut the 7 orifices of a Frost Control Realm expert right before Yang Ning's eyes. Not long after, that Frost Control Realm expert perished from suffocation. Hearing the term Frost Control Realm for the first time, Luo Ming and Xin Qing felt a flicker of realization, yet their faces still betrayed their confusion. Yang Ning explained that above the Earth Realm lies the Frost Control Realm. It is so named because those who reach this level are finally capable of resisting the bone-chilling cold of the day, allowing them to venture out and act freely. The Ice Abyss, the Ancient Abyss era, prehistoric civilization, the Ma'ao Mountains, the 9 provinces of humanity, and the 5 types of specters and frost control experts. Due to their limited strength, Luo Ming and Shi Qing's group had spent the last few decades confined to the borders of Hongmu Ridge. Having never ventured outside, they lacked any opportunity to interact with the world beyond their borders. Yang Ning's words undoubtedly broadened their horizons, but simultaneously, they ignited a deeper sense of dread. All 5 types of spectral horrors possess an instinct to slaughter for the sake of their own evolution. A mid-level stone demon is a terror that even experts at the frost resistance stage cannot restrain. Should that escaped wood puppet ghost truly be allowed to evolve into a mid-level entity, there would be no path to survival for humanity in the vicinity of Hongmu Ridge, and people like them would inevitably face certain death. Lam Min's expression grew dark and uncertain. He stood still for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and kneeling before Yang Ning and Li Hu. He implored the 2 masters to assist them in dealing with that demon, as the encampments surrounding Hongmu Ridge alone could never accomplish such a feat. He begged them to act with compassion for their own kind and offer their assistance, noting that as long as the creature could be eradicated, they would provide whatever the 2 masters desired, and anything within their power to produce would be open for negotiation. Seeing this, Shi Qing realized that Lam Ming was seeking a path of survival for all the surrounding encampments of Hongmu Ridge, and immediately led the 4 men behind him to kneel as well. Hearing their plea, Yang Ning and Li Hu exchanged glances, smiles appearing on their faces instinctively, though they quickly composed themselves. Yang Ning then stepped forward to assist Lam Ming to his feet, clearly stating that he and Li Hu were scouts from the northern Sanchang garrison. They had been dispatched on this mission to survey the topography around northern Sanchang, and it was only by chance that they had arrived in this Hongmu Ridge region. But since they were of the same human race, meeting was a matter of fate, and they would not stand by and do nothing. However, they had already witnessed the wood puppet ghost. It was not only powerful, but also exceptionally cunning. Unless a comprehensive strategy could be devised, annihilating it would be nearly impossible. Therefore, he would agree to assist, provided that Lam Ming consented to a specific condition. Lam Min immediately affirmed that as long as the demon was destroyed, he would agree to any condition. Seeing Lam Min's straightforward manner, Yang Ning declared that throughout this period, his Lanchang encampment and all surrounding settlements must obey their orders and act accordingly. Lam Min's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained his composure, quickly replying that he could guarantee the compliance of Laocheng, though he could not speak for the other encampments. With that, he turned his gaze towards Shi Qing. Having heard Yang Ning's demand, Shi Qing had already weighed the pros and cons, and seeing Lam Min's expectant gaze, he hurriedly nodded, indicating that the Daxic encampment would also have no objections, for if the demon were not eliminated, none of them would survive. Lam Ming cast a grateful glance towards Shi Qing before turning back to inform Yang Ning that beyond their 2 camps, there were 5 other settlements. He intended to visit each one in turn, confident that once the stakes were clearly laid out, they would not refuse to cooperate. Hearing this, Xin Qing reminded Lam Ming that it should be 4. Lam Min was momentarily stunned. In the vicinity of Hongmu Ridge, there were originally 9 camps in total. Not long ago, the Tifeng and Shenju clans were annihilated by that demonic wood golem. With 7 remaining, subtracting the 2 of them, 5 should be the correct number. Xin Qing pointed toward the corpses lying not far away. Upon seeing the remains, Lam Ming immediately understood and acknowledged that it was indeed 4, for the Daxia camp must have also fallen victim to that demon's cruelty. Every member of the logging team from the Daxia camp had been turned into a puppet, and even Xia Ding had not escaped this tragic fate. Thus, it could be concluded with near certainty that the Daxia camp had been wiped out. Seeing that their goal was achieved, Yang Ning and Li Hu nodded, agreeing that there was no time to waste. In the coming days, Leader Lam must promptly notify the 4 remaining camps and summon them to the Lagrange camp to receive orders. First, they must organize all those in the logging zone into patrol squads, and in 10 days, begin hunting for the demon's trail within the forest. Lam Ming nodded in compliance and invited Yang Ning and Li Hu to rest at the Larish camp. Meanwhile, Shi Qing had to return to his own camp to make necessary arrangements, agreeing to meet Lam Ming at Hongmu Ridge in 3 days. Time before departing. The assessment made by Lam Ming and Xin Qing regarding the destruction of the Daxia camp was not without merit. Small camps lacked the capability to hunt,
To survive, they required two things: essence fruit and wood. Neither could be spared.
To be precise, wood was actually even more vital than essence fruit. If the essence fruit ran out, humans could still endure their hunger for a few days.
But if the wood was exhausted, they would not survive the day, let alone the night. Therefore, the critical importance of the logging team was beyond dispute.
Since Jia Ding and every member of his logging team had perished, even if the people of the Daxia camp had not died at the hands of the demon, it was likely. Naturally, the two of them had overlooked a single variable. Xia Hong. Not only was the great Jia encampment not destroyed, but it was actually thriving, perhaps even more so than before.
To describe it as having made tremendous progress
would not be an exaggeration. After returning empty-handed overnight, Xia Hong's mood was far from pleasant. Yet upon stepping back into the mountain cave, he received some favorable news.
Xu Ning had also achieved a breakthrough. Among the first 5 individuals who were allocated the meat of the frost beast,
besides himself, Jia Chuan, and Yuan Cheng, Xu Ning was the final one to break through. Observing the exhilaration on Xu Ning's face,
Xia Hong patted his shoulder and said with a smile
that at last he would no longer have to look at his dejected expression, and from tomorrow on he could finally accompany Xia Hong outside. Yue Feng and Lin Kai, standing behind Xia Hong, burst into laughter upon hearing this.
Xu Ning felt quite embarrassed by their amusement, his face flushing instantly.
This was understandable, as among their group of 5, Yue Feng had broken through first, followed by Lin Kai, Chu Peng, and Lu Yang.
Seeing that his peers were already venturing out with Xia Hong, returning every evening with felled timber,
and occasionally even bringing back game, while he remained unable to reach a breakthrough,
Xu Ning had naturally grown anxious. For several days he had been despondent, focusing solely on his cultivation. Xu Ning felt deeply ashamed to consume the frost beast meat brought back by the others, at the risk of their lives,
as not only was he unable to offer assistance, but he had also failed to break through to the wood-felling realm, effectively acting as a dead weight who contributed nothing.
Fortunately, now that he had achieved his breakthrough, he could finally be of use.
Hearing these words, Xia Hong's brows knitted together slightly, as he asked if Xu Ning meant that, apart from the 8 members of their wood-felling team, everyone else in the encampment who had yet to break through to the wood-felling realm was considered a dead weight. Upon hearing this question, Xu Ning was momentarily stunned.
Xia Hong did not wait for a reply, instead turning his head to look at Xia Chuan,
Yuan Cheng, Yue Feng, and the others behind him, continuing to ask if they held the same sentiment.
Everyone perceived the displeasure in Xia Hong's voice,
so they exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak, answering the question only with their silence.
It was not merely that they thought this way. Everyone within the encampment held the exact same belief.
Ordinary people cannot achieve a breakthrough to the wood-chopping realm. They cannot venture outside, nor can they secure any resources for the camp. Yet they incessantly consume the essence fruits and wood that the others bring back. If that does not constitute a burden, then what does?
Recently, even the cold beast meat they retrieve is being partitioned to feed the others.
Ever since Xia Hong successfully hunted using the small firebait, he had gone on to employ the same tactic successfully 4 more times, resulting in the capture of 3 snow beasts and 1 bone wolf,
totaling nearly 5,000 jin of cold beast flesh.
Yet Xia Hong did not alter the camp's distribution rules, maintaining the 3-5-2 ratio as before. This has caused a growing sense of resentment within them. The silence of the crowd was deafening.
Xia Hong understood exactly what they were thinking.
He had intended to resolve this matter within the next 2 days, and now that a prime opportunity had presented itself, he naturally did not wish to let it slip. Xia Hong called for Xia Chuan and brought up the discussion from a few days ago, where Xia Chuan had mentioned that it was time to change the meat distribution rules, then signaled for Xia Chuan to propose how he wished for it to be divided. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others realized that Xia Hong was likely about to reform the rules, and their eyes instantly lit up. Xia Chuan hurried to speak, carelessly reverting to addressing him as brother. But after receiving a sharp glare from Xia Hong, he quickly corrected himself and told the leader that they were unanimous in their belief that it should return to the old ways.
9/10 of the cold beast meat should be divided among those who go out to hunt,
while the remaining 1/10 should be allocated to the others,
so that they might grow stronger rapidly,
ensuring that the prey they bring back would only increase. Yuan Cheng, standing nearby, could not help but add that the allocation of essence fruits should also be adjusted. Providing 2 fruits per person each day was excessive. It should be restored to the previous standard of 1 fruit per person daily, which was sufficient to sustain their survival. The 3 ice rock trees had yet to yield new fruit, and if they continued to consume them at the current rate, they would run out in a month at most.
If they were exhausted before the new crop matured, it would become a significant crisis. In truth, Xia Hong had long been aware of everyone's desire to reinstate the old regime, including himself. There were now 8 people in the wood-chopping realm at the camp, not far off from the numbers present when Jia Ding was in power. Since the logging team had been re-established, it was only fitting that the old order be restored. It was not just Yuan Cheng, Yue Feng, and the others.
Even his younger brother, Xia Chuan, felt the same way. Xia Hong did not respond immediately. He first scanned the crowd with his gaze, before slowly asking what the true objective of the 7 of them was.
Xia Chuan was the first to speak, stating that he simply wished to survive. The others followed suit, responding one by one. Some wished to survive so that their mothers could finally have enough to eat. Some wished to survive so that their younger brothers could continue to live.
Others sought to protect their older sisters and merely stay alive. Although the answers of the 7 varied, the core sentiment remained identical: survival and the protection of their loved ones. Seeing this, Xia Hong asked, "If that is the case, why not simply forage for ice crystals or gather spirit fruits every day? Why go to such great lengths? Why risk your lives hunting?" Xia Hong's question left everyone stunned into silence.
Xia Hong continued, stating that they all understood one truth: only by becoming stronger could they truly survive.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Xia Hong then asked, "Back when I hunted the first snow beast, should I not have kept it for myself?
Should I not have withheld it from all of you? If I had consumed all the cold beast flesh alone to accelerate my own cultivation, would that not have ensured my own survival?
Would that not have been the most logical path to survival?" Upon hearing this, their expressions froze in shock. Moments later, one after another, their faces were filled with shame. Xia Hong stated that his goal was to grow stronger in order to survive. They were the same, and the others remaining in the camp felt this even more deeply. When mentioning the rest of the group, Xia Hong gestured toward those gathered around the campfire. He continued, noting that during their time accompanying him outside, they had surely realized that the strength of the cold beasts far exceeded their own. Therefore, whether relying on himself alone or even the 8 of them together, there was no guarantee of survival. Xia Hong paused, before adding that even 13 people would not suffice. Otherwise, the group led by their fathers would not have met such a tragic end.
Xia Hong explained that he shared the cold beast meat with them because he knew that, to survive, relying on the strength of a single person was far from enough. Thus, he hoped they would achieve a breakthrough quickly. In this way, with more people at the woodchopping realm, they would be safer when venturing out, and their harvests from logging and hunting would increase significantly. His decision to distribute the majority of the cold beast meat to the remaining youths in the camp was driven by that very same intent. He hoped that the number of cultivators at the woodchopping realm within the camp would continue to rise. He hoped to see their ranks grow ever stronger. After finishing his words, Xia Hong saw everyone bowing their heads in deep thought. In truth, this was a matter of how resources were distributed. Since ancient times, the promise of profit has moved men's hearts. And this was even more true when survival itself was at stake. Was there truly something wrong with the regulations Jia Ding had implemented previously? Not exactly, but it was entirely dependent on the circumstances at the time. In those days, the great Jia encampment lacked the means to hunt, and thus, cold beast meat was a rarity that came and went. With far too many mouths to feed and too little sustenance, Jia Ding had no choice but to prioritize the members of the logging team. Now, however, the situation had shifted. With the small spark to lure the cold beasts, the encampment had gained the preliminary ability to hunt. While cold beast meat was not exactly abundant, it was, at the very least, far more plentiful than it had been in the past. To cling stubbornly to the old ways now would not only incite resentment, but also severely hinder the development of the encampment. To put it simply, Xia Hong had finally reached a point where he could liberate himself from the burden of logging. Currently, every time they ventured out, the task of logging was left entirely to Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng. As for him, he focused solely on scouting the terrain and tracking the movements of the cold beasts. It was not difficult to foresee that in the future, once there were enough members at the woodcutting stage, the encampment could be divided into 2 distinct groups, one team dedicated to hunting, and another focused exclusively on logging. They could even establish a team for harvesting spirit fruits, or a team dedicated to reconnaissance. Any organization that seeks to maximize its gains must implement a clear division of labor and specialized departments. Only by assigning specific roles to each person can they achieve peak efficiency and profit. Such a fundamental truth from his past life, Xia Hong could only explain patiently, in terms that they were capable of comprehending. Xia Hong remarked that while the cold beasts were formidable, he asked them if they had not noticed that as more individuals like Yue Feng and Lin Kai achieved breakthroughs, their success rate in hunting had risen accordingly. Today, Xu Ning had also achieved a breakthrough. Perhaps by tomorrow, their success rate would rise even further. He urged them to consider this. If the number of individuals at the woodcutting stage reached 20 or 30 or even 40 or 50, then by that time, whether it was a snow wolf or a bone wolf, they could simply overwhelm the beast through sheer numbers. And would they still have to worry about a lack of cold beast meat? These words caused the eyes of Xia Chuan and the others to brighten. During this period, having followed Xia Hong, they had witnessed for themselves the steady increase in their hunting success rate, and they realized it was true. The larger the group, the greater their prospects of success. Especially Xia Hong's final point, that 40 or 50 men could crush a cold beast through the power of numbers,
left them all in deep contemplation.
During this period, they had only contended with two types of frost beasts, the snow mastiff and the bone wolf.
Though monotonous, it was precisely because of this that they gained the most profound understanding of the habits and strengths of these two species. The snow mastiff possessed immense raw power, yet reached a peak of only 10,000 jin, while the bone wolf excelled in speed but lacked significant force. According to Xia Hong, if they truly possessed a collective battle power equivalent to the wood-chopping realm, hunting these two types of frost beasts head-on would indeed pose no difficulty.
Xia Hong stood up, gestured toward the crowd gathered around the campfire, and spoke in a deep voice, reminding everyone to commit his next words to memory. Earlier, they had all spoken of wanting to protect their loved ones, be it a younger brother, an older sister, or a mother.
That was noble. But Xia Hong hoped they would also remember that the world beyond was fraught with peril. None of them could guarantee that every time they ventured out to hunt, they would return alive.
Should any one of them unfortunately perish, their surviving kin would be left among the others.
At that time, if someone were to propose withholding the frost beast meat from those very kin and providing them with only a single spirit fruit to eat each day, did they truly expect Xia Hong to agree to such a thing? Xia Hong intentionally emphasized his tone on this final question. This question acted as a wake-up call, causing the 7 individuals to shudder violently. They immediately reacted, realizing just how selfish and ignorant their previous line of thinking had been. Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng, in particular, the two who had proposed changing the distribution policy, lowered their heads, their faces flushed with shame.
Xia Hong stated that they were a collective, and as a collective, they could not afford to think only of themselves.
Frost beast meat was vital, because it could make one stronger, but if only a few individuals grew powerful, much like the wood-chopping team of the past, then they had already seen the final outcome with their own eyes. Before the monsters, they had possessed no power to resist, and could only offer their necks to the blade. Therefore, they must elevate their overall strength. Once everyone in the camp had reached the wood-chopping realm, they would no longer need to fear the frost beasts. By then, even if the monsters descended, they would have the strength to put up a fight.
Xia Hong further emphasized that the collective he spoke of also included their loved ones. Xia Hong delivered this passage with deep, resonant emotion.
Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted from shame to resolve, and the way they looked at Xia Hong became filled with even greater admiration and submission.
Perhaps without even realizing it, quite a few others had gathered around the campfire.
As they listened to Xia Hong's words, their faces were also filled with profound emotion. Xia Hong stated that their goal was survival, that much was true, but survival alone was not enough. They must live with dignity and cultivate an indomitable spirit. They are human beings, not creatures dwelling in some dark abyss. It is those monstrous cold beasts that belong to the shadows.
Sooner or later, Xia Hong will force them to kneel before him and tremble in the presence of the Daxia encampment.
Xia Hong has never been one to settle for compromise. Just as in his previous life, during the final stages of his amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, when he sensed he was about to lose all ability to move, becoming entirely crippled, he chose to take his own life.
If one must live without a shred of dignity, then it is better to perish in a glorious manner.
Yet, in this freezing world teeming with peril, achieving such a goal is incredibly difficult. Hunger, the bitter cold, the cold beasts, and the ghouls. Any one of these could claim the lives of countless souls.
To rely on his own strength alone is impossible. Only through unity, gathering the strength of many, can this goal be reached as swiftly and effectively as possible. This is the deepest realization Xia Hong has had since he traversed into this world.
Xia Hong believes that as born humans, everyone aspires to a life of decency and dignity. This is the most simple and fundamental desire within every human heart. There are no exceptions. He is like this, and so are Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, Yue Feng, and the others. The rest of the people in the Daxia encampment feel the same, and the meat of the cold beasts is the ticket to that decent life.
In the past, when the cold beast meat was not distributed, every time Xia Hong returned, the encampment was draped in a heavy, deathly silence.
Aside from the few who possessed the meat for cultivation, the others essentially lay listlessly beside the fires. But ever since Xia Hong brought out the cold beast meat to share, they have changed. Almost everyone, once fed, will seek an opportunity to train, hoping to improve their strength, and join the reserve logging team to earn a share of the meat. The vitality suddenly surging from these people made Xia Hong realize that everyone in the encampment secretly yearns for change. Provided with the opportunity, any individual can unleash a tremendous amount of energy. When countless individuals unleash such energy to form a collective, moving toward a single goal, no obstacle can withstand them. Unity is strength is certainly not an empty phrase. The scale of an encampment is divided based on its population, and this is the clearest proof. Every encampment knows that increasing their population is the path to becoming stronger. But due to limitations in resources and martial prowess, they cannot achieve it. But now, relying on the small torch, the Daxia encampment has made a daring move, proving it is possible.
Xia Hong, of course, can no longer cling to old rules.
He must cast aside personal interests and allocate a portion of the cold beast meat so that the light recruit more members, expand the scale of the camp, and let the cycle continue. This is the most effective path for the camp's development.
Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others are far from foolish,
yet, confined by their previous knowledge and limited experience, their perspective is inevitably narrow.
Furthermore, since time immemorial, the lure of profit has always swayed the hearts of men.
Casting aside personal gain has never been a simple task. Fortunately, they have Xia Hong to lead by example. When Xia Ding and the new logging squad faced disaster, it was the spirit beasts that Xia Hong brought back that were shared with them. Thus, Xia Hong now possesses the confidence to demand they do the same.
In truth, Xia Hong could have unilaterally made the decision. It is certain that under his command, even Xia Chuan,
Yuan Cheng, Yue Feng, and the others, and indeed everyone within the camp, would not dare to oppose him. With his current prestige, he is fully capable of enforcing his will, yet he chooses not to do so, preferring to reveal the truth and impart the reasoning to Xia Chuan and his companions.
To abolish an old order and establish a new one is a simple matter,
but to ensure everyone understands the logic behind it, for the system to truly exert its intended effect, and for the people to become the guardians of this system, that is no easy feat. The purpose of any regulation is to standardize and foster the development of an organization. If the implementation of a new rule causes Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others to harbor resentment toward the rest of the camp, or worse, incites conflict, then it would fundamentally contradict that goal.
More importantly, Xia Hong had clearly sensed that those who achieved their breakthrough in the woodcutting realm early, such as Xia Chuan, had indeed developed grievances against the others,
and that these sentiments were beginning to escalate into open conflict. This is why Xia Hong patiently explained exactly why he took such measures.
He detailed the benefits this approach would bring to them, and to the camp as a whole. After Xia Hong had clearly laid out the pros and cons, seeing Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others fall into deep contemplation, he did not disturb them, waiting silently for them to fully grasp the weight of his words. After a long while, Yuan Cheng was the first to look up, stating that he understood.
Only when everyone grows stronger can they truly be unafraid of those cold beasts and prevent such tragedies from occurring ever again. He agreed to follow Xia Hong, maintaining the meat distribution ratio at 3:5 to 2.
Some realized that no matter how powerful an individual might be, they could not alter the overall plight of the camp. The leader spoke the truth. Only when everyone contributes their part
can they live better and survive longer, leading them to agree to uphold the established distribution rules. Others argued that since they now possessed the capacity to hunt, and the flesh of cold beasts was more abundant than before, it was sufficient to cultivate more woodcutting realm combatants. If they persisted in adhering to the old rules, the Dazjia camp would at best only be able to restore the status quo, and thus, they concurred with their leader's vision. The meat distribution rules remained unshaken. Yue Feng, Ling Kai, and the remaining 5 individuals spoke up one after another in support. It was clear that Xia Hong's words had not only reached their ears, but had truly resonated within their hearts. Unexpectedly, the last person to fully grasp the situation was his younger brother, Xia Chuan,
who also recognized that prioritizing the cultivation of more woodcutting realm combatants was indeed of greater importance.
Observing the sincerity upon their faces, and realizing they were all in genuine agreement, Xia Hong felt a weight lift from his heart, and a smile surfaced on his face. This matter was not necessarily large in scale, but it was certainly far from trivial. The distribution of resources has always been an eternal, complex dilemma. Whether one should prioritize the individual or the collective has never had a definitive answer throughout history, yet it was certain that the Dazjia camp, at present, must prioritize the collective. A group lacking true strength could not even venture outside after dark, providing no aid to the camp, while becoming a burden to the woodcutting realm experts like themselves. Even gathering essence fruits carried inherent risks. Abandoning them was, of course, out of the question, but to toil endlessly gathering fruit just to sustain them was equally untenable. The ancients once said, "It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish."
Xia Hong deeply resonated with this wisdom. Helping them become stronger and enhancing their ability to survive was the righteous path. Furthermore, as the strength of everyone in the camp increased, the speed of resource accumulation would accelerate accordingly. With greater resources, the number of lives they could support would also grow. Through such a cycle, the future of the Dazjia camp would be immeasurable. Of course, most importantly, the resources required to upgrade the camp system now had a stable source of supply. Although the current architectural system has only unlocked a small campfire, judging by its upgrade requirements and the conditions needed to unlock other structures, the resources Xia Hong will require in the future will undoubtedly be astronomical. Without a stable and populous foundation for the camp, Xia Hong would certainly be unable to acquire such vast resources on his own, and thus,
he must rely on the strength of many. Establishing these new rules can be seen as Xia Hong challenging the deeply ingrained concepts of this world, and it is the first time he has put his development philosophy for the Great Xia camp into practice. Fortunately, due to the credibility he had accumulated and a difficult yet persuasive discussion, everyone chose to follow his lead. Xia Hong reflected that this was, after all, a makeshift team of only 100 people. Everything would take time, and once a precedent was set, it would be easier thereafter. The day they would truly function as an organized force was not far off. With the new rules firmly established, the lingering grievances in everyone's hearts were resolved. Xia Hong chose to dwell on it no further. Seeing that night was approaching, he instructed everyone to prepare for departure. The others nodded in agreement and turned to retrieve their weapons. Only Xu Ning, having just achieved a breakthrough, and knowing he would be venturing out for the first time, adjusted the stone axe hanging at his waist, his face filled with irrepressible excitement. With the logging team increased to 8 members, Xia Hong's spirits improved significantly. Of course, morale was secondary. The primary benefit was that the level of danger had been greatly reduced. In the beginning, when he was alone, he had no choice. And even later, when Jia Chuan and Yuan Cheng joined him, despite knowing that the cold beasts slept soundly at night, they had always remained extremely cautious, striving not to make any significant noise and ensuring that when they chopped trees, they found locations far removed from the cold beasts. Now, things were different. Walking across the snow, Xia Hong no longer had to tread as gingerly as before. Beneath the bitter, frozen winter night, the outskirts of Redwood Ridge remained largely unchanged. Snowflakes fell incessantly from the sky, and frigid winds occasionally brushed against their ears. Xia Hong led the team to the location of the first ice fruit tree, and upon seeing that the branches remained barren without a single fruit, he furrowed his brows slightly, realizing that even after 2 months, nothing had sprouted. It appeared that the growth cycle of the spirit fruit was far longer than they had initially estimated. Jia Chuan, being quite meticulous, climbed the tree. It was noted that the stalks remaining from the previous harvest had only just begun to sprout, showing slight improvement compared to what they had observed a month ago. Much like the other 2 trees, if there were no unforeseen circumstances, it would likely take another 2 months for them to bear fruit. It would still require another 2 months before they reached fruition. This meant that they could harvest 3 times a year, with each yield being approximately 6,000 jin. 1 tree would produce 18,000 jin, and 3 trees would total 54,000 jin. Once these figures materialized in Xia Hong's mind, his brow furrowed even deeper. During this period, aside from hunting, the task he performed most frequently was leading his team to constantly monitor the growth of the 3 ice fruit trees. The Dajia encampment naturally lacked the status to use the meat of cold beasts as a staple food source. It had to be admitted that the primary sustenance the encampment relied upon was still the starfruit. Therefore, he had to thoroughly understand the growth cycle of these starfruits. Each starfruit weighed about half a jin, and a normal person required 2 fruits a day to remain full and warm. By this calculation, the annual yield of the 3 ice fruit trees was only enough to support about 150 people. The encampment currently held 154 people. In other words, if any incident were to befall these 3 trees, the encampment would likely face an immediate food shortage. It was clear that Xia Hong was not the only one who recognized the insufficiency of the starfruit supply. Xie Chuan pondered for a moment before immediately asking how their father had managed to feed over 200 people in the past. Xia Hong had also considered this point. When Xia Ding was still alive, the total population of the encampment had reached over 230 people. Even though the quota for starfruit back then was not as generous as the one he stipulated now, relying solely on these 3 trees, it would have been impossible to keep so many people well fed. After reflecting for a moment, Xia Hong first cast his gaze toward the depths of the Hongmu Ridge, then shook his head, and shifted his focus toward the western territory of the Daxi encampment. He realized that it appeared not only the Daxi encampment had overstepped their boundaries, but his father had also crossed into foreign territories in the past. This conclusion was easily reached. Given the strength of Xia Ding's group, they certainly would not have dared to venture deep into the Hongmu Ridge. Xia Chuan believed that the population of the Daxi encampment was rumored to exceed 300 people. Therefore, the number of ice fruit trees they possessed must be far greater than those of Daxia. As soon as Xia Chuan finished speaking, Yuan Cheng became immediately animated, suggesting that they should simply go over there and harvest some directly, since the people from Daxi had never shown any hesitation when they came to steal starfruit from Daxia. Yue Feng, Lin Kai, and the others nodded in agreement, as they had all heard of such incidents before. Xia Hong glanced toward the depths of the Hongmu Ridge, thought for a moment, and eventually nodded as well. Currently they lacked the strength to venture deep into the Hongmu Ridge, so they had no choice but to borrow some starfruit from others. Judging by the fact that Jia Ding had been able to support so many people in the past, yet never had any major conflicts with the Daishi encampment, it was clear that the starfruit supply over there must be abundant. Furthermore, since Dajishi had already borrowed their fruit first, they felt no psychological burden in doing the same. Xia Hong decided it was time to investigate the status of the ice thistle trees in their territory, and with a single command, he led his 7 men toward the location. In truth, his interest extended beyond the ice thistle trees. Xia Hong was eager to see if he might encounter anyone from the Great Stone Camp. It was strange indeed. For over a month he had not seen a single soul from the Great Stone Camp in the Redwood Ridge region. Could his display of force last time have been enough to intimidate them into avoiding his territory for this long? Xia Hong remained skeptical. For one who could lead 300 or 400 survivors through such harsh conditions for so long could not possibly be a fool. Xia Hong even began to wonder if something had happened to them. Could the Great Stone Camp have been discovered by those demons as well? Just as Xia Hong was lost in thought, a loud cry from Qiwanpeng shattered the silence. Everyone halted and turned to look, only to discover that he had removed his straw sandal, clutching the sole of his foot, while drawing in sharp breaths of cold air. The group quickly gathered around him, inquiring about his condition. As Qiwanpeng released his hold, the others realized the sole of his foot had been gashed by a wound roughly 2 inches long. Judging by the bleeding, the injury was quite deep. Upon seeing the wound, the first reaction of the group was pure shock. Though the 8 of them lacked proper footwear, relying on shoes woven from dried grass, they still possessed the cultivation of the wood-chopping realm, and their bodies were far stronger than those of ordinary men. To say nothing of a wound this deep, even a minor laceration was a rare occurrence for them. Qiwanpeng had no idea what he had stepped on to sustain such a deep cut. Hearing Qiwanpeng's words, Xia Hong immediately bowed his head to meticulously search the ground near his feet. The terrain was covered in packed snow, and in the darkness, it was difficult to see clearly. Xia Hong drew his stone axe and swept it across the ground, quickly striking a hard object. He cleared away the layer of snow, his expression freezing in astonishment, as he saw a gleaming broadsword resting on the ground, the blade nearly a palm's width, and the body of the sword measuring roughly 1.5 meters in length. Yuan Cheng cried out in alarm, recognizing at a glance that this was the broadsword belonging to Wang Ming, the man from the Great Stone Camp. Xia Chuan stood silently beside them, but it was clear that he, too, had recognized the weapon. As Xia Hong grasped the heavy blade in his hand, a flicker of immense joy crossed his face, but he quickly composed himself. Turning his gaze toward the ground beneath the sword, he discovered that there seemed to be something hidden beneath the surface. Xia Hong first sheathed his broadsword, then swept away another layer of snow, immediately revealing a corpse to everyone's sight. With a single glance, Xia Hong recognized it to be Wang Ming. The wound on his head indicated he had been killed by a single, powerful punch. After examining the injuries on his body, Xia Hong's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately signaled for the others to scatter and search the vicinity for any other remains. The group dispersed, using Xia Hong as the center point, and began to scour the surroundings. Only Lin Kai, searching to the west of Wang Ming's body, made a discovery. Furthermore, he discovered 3 corpses all at once. One had a single red puncture wound right between its eyebrows. Beside it lay another, followed by yet another. All 3 fatal wounds were identical. A red mark between the brows. Xia Hong inspected the 4 corpses one by one. Apart from Wang Ming, he recognized one of the other 3 as someone he had seen when Wang Ming stole the spirit fruit. Though he did not recognize the other 2, their attire suggested they were from the Daishi camp. Xia Hong concluded that all of them belonged to the Daishi camp. It appeared that something grave had indeed occurred. He had previously speculated as to why he hadn't seen anyone from the Daishi camp for so long. Had something happened to them? He had not expected his guess to be correct. Not only had something happened, but it had occurred right within the territory of Daxia. Xia Chuanyuan, Cheng, and the others stared at the corpses on the ground, murmuring in speculation, with some wondering what could have befallen them. Had they been killed by others? Some noticed there were no signs of an attack by frostbeasts. If they were killed by others, some guessed that, besides Daxi, members of other camps had also encroached upon Daxia's territory. Xia Hong listened to their theories, cast a glance at the broadsword in his hand, his gaze sharpening, and he spoke in a low voice. Who said they must have been killed by men or frostbeasts? Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted instantly. If they were neither killed by men nor by frostbeasts, then only one possibility remained. Xia Hong immediately decided to head back, declaring that there would be no more hunting or woodcutting for the time being. With those words, he led the group back in the direction of the camp. Yet, just as they turned to leave, more than 100 meters west of where the bodies were discovered, a corpse suddenly sat. He slowly turned his head to watch their retreating figures. Xia Hong understood all too well just how precious iron and steel were in this world. Raw iron ore itself was a rare and coveted resource. In this realm, even the simple act of felling a tree is incredibly difficult. It is all the more impossible to harvest iron ore, which is far superior to wood. The only reason mid-sized encampments possess iron implements is that without the strength of a earthquaking realm expert, even if an iron mine were discovered, it would remain impossible to excavate. Furthermore, coal and iron are inseparable. With only iron but no coal, it is fundamentally impossible to refine iron using only the heat generated from burning wood.
For all these years, within the Daxia encampment, only Jia Ding possessed a semi-artifact, a stone axe,
and even that was lost when he was framed and murdered.
Moreover, Xia Hong knew that Xia Ding's axe had been traded for a massive amount of wood from an acquaintance within the hunting squad of the Lage encampment.
From this, one can discern that iron goods are not only rare, but are also strictly controlled by medium and large encampments to prevent them from leaking out.
Xia Hong was unsure where the Daishan encampment had obtained their broadsword,
but he could be certain that this weapon was undeniably precious to them. When he first encountered the Daishan hunting squad during their hunt for the snow mastiff, the man, before dying, had attempted to toss the broadsword to his leader, which further illustrates its significance.
For something so valuable, it was unthinkable that the people of the Dashan encampment would allow it to remain lost in the snow. Initially, Xia Hong assumed that Wang Ming and his 3 companions had trespassed into Daxia territory,
only to encounter something terrifying that resulted in their deaths. But he immediately realized that could not be the case. If that were truly so, the other members of the Dashan encampment would certainly have come searching for them.
Even if not for the sake of Wang Ming, they would have returned for the sake of the blade.
Yet, judging by the thickness of the snow covering Wang Ming's corpse just now, the others from the Dashan encampment clearly had never returned to search for them. Thus, it was highly probable that the entire logging team had been present at that moment. Perhaps Wang Ming's group was killed because they were slow, while the others managed to escape.
Furthermore, they must have fled in such a pathetic state that they did not even have time to retrieve their blades.
The logging team of the Dashan encampment consisted of 13 men, including 2 archers, and when coupled with Wang Ming's broadsword, it was inconceivable that a formation of such strength could suffer such a disastrous fate. Linking this to the eerie red dot between the brows of the other 3 corpses, Xia Hong could almost certainly conclude that they had encountered a malevolent spirit.
The group that managed to escape was either eventually hunted down and killed,
or they had been so thoroughly terrorized by that entity that they had lost their wits. They lacked even the courage to turn back and investigate.
Regardless of the circumstances, Xia Hong realized he could no longer remain in this area. Moreover, these 4 individuals had perished within the territory of the Great Xia. This could only mean that the terrifying demon had occupied this region. This was the reason why Xia Hong not only led everyone back to the camp,
but also declared that for the foreseeable future, there would be no logging and no hunting. If they were to encounter that monster again, let alone whether they could keep their lives, the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over this past period would likely vanish into thin air in an instant. His haste to return to the camp was largely for the sake of survival, though a small part of it was due to this broadsword he had inadvertently acquired.
Xia Hong sat by the campfire in the camp, clutching the broadsword tightly, his eyes filled with astonishment and joy.
The system interface displayed his resources: 670 units of wood, 0 coal, 60 units of iron, 0 silver, and 0 gold. Back at Hongmu Ridge, the moment he touched the broadsword, the reason he appeared so pleasantly surprised was that he discovered this blade could be converted into 60 units of iron resources within the system.
Xia Hong realized he had been mistaken. The trees in this world were different, and therefore, the iron was naturally different as well. This blade did not look large, yet it weighed 600 caddies. No wonder it was classified as belonging to the earthquaking realm. Even if an iron mine were placed before him now, with his current strength, he would be unable to make even the slightest impression upon it.
Xia Hong did not possess much knowledge regarding metallurgy, but judging by its volume and weight, the iron in this world, much like the flora, had absolutely no relation to that of his previous life.
This was a completely different form of matter. 600 caddies equated to 60 units of iron.
In other words, 10 caddies of iron could be converted into 1 unit of iron resource within the system. Obtaining iron resources for the first time in such an unexpected and fortunate manner, while it pleased Xia Hong, what excited him even more was that he could finally interact with the constructions within the system. To say the system had not been useful would be a falsehood. After all, the mere small torch provided by the campfire had granted Xia Hong the ability to hunt, indirectly helping the camp nurture 7 individuals to the woodcutting realm. Yet more than 2 months had passed, and the system had shown no further changes. This was also a cold truth.
Xia Hong was troubled by this, but there was nothing he could do.
He was not lacking in wood. In fact, as more people reached the woodcutting realm, while the campsite had an abundance of resources, he truly had no idea where to procure iron. The Great Stone Camp surely possessed it, and the Leji Camp had even more. But it was clear they would never trade with him. And even if they were willing to sell, what could he possibly offer in exchange? The most critical issue was that he did not even know the location of the Leji Camp. Despite having the system at his disposal, he lacked the necessary resources. Without them, he could neither level up nor unlock new structures. Lately, Xia Hong felt as though his mind were on the verge of collapsing under the pressure. If not for the fact that the campsite was making steady, visible progress every day, he might have already been forced to take the risk of venturing out to hunt for iron. The very thing he had agonized over, longing for day and night, had arrived in such a dramatic fashion. For a moment, Xia Hong felt as if he were dreaming. Nevertheless, the matters at hand remained the priority. Suppressing his inner excitement, he opened the system interface. He observed that the level 1 small campfire required 200 units of wood and 50 units of iron to upgrade. Meanwhile, the wooden training dummy required 100 units of wood and 20 units of iron to construct. He was faced with two choices: unlock the new wooden training dummy structure, or upgrade the small campfire. Looking at the wooden training dummy, Xia Hong furrowed his brows. He was no stranger to this. It was a tool for martial arts training. In other words, the function of this structure was most likely to assist in martial cultivation. Naturally, a product of the system could not be merely a simple training tool, but judging from the function of the small campfire, it likely did not deviate far from its base purpose. Xia Hong shook his head and quickly dismissed the idea of crafting the wooden training dummy. Regarding his cultivation at the wood refining realm, the greatest difficulty lay in obtaining the meat of ferocious beasts, which in truth had little to do with specialized martial arts training. Furthermore, his own martial arts foundation was already formidable. He had no issues with self-practice, and he was more than capable of instructing others. Therefore, the wooden training dummy could be left for another time. The small campfire was a different matter entirely. Its heating benefits were only the beginning. In terms of utility, the small campfire possessed the power to suppress and inflict damage upon demonic creatures. And at present, the one thing the campsite feared most was that very demonic entity. The torches produced by the small campfire could assist the camp in hunting, and more importantly, the fire only required wood. Currently, Xia Hong had an excess of wood at his disposal. Whether viewed from the perspective of functionality or resource management, upgrading the small campfire was clear. Having made his decision, Xia Hong hesitated no longer. He gazed at the campfire before him and chose to upgrade the small fire. Suddenly, a resonant boom echoed through the cavern, as if someone had poured oil onto the flames. The fire, which had stood at 2/3 of a meter, surged upward by an entire meter in the blink of an eye. The surrounding temperature rose with a rapidity that was physically palpable. Everyone in the camp was astounded that the fire had intensified without the addition of firewood, and they all clearly felt the warmth spreading through the area. Xia Hong ignored the shouts of astonishment from the others, focusing his full attention on the attributes of the campfire after its breakthrough. The small campfire had transformed into a Tier 2 iron smelting furnace, capable of drastically increasing the temperature within a 100-meter radius by burning coal. Its suppression and damage effects against low-level ghosts were significantly amplified, though it also exerted a more intense allure toward frost beasts. Furthermore, it could now consume coal resources to refine and forge iron items. Its special function allowed for the creation of a small torch for every 10 units of wood resource consumed. These torches possess similar properties to the small fire and could be carried on one's person. For every 100 units of wood consumed, it could produce 1 portion of condensed fire oil. This oil was harmless to humans, yet it would ignite upon contact with spirits, dealing immense damage to ghosts. The requirements for the next upgrade were 2,000 wood and 5,000 iron. Upon reviewing these details, Xia Hong was immediately filled with excitement. After the campfire upgraded into the iron smelting furnace, its utility had increased exponentially. The temperature-raising radius had expanded from the original 10 meters to a massive 100 meters. Its suppression and damage capabilities had been significantly bolstered. The exact threshold of this power remained to be seen. It was even capable of burning coal directly to forge iron. The function of the small torches remained intact. Moreover, the most critical addition was the new special item: condensed fire oil. The property of igniting upon contact with ghosts stirred memories of the first time he summoned the campfire to incinerate the fake mountain peak into ashes, filling Xia Hong with profound anticipation for the capabilities of the condensed fire oil. This condensed fire oil was truly the most formidable weapon for dealing with ghosts. To be honest, even though he had visited Hongmu Ridge many times recently, Xia Hong still felt a lingering sense of unease each time he entered. While he no longer feared the frost beasts encountered on the periphery, or the growing number of people in the camp reaching the woodcutting realm, he still lacked confidence when it came to dealing with ghosts. Naturally, small torches could be utilized, but the issue remained that their quantity was limited, and at best, they could only be held in hand to ward off ghosts. One could hardly expect a ghost to stand still and let itself be burned. Furthermore, the burn time of the small torches was limited to a mere 15 minutes. Condensed fire oil was different. The liquid was not only easy to carry, but also difficult to detect. The most vital point was that it was harmless to humans, but would ignite instantly upon contact with a ghost. These 8 words alone were enough to accomplish something truly great. As the flame dwindled, the humble fire pit, initially constructed from mere clods of earth, had somehow transformed into a circular furnace, standing 2 meters high, with a diameter of over 1 meter.
The first person to witness this gasped in astonishment at the sight of the fire pit becoming a furnace, drawing the entire crowd to gather around.
Upon drawing closer to the furnace, and feeling the heat radiating from it, the crowd looked upon Xia Hong with eyes clearly burning with newfound fervor.
Previously, when disaster struck the cave, only a few had witnessed Xia Hong summoning fire from the void,
but through word of mouth, nearly everyone in the camp had learned of it. Even so, the vast majority had only heard rumors. Many dismissed it as fabrication, never truly believing it to be real. But this time it was different. The transformation of the fire pit into a furnace occurred right before their eyes.
Instantly, within the hearts of everyone present, Xia Hong's status was elevated by another degree.
Xia Hong naturally offered no explanation. While creating a myth is not always advisable, one must adapt to the situation at hand. In the circumstances of the Great Xia camp,
which stood on the brink of despair as it did now,
a leader possessing formidable methods, mysterious and unfathomable, could play a vital role in both uniting the collective and bolstering the people's resolve to face the future.
Those within the camp were still reluctant to let go. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the 7 members of the wood-gathering squad, having witnessed the effectiveness of the small torch and the martial prowess he displayed against the cold beasts,
felt an even greater fervor toward him than those before his eyes.
Everyone in the Great Xia camp
instinctively harbored the notion that Xia Hong possessed immense strength and that he mastered some form of mysterious, mystical power,
which not only allowed him to hunt cold beasts,
but also enabled him to defeat or repel the specters themselves.
Furthermore, he was generous, willing to increase the quota of spirit fruits for everyone so that no one would go hungry.
At the same time, he was selfless, willing to distribute the meat of the cold beasts to all, thereby helping everyone increase their own strength.
Guided by this understanding, everyone reached a unanimous realization. Only with Xia Hong as their leader
could they live longer and live better.
Xia Hong did not possess the ability to read minds, and naturally he was unaware of what everyone was thinking.
But from the way the others looked at him, he could easily discern 2 things.
First, his status in the hearts of these people was rising at an astonishing speed.
Second, every single person in the camp, whether it was Xia Chuan's younger brother, the members of the Wood Punishment Squad, or the other ordinary folk, from the middle-aged down to the children, a burgeoning longing for life gradually appeared in their eyes, a renewed hope for the future. In the days that followed, Xia Hong did not lead the team to Redwood Ridge again. Although, after upgrading to an iron-smelting furnace, the average daily consumption of wood had doubled compared to before,
requiring 4 units of wood per day. Xia Hong currently possessed an abundant surplus of wood resources.
With 470 units of wood in his possession, he had more than enough to sustain the camp for over 3 months, even without venturing outside.
Furthermore, the stores of spirit fruit he had accumulated previously still exceeded 10,000 jin.
Therefore, remaining inside for a short period posed absolutely no problem. Xia Hong had considered venturing to Tower Mountain to see if he could locate the Great Stone Encampment and assess their current situation. However, thinking of that malevolent entity that might be lurking nearby, he ultimately abandoned the idea.
Firstly, although he had identified that the Great Stone Encampment was in the Tower Mountain region, the concealment techniques of such camps were highly sophisticated.
Even if he were to go, the probability of finding them was slim, and should he find them, if their camp remained undisturbed, it would be difficult for him to explain his presence, potentially leading to unnecessary conflict.
Secondly, it was due to his wariness of that malevolent entity.
The last time, the adversary had likely been lurking in the shadows, controlling the puppet Jia Ding,
so to speak accurately.
Even now, Xia Hong did not know what the entity truly looked like. Although he now possessed methods to contend with such horrors, his understanding of that specific entity was far too limited. To engage it recklessly would undoubtedly invite disaster.
With these various reasons piling up, Xia Hong could only patiently remain within the camp,
on one hand leading everyone in their cultivation, and on the other, researching methods to neutralize the evil spirit.
Beside the bonfire, Xia Hong stood bare-chested, throwing continuous, precise punches that sliced through the air with sharp, whistling force. He explained the essence of the Grand Ancestor Longfirst to those gathered around him, stating that practicing this technique under his guidance served more than just increasing their efficiency or helping them absorb the essence of the cold beast meat. It held a far more vital purpose, which was the enhancement of combat capability. He explained that regardless of the martial discipline, at its core, one only trains 2 things: reflexes and explosive power. These 2 pillars form the greatest foundation of confidence when facing an enemy. Reflexes are the ability to anticipate danger before it strikes. Taking the cold beast as an example,
One must act. If one can predict the angle of an incoming strike and react in time, the attacker cannot inflict any harm. Explosive power, on the other hand, is the greatest force exerted in the shortest amount of time at the highest possible speed. This is the most effective method for dealing devastating damage to an enemy. Whether one is fighting barehanded or wielding a weapon, the underlying principles remain the same. The speed of Jia Hong's punches gradually began to quicken. The powerful wind generated by his fists whistled through the furnace fire. Simultaneously, he explained that while the base strength of the wood-felling realm is 5,000 caddies, that is merely the base strength in a static state. Being able to lift a 5,000 caddy object does not mean one can deliver a 5,000 caddy punch. When truly locked in combat, bodily reactions and the constraints of movement make it extremely difficult to unleash the full 5,000 caddies of force. Therefore, one must practice unceasingly, so that the muscles are constantly strengthened and accustomed to striking. Only then can one truly unleash their full potential. Xia Hong added that the greater the amplitude of the body's movement, the more muscles are engaged, which in turn significantly impacts the speed and power of the strike. Thus, among the 4 routines, minor combat, major combat, scattered hands, and combined combat of the Taizu long fist, the simplest is the short-range fighting style of minor combat. Although Xia Hong's punching movements were rapid, the amplitude was restricted to a small space. Even so, the friction of his fists against the air produced a fierce whistling sound. He noted that since everyone had not been practicing the minor combat routine for long, they could, at most, unleash half of their base strength. However, with diligent practice, they would eventually be able to strike with 80% of their power, just like him. Once everyone has mastered the minor combat routine, he will teach the major combat routine, where the fists, feet, and waist unite as one. Not only will they be able to unleash 100% of their punching power at will, but by reaching a profound level of mastery, they may even be able to erupt with strength that transcends the body's natural limits. Xie Chuan and the others nodded with expressions of excitement. They had all ventured out with Xia Hong before, and having witnessed him personally execute the 3 routines of minor combat, major combat, and scattered hands, they understood the potency of this martial art all too well. Xia Hong intended to explain that the long fist is most formidable when combined with weapons, but before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly began to tremble and the mountains to shake. His expression shifted instantly, and he looked toward the entrance of the cave. Everyone in the camp gathered around the furnace stood up in unison, turning their heads toward the cave entrance. Some realized that something was rapidly approaching. Others sensed that such a massive disturbance likely indicated the presence of cold beasts. Still others could not fathom how the cold beasts could have discovered them, given that the cave entrance had already been sealed. Considering that it was currently daytime, they knew that if the cold beast discovered them, all would be lost. Despair instantly washed over the faces of the majority within the encampment. Faced with this sudden crisis, Xia Hong quickly issued his orders. He commanded Yuan Cheng and Lin Kai to extinguish the fire pit. Meanwhile, Xie Chuan, Yu Feng, and 5 others would follow him to the cave entrance, while the rest were to retreat deep into the cavern. The cold beast was already perilously close to the cave entrance. Attempting to flee outside was simply not a viable option. Moreover, it was still broad daylight. If they were to truly step outside, even those with the cultivation base of the woodcutting realm would be unable to withstand the extreme cold, not to mention the others present in the encampment. The cave was not large, but there was enough space for everyone to retreat 10 meters inward without issue. Upon hearing the command, Yuan Cheng felt a surge of panic, because it was currently daylight. If the fire were extinguished, the group would not be able to endure the cold for long. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no time to question the order. Only after dousing the flames did he voice his concerns. Lin Kai reminded Yuan Cheng that the small torches they used while hunting with their leader were taken directly from this fire pit. Upon hearing this, Yuan Cheng's expression shifted instantly. They had all witnessed with their own eyes the frenzy the cold beast displayed toward those torches. With the fire pit burning so brightly, the consequences of being discovered by the cold beast were unimaginable. Yuan Cheng felt a sense of relief that their leader had acted promptly. If not, they would have been in grave danger, for he recalled that the fire did more than heal. The cold beast also bolstered its strength. At this moment, Xia Hong called out to Yuan Cheng and Lin Kai, instructing them to hurry over and assist once the fire was extinguished. Hearing Xia Hong's voice, the 2 men rushed toward the cave entrance, as the ground beneath them continued to tremble. Xia Hong ordered the group to move all the reserved timber to the center of the entrance to barricade it against any unforeseen circumstances. He then approached the cave entrance and carefully carved a small hole, wishing to discern exactly what lay outside. The moment the small aperture was opened, a beam of light instantly pierced through from the outside. With the fire extinguished, the cave was now shrouded in absolute darkness. Since it was daytime outside, it was perfectly natural for sunlight to filter in through the small hole. Yet, alongside the beam of sunlight, An bone-chilling aura of frost poured into the cave. Xia Hong, standing closest to the opening, could see with his own eyes. The dust and minute particles suspended in the sunlight were freezing and condensing at a terrifying speed. Within the span of 3 or 4 breaths, they crystallized into snowflakes mid-air and drifted softly to the ground. Xia Hong's pupils constricted in shock, and he instinctively extended his palm into the path of the sunlight. Almost the very moment the light touched his palm, a piercing chill surged from his palm, rushing straight to his brain. The skin on his palm rapidly turned a deathly pale blue. Even the blood circulating beneath the surface seemed to freeze in its tracks. Feeling the numbness in his palm begin to spread uncontrollably to the rest of his body, Xia Hong's expression shifted, and he withdrew his hand in haste. He had to massage the area dozens of times before the numbing sensation finally began to fade. Xia Hong shook his hand. Once it returned to normal, he realized just how bone-chilling the daytime temperature could be. It was no wonder humanity could only survive within the shade. Even with a cultivation base at the Earth realm, one could hardly roam freely beneath the sun. He then pressed his eye against the small aperture to peer outside. If the sunlight could inflict such damage upon mere skin, one could only imagine the agony of it striking the eyes directly. The very moment his eye touched the opening, an intense, searing pain shot straight to his mind. Suppressing the agony, Xia Hong forced himself to examine the situation outside. At that single glance, Xia Hong's heart plummeted into the abyss. A gargantuan beast with 6 horns and 4 legs, its body spanning 5 to 6 meters, and its form resembling a mountain goat, appeared to have been startled by some unknown force and was now charging frantically toward this mountainside. The beast stood at least 2 meters tall at the shoulder alone, and in its violent charge, it did not merely crush the trees in its path. Even the smaller mounds of earth were decimated beneath its momentum. Xia Hong's eyes had reached their limit, so he quickly pulled back and sealed the small hole, immediately warning the others that a goat-shaped frost beast was barreling toward their position. Upon hearing this, Jia Chuan and the others turned pale. They had seen such a frost beast before, but only at night, while it slept deep within the Gold Needle Forest. The beast's massive frame, and their lack of understanding regarding its nature, had always led Xia Hong to purposefully avoid it during their hunts. Xia Hong reassured them that there was no need for excessive alarm. Although the beast was heading toward the mountainside, it was not certain it would locate their cavern. For now, they would observe the situation before deciding their next move. The frost beast was now dangerously close to the cave entrance, and fearing detection, Xia Hong dared not open the aperture again, choosing instead to stand guard on either side of the entrance with the others. Everyone could only hope that the frost beast would fail to find the cave. Whether the prayers of the others truly held power, it was impossible to say. But the footsteps of the frost beast suddenly slowed. It was no longer as frenzied as before, and judging by the sound, it was moving further away from the cave entrance. The hearts of those present finally settled slightly, assuming it was merely a coincidence that the frost beast had failed to detect the cave and was now turning back. Only Xia Hong kept his brow tightly knit, sensing that something was fundamentally wrong. Remembering something, Xia Hong suddenly dropped to the ground, pressing his ear against the cold earth. He listened for less than 3 breaths before his expression shifted in terror. He lunged up from the ground, shouting for everyone to scatter to both sides. Startled, everyone reacted with lightning speed, immediately retreating to the edges of the cave entrance. Almost at the exact moment the 8 retreated, 6 sharp horns instantly shattered the entrance. To say nothing of the branches and weeds used to conceal the cave earlier, even the thick logs they had just moved were pierced through in the blink of an eye, reduced to a scattering of wooden shards that filled the air. Under the violent impact, the entire cave entrance was obliterated. A lethal chill surged in, accompanied by a torrent of sunlight flooding the interior. Xia Hong and his companions, standing closest to the entrance, felt a layer of frost instantly coat their animal hide garments. Xia Hong ordered the others to retreat further inside, knowing they could not contest the beast at the entrance. Yet he himself gritted his teeth and lunged forward, grabbing hold of the frost beast's horns. Upon gripping the horns, Xia Hong was nearly sent flying by the creature. Even as he struggled to steady his frame, the frost beast's violent momentum forced him to stumble backward continuously. Despite this, Xia Hong utilized the leverage in his footing to constantly adjust the direction of the beast's charge. Not until he had been forced back 30 meters did the direction of the frost beast's charge shift from the depth of the cave toward the left wall. His decision to rush forward was, naturally, not to engage the frost beast in a test of raw strength. This goat-like frost beast, based on its build alone, was far more formidable than a snow sect disciple. Given his current cultivation, he could at most compare to a mature snow sect disciple. He certainly could not withstand a direct collision. His only objective was to alter the trajectory of the frost beast's charge. All the others were retreating deeper into the cave. If the frost beast continued to barrel inward, with that level of momentum, no one could possibly withstand it. As the beast neared the left wall, Xia Hong braced his feet and kicked hard against the stone, released his right hand,
and drew the stone axe from his waist.
Timing his strike precisely as the beast charged toward the right wall,
he swung down with all his might at its head. Yet the horned frost beast did not even bother to shift its body. It merely tilted its head slightly, using its horns to parry Jia Hong's stone axe.
Not only did he block the attack, but he shattered the stone axe in Ha Hong's hand. Staring at the wooden handle remaining in his grip, Ha Hong stood frozen in shock. At that very moment, Ha Chuan tossed an axe to the leader. Ha Hong reached out to catch the axe thrown by Ha Chuan, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Hang Chuan, Yuan Chang, and the others had already converged,
holding ropes in their hands, 3 people on one side
and 4 on the other, casting the ropes from left and right, binding the cold beast tightly, before pulling back with all their might. Although the 7 of them were only at the woodcutting realm, their combined strength remained astonishing. With its body bound and pulled in such a manner, the cold beast faltered, stumbling nearly to the point of collapse.
The cold beast struggled to stabilize itself,
letting out a furious roar that sent echoes reverberating throughout the cave, and upon discovering it could not break free from the ropes held by the group, it could only lock into a tense stalemate with its adversaries. Its fury was evidently intensifying at an alarming rate. Ha Hong commanded the 7 men to continue pulling backward, and, as Ha Chuan's group drew the cold beast out, Ha Hong naturally freed himself from the wall. Yet instead of fleeing, he ordered Ha Chuan and the others to maintain their tension while he brandished the second stone axe he had just received,
leaning low and arching his back to deliver a powerful, diagonal strike from below. The cold beast possessed 6 horns upon its head, which were far too large and durable to be severed. Shaggy white fur covered its body, with each strand half a meter long, obscuring nearly its entire frame. During their brief collision just moments ago, Ha Hong had already gauged the incredible density of that fur.
This cold beast surely possessed a defensive prowess even more terrifying than a snow ape.
To breach its hide through conventional means was clearly an impossible feat.
The lower jaw was the only vulnerable point Ha Hong could conceive of. Ha Hong knew his own strength had reached 9,700 jin, and by coordinating the Taizan First technique with his weapon, he could unleash a peak force exceeding 10,000 jin.
So he refused to believe the bones of this cold beast were truly impenetrable.
The stone axe Ha Hong swung upward, carved through the air, creating a powerful gale.
Friction, sparking violently against the cold aura rushing in from outside the cave,
even throwing off a faint spark into the air. The force behind this axe strike was immense, far exceeding all imagination. Perhaps sensing the lethal threat, the goat-like frostbeast began to struggle with mounting madness. The 7 individuals holding the ropes were immediately jerked violently from side to side. Tui Ning was the last of the 7 to achieve a breakthrough, and he was even dragged down to the ground. Yet he gritted his teeth and refused to let go, bracing his feet against a protruding rock to gain leverage, until his skin was shredded and bleeding profusely. The 7 labored desperately to hold the ropes taut, finally creating the opening for Jia Hong to deliver his axe strike. The stone axe struck the lower jaw, producing a thunderous collision between stone and bone. The very air seemed to shudder. Yet after delivering this blow, Xia Hong's expression changed drastically, for the stone axe had not only failed to breach the beast's defenses, but had instead shattered against its lower jaw, exactly like the axe that had struck its horns moments before. The jaw of this vile creature possessed a hardness equal to the horns upon its head. Although the stone axe was destroyed, the frost beast was clearly struck with bone-deep agony. It raised its head and roared in fury, its body unleashing a power far beyond what it had shown before, snapping every rope in an instant. The 7 men were immediately thrown backward. Not only that, but upon breaking free from the ropes, the frost beast's first target was not Xia Hong, who had struck it with the axe, but Tu Ning, who stood on the other side. Among the 7 who had restrained it, Tu Ning was positioned closest to its head. Once the ropes snapped, he was yanked directly toward the beast's side, at the closest proximity. Xia Hong immediately charged toward the frost beast, placing himself in front of Tu Ning, and urged him to move away quickly, knowing that this time he could no longer avoid a direct confrontation. Xia Hong gritted his teeth, anchored his feet firmly into the earth, and at the perfect moment, grabbed the sharp horns with which the frost beast charged. Xia Hong's original intention was to intercept the beast's impact, and even if he could not stop it completely, he would at least save Tu Ning, accepting that he himself might only be pushed back or suffer minor injuries. He had simply underestimated the situation. The force of the frost beast's rage was of an entirely different caliber than before. This charge from the frost, crashing against the cave wall directly above, and the impact nearly shattered his fingers to the bone. Xia Hong plummeted from the cave wall, staring at the gashes on his hands. He had no time to tend to the bleeding, simply wiping them clean before immediately looking up to warn the others not to touch the beast's horns, lest they be torn asunder. Regrettably, his warning came a moment too late. Having struck him aside, the frost beast lunged directly into the group. Perhaps it was because of his ferocious posture while pulling the rope earlier, but having marked him, the beast's sole target remained Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning attempted to dash behind the frost beast, but his speed was insufficient. Before he had taken 2 steps, The beast's sharp horns were already aimed at his flank.
To be struck meant certain death.
Xia Hong had risen to his feet, rushing toward the frost beast. Yet the distance was too great. He was powerless to intervene.
The remaining 6 individuals also attempted to intercept the beast, but their strength was negligible, and they were tossed aside before even drawing near. Xu Ning's fate seemed already sealed. Feeling the sharp sensation of danger encroaching upon his flank, cold sweat beaded on Xu Ning's forehead.
As he turned his head and caught sight of the half-meter-long mane covering the frost beast,
he gritted his teeth, leapt sideways, and grasped the mane, vaulting into the air
before executing a somersault and landing upon the creature's back. Naturally, things did not proceed so smoothly. Though he had evaded a fatal blow to his flank, his shoulder was still pierced by the beast's sharp horn.
Were it not for the intense urge to survive, which drove Xu Ning to pull himself free from the horn,
the mere thrashing of the frost beast would have surely torn his body in two.
Perhaps the agonizing wound on his shoulder had driven Xu Ning to a state of madness.
Astride the frost beast, he swung his stone axe, hacking wildly at its back. As Xia Hong had anticipated, the defensive capabilities of this frost beast far exceeded those of the snow sect.
Xu Ning struck over a dozen times, yet he succeeded only in shearing off a portion of its mane. The hide beneath remained entirely unscathed. Even so, Xu Ning did not cease his assault,
blood from his shoulder wound having already stained half of his body,
sustained only by a surge of desperate ferocity, terrified that if he were to stop, he would never be able to move again.
Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the frost beast let out a shrill, miserable cry.
Tu Nin,
currently perched upon its back, was momentarily stunned.
Having struck it repeatedly for such a long time,
the Han beast had shown very little reaction, leaving him unable to comprehend why it had suddenly let out such a miserable shriek.
Tu Nin recovered quickly. He hurriedly ceased his assault, raising his axe to inspect the spot he had just struck.
Although a significant amount of fur had been shorn from the Han beast's back, the remaining fur was so dense that it still obscured the area completely.
Tu Nin used his axe to push aside the matted fur, his expression instantly freezing in shock. Concealed beneath the layer of fur was a massive eye, the size of a human palm,
and in its center lay a golden pupil, cold and emotionless,
staring unblinkingly directly at him. Tu Nin did not dwell on the sight of the eye for long.
Noticing a deep gash from his axe right beside it, he realized instantly that this eye was the Han beast's fatal weakness.
He shouted to warn the others that the golden eye upon its back was undoubtedly its Achilles' heel.
Then, his expression turning vicious, he raised his stone axe, aimed it at the golden pupil, and brought it down with a sudden, powerful strike.
Ha Hong, who was currently locked in combat with the Han beast, realized Tu Ning's intent and immediately shouted for him to stop.
Regrettably, he was a step too late. The weakness of a snow sect beast is its long tongue, yet the most dangerous part of its body is that very tongue. The weakness of a bone wolf is its small frame, yet it is precisely that stature that grants it such astonishing speed. No creature evolves a weakness without reason. A weakness often conceals a much greater peril. Thinking he was on the verge of victory, Tu Nin's pupils dilated as his axe descended toward that palm-sized golden eye. But at that very moment, the golden pupil erupted with a blinding, searing radiance. Tu Nin's eyes, which had been fixed on the target, were instantly blinded, unable to remain open. Yet, Tu Nin was unwilling to squander such a prime opportunity.
Closing his left eye, he squinted with his right, determined to see his stone axe strike home, refusing to halt his momentum.
A blood-curdling scream from Tu Nin echoed throughout the cavern. Hake Hong and the others turned back in haste, a chill running down their spines. His axe had ultimately failed to strike. Not only had he failed, but his right eye had been gouged out by an unseen force manifesting from the void, leaving behind nothing but a hollow, empty socket.
Crimson blood poured forth, drenching his face in a grotesque and horrifying display.
Though seized by terror, Ha Hong acted decisively, ordering the others to hold the Han beast at bay so he could attempt a rescue.
Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a handful of the beast's mane, swung his body upward, and vaulted onto its back. Without a moment's hesitation, Ha Hong rushed to catch the collapsing Tu Nin and threw him down to the ground below. Xia Chuan and the others immediately stepped forward to support him.
Although he had lost his right eye, Xu Ning's consciousness remained clear. Before being carried away, he did not forget to loudly warn Xia Hong not to look at the eye on the Han beast's back. Because he had only closed his left eye, he had been spared. But it seemed something had emerged from within that eye to tear out his eyeball.
Xia Hong took a deep breath, shifting his body in accordance with the Han beast's frantic thrashing, determined not to dare glance down, as he blindly reached out to grope along its back. Soon, Xia Hong found the location of the golden eye. He immediately instructed everyone to split up and restrain its limbs. They only needed a single moment, and it had to be swift. After bringing Xu Ning to the rear, Xia Chuan and the others glanced at the Han beast upon hearing this, and despite the terror gripping their hearts, they quickly discarded their stone axes, rushing forward empty-handed. The stone axes could not penetrate the Han beast's defenses, they were useless.
and holding them only served as a burden, hindering their ability to exert force.
Lin Kai and Xu Wanping rushed toward the rear of the Han beast, grabbing hold of its hind right leg together.
Yue Feng and Liu Yang grasped the hind left leg, while Yuan Cheng and Xia Chuan moved to the front, each grabbing one of the forelegs. This division was logical enough, but against the sheer strength of the Han beast, the 6 men were clearly insufficient. The Han beast thrashed wildly, nearly dragging all 6 of them across the ground in a frenzied dash.
The cave was small, with only a few dozen meters to move, and Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng had already been smashed against the walls multiple times.
All 6 men were coughing up blood, having been injured either by the beast's trampling or the impact of colliding with the cave walls. Yet none of them let go. They kept a death grip on the Han beast's limbs, teeth gritted, determined to buy that moment for Xia Hong. Xia Hong had remained motionless, not because he lacked the will, but because the violence of the beast's movements was truly terrifying.
Compared to the 6 men clinging to its limbs below,
the Han beast clearly felt that he posed a greater threat on its back, and so, every time it slammed into the cave walls, it deliberately used its back and tail. Xia Hong had also been struck several times, yet his left hand remained locked onto its mane, preventing him from falling while keeping his right hand positioned exactly where he had felt the eye.
Xia Hong shouted for everyone not to let go, urging them to hold on just a little longer, for the beast was nearly exhausted. His expression grew fierce. He refused to believe that this vile beast possessed inexhaustible strength. For over half a minute, the 7 men locked in a stalemate with the Han beast, despite being trampled or battered.
Finally, after crashing into the cliff face once more, the cold beast suddenly came to a halt. It was panting heavily. At this precise moment, Xia Hong's pupils constricted. Withdrawing his right hand, he drew a short blade, less than 5 inches long, from his side.
Aiming directly at the spot he had been feeling for some time,
having already committed the location to memory, he thrust downward with sudden, violent force.
Realizing his strike had landed, Xia Hong immediately commanded Xia Chuan and the others to release their grip and retreat.
The 6 men, who had been desperately pinning the cold beast's limbs, let go at once and lunged backward. As the cold beast let out a shrill, agonizing roar, a surge of warmth enveloped Xia Hong's hand. The creature beneath him began to thrash even more violently.
Xia Hong, no longer paralyzed by fear, sat atop the beast's back, staring into its golden eye. It turned out that his strike had been so forceful that not only the blade, but his entire hand had plunged deep into the wound. That rush of warmth was the sensation of his hand submerged in blood after the eye had been pierced. The golden eye upon the beast's back had been thoroughly impaled. It was clear that the beast was suffering more than mere physical pain, a fact Xia Hong felt most directly while mounted upon its back. Though the cold beast had erupted with power even more terrifying than before, immediately after its eye was pierced.
As time passed, its movements clearly began to falter and slow.
The strength it could exert grew weaker with every passing moment. Despite this, Xia Hong dared not lower his guard, remaining firmly atop its back, his grip tight on its mane, refusing to move.
Finally, the eye on the beast's back ceased its bleeding, its limbs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Only then did Xia Hong truly exhale in relief.
He could sense, at close range, that the life force of the cold beast had been completely extinguished.
Once he released his grip, a wave of profound exhaustion surged over him. Xia Hong confirmed that the beast was truly dead and signaled for the others to approach.
His confirmation allowed the tension that had gripped Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others to finally dissipate.
Realizing that it was all over, smiles began to break across everyone's faces. After having to evade the creature so many times before, they never expected it would come to them this time. Everyone felt the recent encounter had been perilous. Without their leader, the outcome would have been uncertain. One man recalled clutching the beast's rear leg, feeling multiple times that he was on the verge of being trampled to death.
If he had not seen his companions persevering, he likely would have broken under the strain.
Others laughed, admitting they had shared the very same feeling. Combat is the most effective way to forge unity, especially a battle of life and death such as this. Although everyone bore wounds to varying degrees, some even severe, the way they looked at one another clearly held a new depth that had not been there before.
Hearing the light-hearted remarks of the others, a sense of relief washed over Xia Hong after surviving the calamity.
However, there was still one person critically injured, and his status remained unknown. Xia Hong immediately inquired about Xu Ning's location and condition. Hearing his voice, the others hurriedly looked toward the back of the cave. Although Xu Ning had lost his right eye, he remained fully conscious. At that moment, he answered Xia Hong, assuring him that he was unharmed, and simultaneously urged him to quickly have someone seal the cave entrance, for the faces of many adults had already turned deathly pale from the cold, and several children were nearing their limit. Xia Hong turned his head to look at the crowd, only then realizing that both young and old were frozen to the point of turning blue.
So he hurriedly stood up, leading the others to block the entrance and kindle a fire.
The battle had lasted less than 10 minutes from start to finish, yet in that brief span, the ordinary people in the encampment had already been pushed to their breaking point. In truth, it was not only them. Even Jia Hong himself began to feel the bone-chilling cold once the heat of combat had faded. The daylight hours were truly this terrifying. Xia Hong instructed those who were more severely injured, like Xia Chuan, to rest first, while he personally led the others to move supplies to barricade the entrance. Xu Ning was lying on the ground, so those who stepped forward to assist were the other able-bodied adults in the camp. As Jia Hong was moving supplies, he heard the concern of the man beside him, who advised him that since he was also wounded, he should go and rest and leave the labor to everyone else. Xia Hong turned and offered a smile, stating that he was fine and had suffered almost no injuries, needing only to quickly seal the entrance and light the fire so that everyone would no longer have to endure the freezing temperatures. Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions of deep gratitude. The middle-aged man who had just urged Xia Hong to rest felt the same. With a moved expression, he took 2 steps toward Xia Hong, intending to help him carry the log he was holding, and insisted that such a trivial matter should be left to them so he could set his mind at ease. Xia Hong's eyes flickered, but he did not refuse, promptly handing the log over to the man. Unexpectedly, just as the man reached Xia Hong, a sudden turn of events occurred. He abruptly threw a punch with his right hand, striking directly at Xia Hong's head. This sudden scene left everyone present in absolute terror. No one believed Xia Hong could be injured, for the one who launched the sneak attack was merely an ordinary person. Regardless of how close the middle-aged man stood, it could not change the reality that he was nothing more than a commoner. He possessed no cultivation base whatsoever. Even if Xia Hong had just concluded a battle with the cold beast, bearing wounds and signs of exhaustion, it should have mattered little. After all, the wood-chopping realm is not merely about the ability to fell trees. The increase in base strength signifies that one's physical constitution has far surpassed that of an ordinary mortal. The onlookers' terror stemmed from 2 factors: the sudden urgency of the situation and the utter impossibility of the act. No one in the encampment understood why a common middle-aged man would dare strike out at Xia Hong. Yet when Xia Hong raised his arm to deflect the man's punch, only to be sent reeling backward more than 10 meters, the expressions of everyone in the camp shifted instantly. Xia Hong was the strongest individual currently in the encampment. Even setting aside his status, the strength he had displayed while confronting the cold beast, which everyone had witnessed clearly, made it evident that anyone capable of knocking him back 10 meters with a single blow could absolutely not be an ordinary person. The great Xia group consisted of only 100 people, and they were all, fundamentally, familiar with one another. Very quickly, someone identified the middle-aged man as Wang Ping, but even faster, everyone realized that this was not the real Wang Ping, but a masquerade. The entity wearing Wang Ping's likeness spoke, and this time, the voice sounded like wood, grinding against wood, piercing, discordant, and revolting to the ear. It remarked that Xia Hong had actually been guarding against it, praising his caution. Xia Hong shook his aching hand, looked up at the middle-aged man, his face devoid of any significant surprise, and instead he offered a cold, mocking smile. He had found it strange earlier that the cold beast would suddenly appear on this ridge. It turned out the creature had been driven here by this adversary. The culprit dared not reveal itself, choosing instead to hound them with a cold beast, a truly pathetic display of capability. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and 6 others had now arrived, surrounding the middle-aged man with faces full of vigilance. Upon hearing the bizarre voice of the middle-aged man, the 6 of them realized immediately that the being before them was not a man at all, but the demon from Redwood Ridge that had brought great calamity upon them 3 months prior. The middle-aged man's laughter was eerie and distorted. It had presumed that relying on the golden-eyed demon ram would be sufficient to dispose of them, yet it had not expected the vile beast to be so weak, leaving it with no choice but to exert its own. It assumed the other 6 were as good as crippled, and that Xia Hong's strength was nearly spent. It believed all 100 lives in the camp were already within its grasp. That laughter was identical to the sound heard during the previous slaughter at the encampment. This demon seemed to possess a depraved obsession with murder. Although Xia Hong kept his eyes fixed upon the middle-aged man before him, his peripheral vision never ceased scanning the surroundings. The middle-aged man standing before him only served to confirm his earlier suspicions. That demon was indeed lurking behind the scenes, manipulating these impostors. It had never shown its true form, yet it appeared to have been thoroughly shaken by the flames he had unleashed previously. This time, it had not only sent the cold beast to lead the vanguard, but had also taken advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the camp with its own minions, hoping to dispose of him through a sneak attack. Perhaps that previous strike had convinced the demon that Xia Hong's remaining strength was negligible. The demon's laughter grew increasingly arrogant. It swept its gaze across the 100 people in the camp, its eyes gleaming with a predatory, bloodthirsty light. Xia Hong spoke with a mocking tone, warning it not to rejoice too soon, and told it to look at its own palm. The demon's laughter ceased instantly. Confused, it lowered its head to examine its palm, only to discover that the hand which had struck Xia Hong was now coated in a thin layer of pale yellow oil. The demon's eyes were filled with bewilderment, thinking Xia Hong was merely putting on a brave front, but before it could utter a word, the oil spontaneously erupted into flames, mirroring the inferno from the cave that day, forcing it to unleash a wretched, agonizing shriek. Amidst its screams, it realized with horror that it was once again facing those very flames. Xia Hong sat upon the ground, letting out a faint sigh of relief. After so many days, the iron smelting furnace had only yielded a small portion of condensed fire oil. If he had not secretly applied the oil to his body beforehand, he might truly have been overwhelmed by the demon's strike. From the moment the cold beast had inexplicably charged toward the cave, Xia Hong had sensed that something was amiss. This golden-eyed demon goat had always inhabited the Hongmu Ridge region. Many nights, while leading his team on patrols, Xia Hong had caught sight of it. This proved that the demon goat rarely ventured into other territories. Why would it suddenly appear near the encampment? Combining this with the discovery of Wang Ming's corpse that night, he could not help but suspect that the demon was behind these machinations. Thus, long before the battle with the golden-eyed demon goat had even commenced, he had stealthily coated his body in the condensed fire oil, fearing that the beast might also be under the demon's control. If the creature could manipulate men, it could surely control the cold beast as well. As it turned out, while the cold beast was not directly under its control, it had clearly been driven toward the camp by the demon's hand. His decision to apply the condensed fire oil beforehand had proven to be the correct move. This creature was truly terrified of the system's flames. Its wretched screams did not last long. The entity was utterly incinerated, leaving behind only venomous curses and waves of hatred echoing through the cave. It vowed to slaughter Xia Hong and his entire group, swearing that no one would escape and that it would inevitably return. Xia Hong watched as the flames completely consumed the creature, a flicker of cold rage rising in his own eyes. This was the second time the creature had infiltrated the camp. Yet he had still not caught a glimpse of its true form. While its methods were horrific and bizarre, its nature seemed overly cautious. Xia Hong was deeply puzzled. He could not fathom why it would resort to masquerading as a commoner to launch a sneak attack rather than facing him directly. Was its cultivation truly that weak? Or had it been genuinely cowed by the power of the system's flames? By all logic, the most opportune moment for it to strike would have been when he was locked in a desperate battle with the cold beast. At that time, the fires in the camp had died down, and his 8 companions were being severely suppressed by the beast. Finding no answer, he resolved to put the matter aside for now. Xia Hong turned and ordered the others to quickly rekindle the fires, check the head count, and determine if Wang Ping was still present. In truth, from the moment Wang Ping had suddenly lashed out to the final exposure of the creature's identity, followed by its reduction to ash by the Ninghuo oil flames, only a few dozen breaths of time had passed. The group was still reeling from this perilous encounter, only snapping back to reality when Xia Hong's voice cut through the silence. They hurried to search for Wang Ping among the crowd. Very quickly, it was confirmed that Wang Ping was nowhere to be found. Upon hearing this, a grave look flashed in Xia Hong's eyes. The false Wang Ping had appeared, yet the real Wang Ping was missing. It was no longer a surprise. The creature had likely infiltrated the cave earlier, killed Wang Ping in silence, and assumed his identity. This implied that the creature only needed to kill an individual to use some method to transform into them, while possessing the ability to control them from afar. The anxiety in Xia Hong's heart grew even deeper. Wang Ping was merely a common man, yet the punch he had just thrown displayed strength truly at the level of the woodcutting realm. It could not only transform into its victim, but also amplify the original strength of its target. More importantly, the creature was capable of controlling multiple people simultaneously. Xia Hong realized that if this creature were not purged immediately, it would surely become a calamitous disaster. The hearth was lit once more, and after the cave entrance was sealed, warmth returned to the interior. Everyone gathered around the fire, and Xia Hong approached Tu Ning's side. Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others surrounded him as well, their expressions heavy and somber. Tu Ning opened his only remaining eye, stretched out a finger to point at the gold-eyed demon goat lying on the ground, and forced a smile onto his face, claiming that they had secured quite a massive prize this time. Xia Hong did not respond. He simply stepped forward to examine Tu Ning's right eye. Seeing only an empty socket, Xia Hong's expression instantly turned grave. Xia Hong warned Tu Ning not to be reckless in the future, emphasizing that one must be cautious when confronting frost beasts they have never encountered before turning to add that Xia Chuan and the others must exercise the same level of caution. Perhaps unwilling to let the atmosphere remain so heavy, Tu Ning laughed and said, "Regardless, my life is still intact. It is merely one eye. It is not a matter of great consequence. My cultivation base remains, and there is nothing wrong with my physical body." Seeing that no one replied, Tu Ning seemed to recall something, and brought up Qinhuai Peng, mentioning that Qinhuai Peng's father was once the only archer in their encampment, and that he would often close one eye when firing an arrow. With his right eye blinded, perhaps once the encampment becomes more prosperous, he could become an archer himself. Qinhuai Peng was stunned for a moment, his expression turning somewhat strange
before he nodded, confirming that he had indeed heard his father say that,
for the sake of accuracy, an archer would usually only use one eye to aim. It was a pity, however, that the encampment currently possessed no bows or arrows.
Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and even Xia Hong and the others felt a stir in their hearts. Losing an eye was not as trivial as Tu Ning made it seem.
Although it did not affect his cultivation base, it dealt a heavy blow to his depth perception and bodily coordination. For those like them who frequently struggled for survival against frostbeasts, losing half of one's field of vision and suffering from poor coordination, each of these factors could prove fatal.
Xia Hong's expression had been heavy, because he realized that, from now on, Tu Ning would struggle to be of much help, even if he accompanied them outside. He had even decided that in the future, when they went out, Tu Ning would have to remain behind to guard the encampment. However, Ji Weipeng's words served as an indirect reminder that, in many combat scenarios, an archer furthermore, to some extent because that eye had completely vanished, Zhu Ning could now focus his attention entirely on his left eye.
This, conversely, had become a unique advantage.
Xia Hong spoke with gravity, offering Zhu Ning a promise that if something was not available now, it would be secured in the future. The others, hearing this, voiced their encouragement for Xu Ning in unison,
believing that since their leader had managed to slay even the golden-eyed demon goat, acquiring a bow for him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Now that they no longer feared even the most monstrous creatures, why should they fear failing to secure a bow? They told Xu Ning to set his mind at ease and focus on his recovery, and that once the bow was obtained, if he failed to master it, they would be sure to mock him for it.
Hearing their encouragement, Xu Ning felt deeply moved, though he remained silent, merely nodding his head firmly. Xia Hong stated he had matters to attend to, and instructed the group to go and process the meat of the golden-eyed demon goat. Seeing everyone excitedly set off to process the beast, Xia Hong walked alone to the side of the camp's strength-testing pillars. The original strength-testing pillars in the camp only reached a maximum capacity of 1,000 jin. Later, as more people achieved breakthroughs in the wood-cutting realm, 2 additional 5,000 jin pillars were added for convenience. Xia Hong's expression flickered. He stacked the 2 5,000 jin pillars on top of one another, held his breath to focus, crouched down, and gripped both pillars with his hands. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Xia Hong gritted his teeth, and his arms suddenly exerted force. With a powerful heave, the 2 pillars were lifted from the ground, and a look of overwhelming joy immediately appeared on Xia Hong's face. He realized that he had truly achieved a breakthrough. Just a moment ago, after slaying the golden-eyed demon goat, he had felt the strength within his body increase slightly, but because the monsters arrived shortly after, he had no time to dwell on it. Now, having tested it, it was clear that he had indeed broken through. Surpassing 10,000 jin in basic strength is the hallmark of reaching the earth-crushing realm. Only the heavens knew how much Xia Hong had been troubled by the earth-crushing realm during this period. He had discovered that the closer he got to the breakthrough, the lower the efficiency of absorbing the meat of cold-attributed beasts became, and his strength grew increasingly stagnant. The issue was that his allocated portion of beast meat had not changed, and even though he tried increasing his intake in an attempt to trigger the breakthrough, the progress remained marginal. Xia Hong gradually reined in the excitement on his face, steadying himself as he realized that it appeared only through life-and-death struggles could one rapidly shatter the limitations of the body. He wondered if his future cultivation in the earth-crushing realm would be significantly slowed, provided he continued to rely solely on the meat of cold-attributed beasts. As his physical constitution strengthened, his demand for such meat would inevitably increase, but for Xia Hong at this moment, it was not a significant concern. Back when he was at the wood-chopping realm, he was already capable of leading men to hunt frostbeasts, let alone now. The crux of the matter is that achieving a breakthrough to the earthquaking realm means that from this day forward, he possesses the qualifications to break ground and mine for resources. Coal, iron, silver, or gold. So long as a mineral deposit is discovered, he can successfully construct the remaining 8 facilities of the system. Xia Hong's expression was filled with great excitement. He decided that, starting tonight, he would begin expanding the search radius to see if any mineral deposits could be located and subsequently stake his claim. Just then, the situation on the other side regarding the golden-eyed demon goat had been concluded. Yuan Cheng shouted from a distance towards Xia Hong, excitedly reporting that the golden-eyed demon goat yielded a total of 1,700 caddies of meat, as well as a pristine hide that could be fashioned into 5 beast hide skirts. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Yuan Cheng tossed an object towards Xia Hong. Xia Hong caught it. It was the small dagger previously used to slay the golden-eyed demon goat. Wang Ming's broadsword had been exchanged for 60 points of iron resources within the system. Upgrading the small campfire had consumed 50 points, and with the remaining 10 points, Xia Hong had forged this small dagger. While referred to as a dagger, it was in truth less than 5 inches long. Small blade would be a more fitting description. Because it was so short, he feared it could not penetrate the defenses of the golden-eyed demon goat, so Jia Hong had refrained from using it until then.
Only when he sought to strike the eye on its back and realized the stone axe was ill-suited for the task did he resort to the blade, which ultimately proved to have a surprising effect. Xia Hong stowed the dagger away and summoned the 6 members of the woodchopping team, Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the others, along with the 31 newly added reserve members.
He decided to distribute all the meat immediately. In 10 days, they would head out as per their usual routine.
At the same time, he instructed Xia Chuan, Yuan Cheng, and the other 6 members to exert their utmost effort in improving their strength during this period.
As for those in the reserve team, they were also to hasten their pace to see if any more individuals could reach the woodchopping realm before they set out. The group responded in unison.
The 6 members under Xia Chuan were fine, but the 31 reserve members had just witnessed Xia Hong and the others hunt down that golden-eyed demon goat with their own eyes. They were already filled with deep admiration, and their desire to reach the wood-chopping realm had reached a fever pitch. In all likelihood, even if Xia Hong had not spoken, they would have risked their lives to cultivate, desperate to join the wood-chopping team and venture out with him. The timeline shifts back to the moment when Wang Ping was possessed by a specter and reduced to ash by the Kong fire oil. 500 meters to the east of the slope where the great Jia Camp's cave was located, a miserable scream echoed from a giant tree on the outer edge of Hongmu Ridge. An old man in black robes, with a hunched frame standing less than 1.5 meters tall, held a spool of white silk in his hand, one end clutched tightly in his grip, while the other stretched out toward the west. The thread was already white, and coupled with the surrounding snowstorm filling the sky, it was nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. One could only judge its direction by where the other end connected to the mountain cave of the great Xia encampment. Yet, at that very moment, the silk thread suddenly burst into flames. The old man's agonizing scream was due to the fire traveling along the thread, reaching his very palm. He struck his arm frantically, yet he could not extinguish the domineering flames. Seemingly realizing that the fire could not be put out, the old man's crimson pupils suddenly turned ferocious. He extended his right palm, raised his left hand, and brought it down with a powerful, decisive strike. He had actually used the small blade in his left hand to sever his own burning right hand at the wrist. Despite having just lopped off his own hand, there was not a trace of pain on the old man's face. Instead, he exhaled in relief. The severed right hand had not even touched the ground before it was reduced to ashes by those domineering flames. Gazing at the rising black smoke, a glint of trepidation flickered within the old man's crimson pupils before he turned his head to glare toward the cave of the great Jia encampment. The trepidation in his eyes shifted entirely into malice and deep-seated hatred. He cursed, convinced that they could not escape. They would never escape. Their lives were destined to be his. On this snowy night, the dense, frost-covered trees intertwined to form the silhouette of Hongmu Ridge. The whistling wind and profound solitude were the dominant melodies of this forest, never changing. Although there were 9 encampments scattered throughout, with a total initial force numbering 3,000 to 4,000, compared to a region as vast as Hongmu Ridge, this amount of people was still far too sparse. When the territory was first divided, even an entity as strong as the Lagi encampment only dared to operate within a 1-kilometer radius on the outer edge of Hongmu Ridge, let alone the remaining 8 encampments, whose range of operation was restricted to a mere 500 meters at the periphery. This standard was not established arbitrarily. Rather, it was something Luo Feng, the previous leader of the Legian encampment, had mapped out by leading hunting squads and paying with the lives of his men. The outermost 500 meters of Hongmu Ridge were occupied primarily by low-level cold beasts. Venturing deeper, the number of mid-level if one were to venture further than 1,000 meters inside, they would encounter primarily mid-tier frost beasts. The reason is simple. The deeper one travels into Hongmu Ridge, the more massive the trees become. Since frost beasts are creatures that prefer to occupy trees, those that claim the giant trees in the deeper regions are certainly not easy to deal with. Therefore, although many territories know that the depths of Hongmu Ridge contain vast resources, for many years, no one has dared to step a single inch beyond that boundary, including the Lagit's encampment, the only site with the qualifications to hunt. Even a low-tier frost beast possesses strength exceeding 8,000 catties. A mature one is even stronger, with power surpassing 10,000 catties. For a human to confront a low-tier frost beast head-on, one must at least possess the cultivation level of the earth-quelling realm, let alone mid-tier frost beasts, or even higher. This is considered one of the great hardships faced by humanity. Compared to them, frost beasts seem to be creatures favored by the heavens and the earth. Le Ming assumed the position of leader from his father, Le Feng, 15 years ago. Although he has led hunting parties out countless times, he has always adhered to the rules and has never ventured more than 1,000 meters into Hongmu Ridge. Thus, as he stepped past this 1,000-meter limit for the first time, his heart was, to some extent, stirred with excitement. On the surface, the interior does not appear much different from the outer fringes, but by observing the surrounding trees closely, one can discover many distinct details. Outside, the primary trees are zihu bones, followed by gold limes, with the least being ice stones. Here, however, gold limes are dominant, followed by zhu bones, while ice stones are the rarest. Besides these three types, there are 7 or 8 other kinds of trees that La Ming has never seen at the outer fringes. The second difference is the density of the frost beasts. La Ming lifted his head and swept his gaze across the area. With his vast experience, he immediately realized that at least 3 frost beasts were occupying the dozen or so trees around him. Furthermore, judging by their silhouettes, 2 of them were mid-tier. This caused La Ming to instinctively tread more lightly, attempting to minimize any sound. Although it is said that frost beasts sleep very soundly at night, and as long as they are not actively provoked, they generally will not wake up. They are, after all, mid-tier frost beasts. Should any unforeseen accident occur, there would still be grave danger. Lan Ming turned his head to look at Shi Qing, who was following closely behind him. Seeing the lingering gloom on his companion's face, he halted his steps and walked to his side. He patted his shoulder, reassuring Shi Qing that there was no need for such worry. Since they were in such close proximity, and with those 2 esteemed individuals keeping watch, his brother would surely be safe. Even if that wood spirit ghost were to truly appear, they still possessed the bone whistle. A single blow would bring aid from the others immediately. Xin Qing first managed a forced smile, but then a look of hesitation crossed his face as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, as if to validate Lan Min's words, a clear, sharp sound from a bone whistle rang out from the left. The expressions of both men shifted in shock. Xin Qing reacted first, drawing the curved bow from his back and sprinting like the wind toward the source of the sound, an iron-tipped arrow already notched in his grip. Lan Min quickly followed suit, and within a few breaths, the 2 arrived at the origin of the whistle. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before them, the expressions on their faces darkened instantly. Not far away, Xing Dong was limping toward them, with 2 figures pursuing him in close pursuit. The reason for their alarm was not merely that Xingdong was being hunted, but the identity of his pursuers. They recognized them both. Lan Ming was stunned to realize they were Wang Rui and Sun Xinzhu, unable to fathom why they would seek to kill Xingdong. Xingdong, running in terror and fury, shouted out, claiming they were not the true Wang Rui and Sun Xinzhu. They had been replaced, and had suddenly launched an attack on him just moments ago. As he fled, he attempted to draw his bow and fire at the 2 figures behind him, but his leg was already grievously wounded, and his mind was in a state of utter turmoil. How could he possibly hope to strike his mark? Fortunately, Shi Qing had reacted in time. The dull, vacant expressions on the faces of Wang Rui and Sun Xinzhu were clearly unnatural. Once he confirmed that something was gravely wrong with the pair, Xin Qing fired 2 arrows in rapid succession to the left and right, forcing them to halt their advance on Xindong. After the arrows were loosed, Xindong was successfully rescued, stumbling to the side of Xinqing and Lan Min. With cold sweat drenching his brow, Xindong pulled back the fabric of his pant leg to reveal a wound 7 or 8 inches long that was bleeding profusely. He scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and pressed it against the gash, finally looking up to tell the others that just moments ago in the forest, Wang Rui and Sun Xinzhu had excused themselves to attend to a private matter. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed before they had been replaced by that ghastly entity, and his own leg had been struck and wounded in the ensuing chaos. Lan Ming and Xin Qing exchanged a look, their faces grave with the weight of the situation. Just as the 2 were about to speak, a loud shout from Yang Ning and Li Hu suddenly echoed from not far away, causing all 3 of them to turn their heads in unison. About 300 meters away, Yang Ning and Li Hu, weapons drawn, had charged toward a massive tree with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. Li Hu furrowed his brows slightly, glanced at Yang Ning, and tightened his grip on his blade. He suddenly drew a deep breath, his arm muscles bulging with raw power, and raised his blade high over his back, pointing it toward the towering tree before him. With a powerful motion, he unleashed a horizontal slash. A thought flashed through Lan Ming's mind. Did Li Hu truly intend to fell that massive tree with a single strike? But how could such a feat be possible? The Yanling blade in Li Hu's hand was less than 2 meters in length, while the tree itself had a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. Lan Ming immediately concluded in his heart that such a thing was impossible. Yet, from 200 or 300 meters away, the crisp sound of wood snapping reached their ears. The massive tree, 6 or 7 meters in diameter, had been severed by a single strike. As the great tree crashed down, a figure in black robes leaped from its canopy. It was the same wood spirit ghost that had appeared once before. Yang Ning and Li Hu quickly flanked the wood spirit ghost from the left and right, engaging it in combat. Meanwhile, Lan Ming remained frozen in astonishment at the strike he had just witnessed, unable to regain his composure. He could not comprehend how Li Hu had accomplished such a feat. While it was true that the strength of Li Hu and Yang Ning surpassed his own, both claimed to be only in the earthquaking realm. How could the gap between cultivators of the same earthquaking realm be so vast? While Lan Ming was still lost in his shock, someone called out to him, snapping him back to reality.
He turned his head and realized that, aside from Shi Qing and Xin Dong, 4 other groups had arrived.
With the wood spirit ghost now under assault, the control over Wang Rui and Sun Xinzhu had vanished, and they fell directly to the ground, reduced to mere corpses. Among the 4 newly arrived groups were 4 leaders, and as 2 of them caught sight of the corpses of Wang Rui and Sun Xinzhu, their expressions immediately turned grim.
Someone remarked that their own side had already lost 4 men, and with these 2, the death toll had reached 6.
Another reminded them that this was already the 4th wave. If this continued, all the wood-cleaving realm combatants from their various camps would perish here. Yet another turned to Lan Ming, stating that if they failed to slay the wood spirit ghost this time, they would no longer participate in this endeavor.
For his large-scale camp with an abundance of wood-cleaving realm fighters, losing a few men was tolerable, but the smaller camps could not afford such losses.
All 4 leaders spoke in succession, and even Shi Qing, standing to the side, he told Lamin that things truly could not continue in this manner any longer. They understood that the 2 masters possessed great capabilities, but it was unacceptable to continue using their brothers as mere bait. If they failed to slay the demon this time, he would have no choice but to withdraw his forces from the Stone Great Camp. They would no longer participate.
Hearing the complaints of the 5 men, a flicker of guilt instantly crossed Lamin's face, and his resolve began to waver.
Lamin, you have served as leader for 15 years, and having maintained the Leji camp as a unique existence surrounding the Redwood Ridge, you are naturally a man of extreme sagacity.
Half a month ago, when the 2 men named Yang Li proposed that he and all the members of the 5 remaining camps must cooperate
and follow their every command, Lamin already harbored several suspicions in his heart. The 2 Yang Li brothers described the demon as unimaginably terrifying, and Lamin had almost no reason to doubt them. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that the creature truly took pleasure in slaughter, and furthermore, the more it killed, the stronger its power grew.
However, to believe that the 2 Yang Li brothers were acting out of a request from Laming or pure benevolence,
or that they remained to protect the human race of the Dong tribe, Lamin did not believe for a single moment. He was not nearly that naive.
From their many skirmishes, it was evident that the 2 Yang Li brothers faced significant risks while battling the wood puppet demon.
For something to compel them to accept such dangers to kill the wood puppet demon, after much deliberation, it could only be for the sake of 2 things: profit and gain. Lamin surmised that hunting the wood puppet demon must yield immense benefits. Otherwise, the 2 would never have exerted themselves to such a degree. Half a month ago, Lamin had sought out all the leaders of the 4 camps. After analyzing the pros and cons for them, the 4 leaders agreed to coordinate their efforts with him. The 4 leaders did not agree to cooperate solely out of respect for Lamin,
including the Shenzhou and Shifeng camps, as well as the Dejia camp that they heard of from Laming. 3 of the 9 camps surrounding the Redwood Ridge had already been ravaged by the demon.
Although the camps did not interact often, everyone understood the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. While the 2 Yang Li brothers were still present, eliminating the demon was naturally the best course of action. After all, relying solely on their own strength, they were no match for that creature. Lamin had also engaged the demon in combat, and he admitted that with his own strength he could not contribute much. Yet the 2 Yang Li brothers had instructed him to summon people from other camps to assist.
He already understood roughly what that assistance entailed.
The wood puppet demon took pleasure in slaughter and increased its strength through killing, while they, in contrast, possessed no strength at all.
Therefore, all Yang Li and his companion required of them was to act as bait to lure out the wood puppet ghost.
The truth was exactly as he had suspected. After gathering the full combat strength of the wood-punishing realm cultivators from those 5 encampments to the Lodge encampment, Yang Li and his companion did not mince words and laid out the plan directly. Lamin was initially hesitant, but after considering the terrifying strength of that monster, he was ultimately the first to agree.
Perhaps because he had previously encountered such monstrosities, Xin Qing was the second to consent. The remaining 4 encampments were hesitant, but under the persuasion of the 2, they eventually agreed as well.
Once the 6 encampments had finished their deliberations, each dispatched 3 wood-punishing realm combatants to Hongmu Ridge that night to serve as bait to draw the creature out.
Regarding the strength of Yang Li and his companion,
Lamin harbored no doubts. Otherwise, he would not have worked so hard to convince the other 5 encampments to cooperate. Yet the power of that wood puppet ghost far exceeded Lamin's wildest imagination. Over the past 10 days, they had successfully lured the wood puppet ghost out 3 times. But on all 3 occasions, it had managed to escape. If it were merely that, it might be tolerable. But the problem was that each time, those serving as bait were killed. The wood puppet ghost was elusive and ghostly. At times, it would take lives without anyone even perceiving how. And the most terrifying aspect was that shortly thereafter, it could manipulate the corpses of those it had just slain, disguising them as the living to approach and launch surprise attacks, making it truly impossible to defend against. The expressions on the faces of the many who perished were always locked in utter disbelief. 7 died the first time, 9 the second, 7 the third,
and this fourth time, 6 were lost,
marking it as the occasion with the fewest casualties. 29 wood-punishing realm combatants in total.
This number was equivalent to the entire wealth and strength of 2 small encampments.
The Lodge encampment itself only possessed 47 wood-punishing realm combatants. Li Ming had calculated the losses among the 29 deceased wood-punishing realm cultivators.
Yao Ming lost the most with 7.
Huang Zhao lost 4. Chen Ye lost 5. Lu Shang lost 4. And Dai Chuan lost 6.
The most tragic of all was the Daishi encampment. Back then on the Daisha territory, the Daishi encampment had already been reduced to only 5 survivors. During these past days of serving as bait, they had lost another 3. Currently, the Daishi encampment was left with only the 2 brothers, Xin Qing and Xin Tong. It could be said that even if they managed to slay this wood puppet ghost, the Daishi encampment would never be able to recover. Relying solely on the 2 brothers, Shi Qing and Xin Tong, even the mere survival of their encampment had become a problem. Most importantly, after so many had perished, the wood puppet ghost remained unslain. It was not just the 5 leaders. Even Li Min himself began to harbor doubts regarding the true strength of Yang and Li.
Their confidence in the 2 men's strategy for luring the wood spirit ghost began to waver. With no other options left, Li Min ultimately chose to attempt to persuade them all to remain steadfast. He understood that the leaders held deep grievances in their hearts. The death toll within his own camp had been significant, yet he still implored them to endure for a while longer. Everyone had witnessed the terrifying power of the creature. Should these 2 experts depart, none of their camps would survive. Just as Xie Qing was about to speak, Hong Kang, the leader of the Daxuan camp, stepped forward first. Hong Kang stated bluntly that he naturally respected the strength of the 2 experts. However, the reality was plain to see. The creature's power was far greater, as they had failed to slay it 3 times already. In his view, the outcome this time would be no different. Rather than sending their brothers to their deaths, it would be better to live in peace for a few days and reconsider later. If they continued like this, they would all perish long before the creature was ever slain. Hong Kang's voice lived up to his name, rough and forthright. Fueled by the loss of 6 of his own men, he spoke with a trace of simmering rage, laying bare the thoughts he had long kept to himself. Huang Yang, leader of the Huangzhou camp, also spoke up, stating that they did not blame Li Min, nor did they blame the 2 experts. Men of their standing were not to be questioned, but the cold, hard facts were before them, and if this attempt failed, they would have no choice but to depart. They had been out for half a month, and the food supplies left in their camps had been exhausted. He feared his people would starve if they did not return. The remaining 2 camps remained silent, yet their expressions clearly mirrored the sentiments of the others. Xin Qing stepped forward, took a deep breath, and stated that he would say no more. Regardless of the situation in the other camps, his Datashui camp simply could not hold on any longer. If he were to lose even 1 more of his brothers, the 300 people in his camp would surely face certain death. Regardless of whether this attempt succeeded or failed, he had to leave. Li Min felt as though he were burning with anxiety, desperate to continue persuading them. Yet, at that very moment, Yang Ning and Li Hu arrived. Li Hu announced that the vile beast had managed to escape once more, but this time, they had succeeded in severing one of its arms, and declared that next time, Yang Ding warned them again not to be careless, for the creature's strength was growing with every passing moment. Upon overhearing their conversation, the 6 leaders, including Lan Ming, and everyone else present, once again wore expressions of profound disappointment. When the phantom escaped the first time, despite the loss of several brothers, the crowd did not feel the crushing despair they felt now. On the contrary, they had felt encouraged that the beast was forced to flee in terror, believing they were only 1 step away from slaying it. When it escaped a second time, the people felt only a flicker of anxiety. After all, the death toll was rising, and the decoys were brothers who had long relied on one another, so it would be impossible not to feel the sting of grief. It was not until the 3rd escape that true doubt began to take root in their hearts. They questioned whether Yang and Li, despite their formidable strength, were truly capable of slaying the wood puppet ghost, for otherwise, it would not have slipped through their fingers 3 times. The saying goes that misfortunes should not happen more than thrice. Now that it was the 4th time, the people no longer bothered to mask their disappointment. Yet regardless of their frustration, no one dared to show open hostility toward Yang and Lan. Lan Ming was searching for a way to address Yang Ning, hoping he could offer some assurance to soothe the people's mounting agitation. Meanwhile, Xin Qing and the 4 other camp leaders were contemplating how to inform the pair that they wished to withdraw their men. On the other side, Yang Ning and Li Hu arrived, immediately sensing the abnormal tension in the air. Observing the lingering disappointment on their faces, the 2 men instantly understood what was being whispered. A trace of anger surfaced on Li Hu's face, and he stepped forward without hesitation. He felt that they had taken immense risks to help these people purge the ghosts. Yet not only were these people ungrateful, but they dared to display such insolent expressions, clearly assuming he was a man without a temper. Li Hu did not utter his next words with a calm demeanor. His aura surged, His face contorted with rage, and he glared at the crowd with utter disdain, making it clear that he was truly incensed. However, the word trash that escaped his lips acted as the spark that ignited the resentment the crowd had suppressed for days.
Xinqing had already taken 2 steps forward, ready to retort, before being held back by Lan Ming. Catching Lan Ming's pleading gaze, Xinqing gritted his teeth, and, in the end, forced himself to remain silent. Yet Li Hu's temper had not abated. Especially upon witnessing Xinqing's actions, he knew all too well that the man had intended to defy him. Luo Ming's attempt to intervene did not soften his tone. Instead, his words became even more biting.
He demanded to know if they truly felt aggrieved at being called trash,
further stating that once the 2 of them departed, should that wood puppet ghost arrive, these worthless individuals combined would be no match for it. Xinqing might have been able to restrain himself, but the other 4 camp leaders could no longer endure it.
Hong Kang, Huang Yong, Lu He, and Chen Ying all stepped forward, but just as they prepared to speak, Yang Ning, who had been observing the scene coldly from the start,
opened his mouth to stop Li Hu, telling him that was enough
and to say no more. Although he proactively interrupted Li Hu to prevent a conflict between the sides, Yang Ning looked at the crowd, his expression revealing a deep sense of dissatisfaction.
Yang Ning reminded Luo Ming that it was they who had proactively invited the 2 of them to assist, and everyone present had agreed to coordinate with their full strength.
They all had eyes. He would not waste further words on the terrifying power of the wood puppet ghost. If they truly did not require their help, they should say so clearly, and he and Li Han would depart immediately.
Hearing these words from Yang Ning, Luo Ming's heart fell into immediate turmoil.
Not only he, but even the 4 camp leaders who had been ready to withdraw, including Xinqing, who had suffered the most grievous losses,
saw their expressions turn hesitant. Angry as they were,
Yang Ning's words had delivered a harsh dose of reality.
Without these 2, they were indeed no match for the wood puppet ghost.
If the 2 of them truly departed, given the bloodthirsty nature of that wood puppet ghost,
their 6 camps would ultimately find it difficult to escape complete annihilation. Li Hu, however, felt that no matter how Yang Ning explained it, they would not understand.
It is difficult to save those determined to meet their end.
So he urged Yang Ning to let these fools perish and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Luo Ming hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands in a formal salute to the 2 men, his tone awkward as he begged the 2 masters to temper their anger. He explained that over the past few days, the camps had lost a significant number of combatants at the wood refining realm, and the leaders were merely acting out of desperation, hoping the 2 masters would show some understanding. Luo Ming had no other choice. The strength of the camps in this redwood ridge was truly too weak,
and added to that, they were disconnected from the outside world. Once the 2 of them departed, they would truly be isolated, with nowhere to turn. By the time that happens, if the specters come knocking at your door, there will truly be no one left to stop them.
Seeing that the expressions of Yang and Li were no longer as resolute as before, Lan Ming continued plainly, stating that continuing in this manner was simply not sustainable.
Over the past half-month, the 4 camps have collectively lost 29 elite woodcutting realm combatants. I say this without fear of being mocked by the 2 of you. The regions where they reside are destitute and remote, with the exception of the Laji camp, where conditions are slightly better. In the remaining 5 camps, everyone relies entirely on those woodcutting realm warriors just to survive. If they all perish here, even if the people in those camps are not slaughtered by the specters, they will likely succumb to starvation or exposure.
Yang Ning once again used his gaze to silence Li Hu, who was about to interject from the side. He bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice, acknowledging that he understood their difficulties.
However, he also made it clear to them, the rate at which the specters are growing stronger is something beyond your wildest imagination. Right now, they are already no match for him. If this drags on for a few more days, it is terrifying to consider just how powerful he will become. At this, he paused for a brief moment. He lifted his head to face Lan Ming, his expression sincere as he said, "Believe in him. To eradicate that wood spirit specter, sacrificing a few individuals in this manner is entirely justified." Lin Hu could no longer restrain himself, and finally spoke up. With a cold sneer on his face, he mocked their ignorance, asserting that there are times when necessary sacrifice is unavoidable. If they could not even grasp such a simple truth, were they truly fit to be leaders? He added that, for these people, encountering the 2 of them was a stroke of fortune. If it were not for the sake of their fellow human race, the 2 of them would never have lifted a finger to assist.
While Li Hu's words held a grain of truth, his constant insults of useless trash and fools finally pushed Xinqing past his limit.
After all, the Great Stone Camp had suffered the heaviest losses. His desire to withdraw was the strongest among them.
Furthermore, Li Hu's lack of respect for others, combined with his repeated mockery, only served to add fuel to the fire of Xinqing's resolve to retreat. Xinqing admitted that the 2 men possessed great abilities,
and that their strength was indispensable when dealing with the specters. However, the woodcutting realm experts of the Great Stone Camp had been reduced to only the two brothers themselves.
They truly could not spare anyone else, nor were they capable of providing any further assistance. Even so, Shi Qing understood well that these two were not in.
Although his tone was stiff, he did not dare to reveal a hint of dissatisfaction on his face.
He merely bowed his head respectfully to the two of them.
Afterward, he turned to tell Lan Ming that he was deeply sorry. The two of them had to retreat, as they had been away for over half a month. The encampment must be running low on provisions. If they did not return, people would surely starve to death. Lan Ming opened his mouth, wanting to urge them to stay, but seeing Xing Dong standing alone and desolate behind Xin Qing, he ultimately held back, merely glancing up at the position of the moon in the sky. He then remarked that dawn was approaching.
He instructed Xi Qing to return to the Laget encampment first.
Tomorrow night, when darkness fell, he would prepare a bag of spirit fruits for them to take before they departed. Upon hearing these words, an expression of immediate gratitude appeared on Xin Qing's face. He thanked the leader Lan, and stated that he was deeply indebted to him.
Seeing the four remaining leaders stir restlessly,
as if they intended to leave with Xin Qing, Lan Ming hurriedly spoke to the two honored guests and the four leaders,
stating that dawn was near, and they should return to their encampments first to discuss future matters.
The four leaders exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. On the other side, the moment Xin Qing expressed his intent to leave, Li Hu's complexion turned unsightly, and he even took a step forward. Had Yang Ning not intervened, it seemed he had every intention of resorting to violence.
Seeing that Lan Ming had truly agreed to let Xin Qing leave,
Yang Ning frowned repeatedly, but after casting a glance at the four leaders, he pondered for a moment, and ultimately refrained from speaking. After signaling for Lan Ming and the others to go ahead, Yang Ning followed behind with Lian He, his head bowed in thought. Once the group had covered some distance,
Li Hu turned and whispered to Yang Ning that these foolish people were ignorant of the situation.
He suggested that the two of them should leave, return to gather reinforcements, and bring them back here. That demon would not be able to escape. A flicker of hesitation crossed Yang Ning's face. Ultimately, he shook his head, reasoning that if they brought others here, this demon would no longer belong solely to the two of them.
Furthermore, the journey back and forth would consume too much time,
and by then, the creature's strength would undoubtedly have grown even greater. At that point, relying on the two of them alone would not guarantee a successful outcome.
After finishing that sentence, Yang Ning looked toward the group ahead,
paused in silence with a sigh, and then added that, since they had already severed one of the demon's arms, its combat strength must have diminished significantly. Therefore, they would attempt one final assault, and if that failed, they would retreat to seek reinforcements. As for this crowd, they would be left to fend for themselves. The stronghold of the Laj encampment was situated in a valley wedged between two towering peaks to the far east of the Hongmu Ridge. Both of these mountains were steep and elongated, standing imposingly at 3,000 meters above the ground, much like the mountain tower where the Daishan encampment resided, having been frozen by glacial energy for long, endless years. The surrounding cliffs of both mountains were coated in a layer of pitch-black, bone-chilling ice crystals. As the mountain mass stood taller than the mountain tower, the layer of crystals was naturally thicker as well. Yet, strangely enough, the closer one reached the foot of the mountain, the thinner those black ice crystals became, and their color grew increasingly pale. By the time they reached the base near the ground, they had faded into the color of ordinary stone. Only upon approaching did one realize that a thin, wispy layer of white mist drifted incessantly along the cliff faces.
Moreover, as the white mist rose, those black crystals continued to melt, transforming into streams that dripped down from the cliff walls.
Despite having stayed at the Laj encampment for the past half-month,
every time he returned, the blunt and forthright Hong Gang could not help but marvel at the intense heat generated by burning coal. It was enough to melt even the ice crystals that had accumulated over long, grueling years. Surely no one would ever freeze to death in the Lagorge encampment.
The three remaining leaders, along with Xin Qing and the warriors at the Famu realm from their respective encampments, followed behind them.
Hearing Hong Gang's words and gazing at the white mist on the cliffs, looks of admiration appeared on their faces as well. Lan Ming remained silent, but a subordinate following behind him could not help but speak up, asserting that freezing to death at the Laj encampment was an impossibility. Not to mention that everyone possessed a beast-hide cloak and had coal for year-round warmth. For nearly 20 years, not a single soul had succumbed to the cold. From his rather arrogant tone, it was not difficult to discern that as a member of the Lahaj encampment, he took immense pride in his home.
Upon hearing that no one had died of cold in 20 years, the look of admiration on the faces of the others instantly deepened,
particularly for the 5 leaders of the smaller encampments. They were the ones who felt the true weight of that statement most viscerally.
In truth, speaking seriously, compared to glacial beasts and demons, the cold was merely the most fundamental survival challenge humanity had to endure. Yet even so, the number of people who perished from the bitter cold in each encampment every year was far from negligible.
Being small encampments, they could only rely on gathering firewood for warmth. The problem was that gathering wood could not always guarantee a successful harvest. If one were unlucky enough to encounter a glacial beast,
Not only would they return empty-handed, but their lives might be forfeited.
The critical issue was that in recent years, the expansion of the Hongmu Ridge had accelerated, and the flora within had grown increasingly ferocious.
At times, they would fail to find a single tree suitable for felling, even after searching for an entire night.
It was not merely the scarcity of wood that posed a challenge. The physical constitution of the ordinary people in the camps was a grave issue, particularly during sudden, sharp drops in temperature. Children would often freeze to death, even while huddled inside caves beside a roaring campfire.
Therefore, while 20 years without a single death by freezing might be considered normal for the Lagay camp, for their 5 smaller settlements, it remained a distant and unreachable hope. Where there is admiration, there is inevitably contempt.
In contrast to the look of wonder on Honggang and the others' faces, Liu Hu's expression was filled with disdain. It was clear that the recent events had left Li Hu with a poor impression of the group,
leading him to mock them as ignorant bumpkins who had never seen the ways of the world. Yang Ning remained silent. Yet the expression on his face was little different from Li Hu's.
Li Hu went further, remarking that not even mentioning his own Beishuo town,
any mid-sized camp of respectable strength knew how to use coal to soften the soil, or how to graft and cultivate crops. Yet here they were, using it only for warmth. They held a treasure in their hands without the wisdom to utilize it, and to be self-satisfied in such a state was, in his view, the height of stupidity. The others heard these words, and showed no reaction, but Lan Ming was stunned, as if he had realized something, and a look of sudden joy appeared on his face. Lan Ming thanked the gentleman for his guidance, stating that this was the first time he had learned that coal could serve such a purpose. Li Hu's expression stiffened instantly,
for his original intent had been merely to seize the opportunity to mock and ridicule them,
and he had no intention whatsoever of offering guidance to Lan Ming.
He had not expected his words to backfire so unexpectedly. Yet, he quickly composed himself, as a thought occurred to him,
and he immediately salvaged the situation with a cold laugh,
telling Lan Ming not to celebrate too early,
as those crops would require a vast expanse of land, and the sheer amount of coal needed to soften the soil, given that they only had 5 cultivators at the Earth realm, would likely take 8 or 10 years of mining just to acquire. The joy that had just surfaced on Lan Ming's face was instantly doused. Though he said nothing, the eyes of the 5 encampment leaders, including Honggang and Shi Qing, burned with clear indignation as they looked at Li Hu. It was evident they could hardly tolerate the way he had mocked Lan Ming. Yang Ning noticed the undisguised anger radiating from the 5 leaders. His expression immediately darkened with displeasure. Yet, he remained silent, merely glancing at Li Hu, signaling for everyone to proceed inside quickly.
Whether Lan Ming possessed an inherently calm nature, or simply maintained an extraordinary level of self-control, it was hard to say. Despite being toyed with by Li Hu,
he acted as if nothing had occurred, inviting the group inside to continue their discussion. While they had been speaking, they had not ceased their progress, and by now, they had reached the heart of the valley. Although it was a medium-sized encampment, much like the Daxia and Daxi settlements, the location of the Lagay encampment was remarkably concealed. The valley entrance was piled high with rubble and colossal trees. An ordinary traveler would certainly never imagine that a camp housing over 1,000 people lay hidden behind such a barrier.
Lan Ming led the group around the left side of the debris. Several of his subordinates, familiar with the route, moved ahead of him,
and from a pile of decaying timber, they extracted a massive log, more than 5 meters in diameter, and over 50 meters in length. As that colossal log was pulled free,
one would expect the rubble and trees stacked above to collapse. Yet, they did not move, remaining perfectly steady.
A passageway, over 30 meters long, revealed itself amidst the mountain of stone and timber.
Since this was not the first time they had witnessed such a sight, the group remained stoic, following Lan Ming as they stepped inside.
Having traversed the passage, the full scope of the valley finally came into view. The depth of the valley was indeterminate, but it stretched 300 to 400 meters wide from left to right. Most miraculously, the 2 mountain peaks converged above, perfectly shielding the valley and preventing any direct sunlight from reaching the floor. Naturally, this alone was insufficient to ward off the brutal cold. Unlike the Daxia and Daxi encampments, which relied on burning campfires in enclosed spaces to raise the temperature, the Lagay encampment had constructed 5 massive structures within the valley.
These were not quite houses. They were better described as enormous wooden crates built from heavy timber.
The 5 wooden structures were each square-shaped, roughly 50 meters wide, and could easily accommodate several hundred people each. Within each of the 5 dwellings, fires were blazing. White smoke billowed continuously from ventilation shafts left in the ceilings, and the murmur of many voices could be heard emanating from within. Illuminated by the fires inside, the wooden structures glowed with a faint, golden hue. One look was enough to see it had been constructed from the sturdiest ironwood trees. Honggang reached out to feel the temperature in the valley. He could not help but remark that it grew significantly warmer the moment they entered, concluding that it was far better than burning charcoal.
Someone had already come out to receive them at the camp, and after exchanging a few casual words, Lan Ming led the group toward the cabin at the very end.
As they were about to enter the wooden house, Dong, who had been walking beside Qing the entire time, suddenly flickered in expression and turned his head to look toward the left side of the cabin.
Dong asked his elder brother, "What place is that?" Qing followed his gaze and looked over,
only to discover that beside this final cabin, there was a smaller wooden structure less than 10 meters wide. Noticing the two men, Lan Ming walked over and explained that it was the residence of his father. Upon hearing this, both were instantly stunned, for Lan Ming's father was none other than the former leader of the Ladaj camp, Lan Feng. If one were to ask who possessed the greatest reputation in the area surrounding Hongmu Ridge, it was undoubtedly Lan Feng.
The reason was quite simple. Before his time, the entire region surrounding Hongmu Ridge lacked a single cultivator at the earthquaking realm,
nor was there any medium-sized camp to be found. In the early days, Hongmu Ridge contained a total of 16 small camps. 20 years ago, Lan Feng achieved a breakthrough to the earthquaking realm,
becoming the first expert in the region qualified to hunt,
and subsequently led the Laraj camp through a period of relentless growth and expansion.
Very soon after, two other camps, unable to endure any longer, proactively requested to be annexed.
Under normal logic, other camps requesting annexation should have been a cause for celebration.
After all, there is strength in numbers, but the reality of the situation was far from ideal.
In circumstances where resources are abundant, everyone understands that one must increase the population to bolster the overall strength of the camp. But for the small camp struggling to survive around Hongmu Ridge, abundant resources were nothing more than a distant, impossible dream. At that time, Lan Feng had just achieved his breakthrough, and the people of the Lalaj camp were still clamoring just to have enough to eat. With Lan Feng waiting to hunt frost beasts so that more people could achieve a breakthrough to the wood-chopping realm, how could he possibly agree to let other camps merge?
One must realize that even the smallest camp held at least 200 people.
Once annexed, that would mean 300 to 400 additional mouths to feed. No one believed that Lan Feng would agree to let those two camps merge. Even if he personally agreed, the other members of the large camp would never permit it. Yet the outcome was that Lan Feng dismissed all dissenting opinions and accepted the two camps.
Those two camps had already been on the brink of collapse. Combined, they contributed only 6 combatants at the wood-chopping realm, with the remaining 300 people possessing no cultivation whatsoever. Everyone assumed that Lan Feng had acted out of pure sentimentality, showing complete disregard for the state of his own camp. With the population of the Lamaj camp suddenly skyrocketing, they were certain it would not last long.
But they were wrong. Not only did the Laj camp thrive, but combatants at the wood-chopping realm began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. In just a few short years, their numbers surged from a mere 10 to 30. It was not merely a matter of strength. Their extraction of coal,
the development of iron mines, and the very pace of life within the Luo-Geo settlement progressed at an unimaginable speed.
They quickly widened the gap between themselves and the surrounding settlements, eventually even producing powerful cultivators at the Earth realm.
Seeing the Luo-Gen settlement growing increasingly prosperous and life improving day by day,
nearly all the leaders of the neighboring settlements proactively proposed a merger.
During the time Luo Feng held his position, he successfully integrated a total of 5 settlements, encompassing nearly 1,000 people. From this, one can clearly see just how rapidly the strength of the Luo-Ge settlement increased during his years as leader. It is no exaggeration to say that, at the time, everyone unanimously believed Luo Feng would inevitably unify all of humanity around Hongmu Ridge,
elevating the Luo-Ge settlement into a major settlement and perhaps even a gargantuan one.
The remaining 11 settlements were also waiting for the Luo-Gen settlement to accumulate sufficient resources
so that it could absorb more people and allow for a direct merger. It is a pity that following an unforeseen accident,
not only did Luo Feng's legend come to an end, but all hope of unifying the settlements surrounding Hongmu Ridge was shattered. 15 years ago, while leading a hunting party, Luo Feng encountered monstrous beasts, and every member of his team perished. After barely escaping with his life, he returned alone, though for reasons unknown he had slain his own youngest son.
He descended into madness, and a legendary life withered away just like that. There was not a soul at the time who did not lament his fate. What they mourned was not merely the end of Luo Feng, but more importantly, the fact that the hope of merging into the Luoji settlement was gone forever. The reality lived up to everyone's grim expectations. After Luo Ming succeeded to the position of leader, although his development was commendable, it was clearly inferior to Luo Feng's by more than a few degrees. Over the past 15 years, only 2 settlements that could no longer sustain themselves and possess populations of just over 100 people successfully merged into the Luo-Ge settlement.
Luo Ming refused all other settlements that sought to merge. Furthermore, a few years ago he specifically summoned the leaders of the 8 remaining settlements,
clearly delineating the territory for each party on the periphery of Hongmu Ridge, while simultaneously warning all settlements not to overstep their boundaries,
dictating that they could only seek resources within their own designated territories. Luo Ming's actions were, on one hand, a way to provide a lifeline for the weaker settlements,
and on the other, a measure to extinguish their desires to merge into the Luo-Ge settlement. If one had the capacity to expand their settlement's population, no one would be foolish enough to refuse.
Everyone understood that the reason Luo Ming had to act this way was that the development speed of the Luogi settlement was no longer sufficient to support further population expansion. Regardless of his character or his methods, Luo Ming certainly maintains a respectable reputation.
His actions over the past few years had garnered almost universal support from all the surrounding encampments. Yet the greatest source of misery is comparison. With the brilliant, jade-like existence of Luo Feng before them, no matter how well Luo Ming performed, he always left people feeling as though something was missing. In an instant, countless memories regarding Luo Feng surfaced in Xin Xing's mind.
He was not joking.
Even now, he still regarded Luo Feng as his idol. In the early years, he had thought countless times how wonderful it would be if he could merge into the Luko Gare encampment and fight side by side with his idol.
If the situation had not been so inappropriate, Xin Xing would have truly wanted to ask Luo Feng if he had actually lost his mind, and whether he could pay him a visit.
Seeing that Luo Ming had already stepped into the wooden cabin, Shi Qing stopped overthinking and hurriedly led Xin Dong inside, following close behind. His younger brother, Xin Dong, who walked beside him, paused to look back just before entering the cabin. His gaze was melancholic as he stared toward that small wooden house. Unlike its exterior, which appeared to be nothing more than a simple, square wooden box, the interior of the cabin contained an entirely different world. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of warmth rushed to meet them. It would be no exaggeration to say it was as temperate as spring, creating an immediate and stark contrast to the bone-chilling cold outside. Within the 50 to 60 square meter space, a massive stone fireplace with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters stood in the center. The coal within the furnace was burning intensely. Above the furnace was a chimney, and on either side, wooden partitions separated the space into smaller rooms, some of which were currently occupied. Voices drifted out from within. Behind the fireplace lay the main hall. Dozens of wooden chairs were arranged in the main hall,
draped with animal hides. A single one of these chairs alone could surpass the resources of all the surrounding encampments in the Hongmu Ridge.
It was not that the chairs themselves were difficult to craft. Rather, it signified that the Luko encampment was never lacking in timber or animal hides, a luxury that other encampments could not afford.
Familiar with the layout, the group followed Luo Ming to the main hall and took their respective seats. Yang Ning and Li Hu walked directly to the front and sat in the seats of honor.
Luo Ming, the leader of this encampment, sat in the third position instead.
The strength of Yang Ning and Li Hu was already the greatest, and they were the primary forces when it came to dealing with the specters.
For the past half-month, the seating arrangement had remained unchanged, and naturally, no one had any objections. Observing that everyone had taken their seats and remained silent, La Ming looked toward Yang Ning and Li Hu, then stood up and announced that Chief Shi had made the firm decision to depart. The Daishi encampment truly could not afford to suffer any further losses at this juncture. If anything else were to happen to those two, the hundreds of people in their encampment would not survive, so he could not bring himself to keep them any longer. Upon hearing these words, Shi Qing cupped his hands in gratitude toward him. Lamin nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to the four men of the Hong family and continued, stating that he would not attempt to persuade them further. Relying solely on their strength, it was truly impossible to contend with that wood ghost puppet. Once the two experts departed, all of their families would be met with disaster. Whether they chose to stay or leave was for them to decide. Lamin would not stand in their way. However, there was one thing he had to make perfectly clear. If their four families also chose to retreat, he would have no choice but to respectfully see the two experts off. Expecting the Leggett encampment to deal with that monstrosity alone was, without question, unrealistic. After speaking at length, Lamin fell silent for a moment before continuing. If it truly came to the last resort, he would have no choice but to lead his people to another location, to seek a different path for survival. As soon as Lam Ming finished speaking, the expressions of the four Hong family leaders changed instantly. The wood ghost puppet was a crisis that every encampment surrounding Hongmu Ridge had to face. No one could escape it. If it were not resolved, everyone would eventually face death. This was an indisputable fact. Hong Gang and the other three understood that even if they chose to leave, La Ming would not simply stand by and watch. Therefore, their previous suggestion to depart was likely motivated by the hope that the Leger encampment would resolve the trouble on their own. But La Min was clearly no fool. Shi Qing had a legitimate reason for his departure. The Daxi encampment had suffered too many casualties, and if the two brothers did not leave, the hundreds left behind would die of hunger and cold. However, for the remaining four families, their losses were still within an acceptable range. La Ming naturally would not allow them to leave, yet he was not an unreasonable or tyrannical man. He would not force the four of them to stay, which was the reason for this entire discussion. La Min's intention was clear. They were free to go, but the Legit's encampment would no longer concern itself with finding a way to deal with the wood ghost puppet. If Yang Ning and Li Hu wished to leave, they were free to do so, and he would not stop them. When that time comes, the wood spirit ghoul will wreak havoc, and in the end, everyone will suffer the consequences together.
The four leaders, including Hong Gang, naturally grasped the implication in Lan Ming's words, which caused their expressions to shift in unison. Lan Ming's final remark, suggesting they lead the encampment elsewhere to seek a path to survival, was essentially a statement born of frustration, easily dismissed. Not to mention how far they could actually travel in a single night. Once outside the Redwood Ridge, they would be as helpless as the blind. In an unfamiliar environment filled with frigid beasts, malevolent spirits, and extreme cold, any single threat would be enough to claim all of their lives. If escape were truly a viable option, people like them would not have waited until now. The straightforward Hong Gang was the first to speak, stating that they all respected leader Luo, and thus he would cease the idle talk.
If they are to continue assisting in dealing with the wood spirit ghoul, that is acceptable. But if it remains the same as the previous 4 times, where men are cast out as bait,
sacrificing their brothers to die in vain, then that is absolutely out of the question. The remaining 3 leaders nodded in unison at Lan Ming upon hearing this, signifying their agreement with Hong Gang's stance.
In truth, let alone these 3 leaders,
even Luo Ming agreed with Hong Gang's assessment.
Yet he did not answer immediately. Instead, with an expression of visible hesitation, he turned his head toward Yang Ning and Li Hu, who were seated above. Despite feeling a sense of grievance, Luo Ming could not deny that when it came to dealing with these ghouls, his own words held no authority. It was the words of Yang Ning and Li Hu that carried weight.
Regardless of whether the 2 of them were truly pursuing some interest regarding the ghoul, the fact that they provided aid was undeniable,
and it was an indisputable truth that only these 2 possessed the strength to confront the creature.
After a moment of contemplation, Lan Ming, still wearing a troubled expression, bowed to the 2 of them,
then lowered his head, thanking the 2 masters in a respectful tone for their righteous actions, while expressing his belief that the other leaders were also deeply grateful that the 2 of them had stepped in to assist without regard for personal loss.
However, the casualties over the past 4 occasions had been too severe, as the 2 masters had witnessed firsthand.
The 4 men, including Hong Gang, represented small encampments. Their combat strength against the wood spirit was already limited, and if they were to continue losing men at this rate, it was feared that their very survival would be brought into question. Thus, he wished to ask the 2 masters if they could devise another method to lure the wood spirit ghoul out.
Once Luo Ming finished speaking, he waited silently for the response of the 2 seated above.
The 4 remaining leaders also fell silent, waiting for Yang Ning and Li Hu to speak, hoping that they might conceive a different approach, one that would not require sending their. However, what no one noticed was that from the moment they began their conversation, the expression on Li Hu's face had grown incredibly impatient. Even Yang Ning, who was usually more composed than him, now furrowed his brows deeply, his complexion turning grim.
Li Hu could not hold back any longer, and bolted to his feet.
Given his temperament, he was undoubtedly about to vent his frustrations upon them. But before he could even open his mouth, Yang Ning rose from his seat, stopping him first, before turning to face the group. After a moment of thought, Yang Ning asked in a deep voice if they felt that using people as bait, luring the ghosts out in such a cruel manner, especially when all 4 attempts had yielded no results, was truly worth the senseless sacrifice of so many lives.
Luo Ming remained silent.
The 4 leaders exchanged glances, yet none of them spoke. Naturally, silence was an answer in itself. Yang Ning understood this principle all too well. He surveyed the 5 of them, then suddenly let out a soft chuckle, followed by a persistent shake of his head, his face filled with helplessness.
He asked if they realized what it would signify once the wood spirit ghost in the Hongmu Ridge advanced from the primary to the intermediate stage.
When he asked this, Yang Ning's tone carried a palpable rage, and he did not expect anyone to answer him. He continued directly, stating that an intermediate-level ghost, even if a Yuhan stage powerhouse were to arrive, in a situation where they had no knowledge of it, would likely be killed. To such a creature, a human at the Queti stage is no different from an ant. It could kill them with a mere flick of its hand.
Therefore, once it advances, it signifies that not only will the few people in their Hongmu Ridge be doomed,
but all the large and even the massive encampments in the surrounding area will become its hunting ground. And if, by some stroke of misfortune, it were to advance to the high stage, by then, even his Beishuo town would have to pay a staggering price to deal with it.
Yang Ning questioned them whether they truly believed the 2 of them had stayed behind, simply to save their meager lives.
For the first time, Yang Ning's anger flared. His biting tone caused the hearts of Luo Ming and the others to tremble, and the hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. And he had not yet finished his piece. Yang Ning continued, stating that ghosts,
these evil creatures that evolve through slaughter, are the common enemies of humanity.
Were it not for his concern that its increased strength would bring disaster to more encampments, the combined 2,000 or 3,000 lives of their encampments would not. Did they truly believe that he would hold them in any regard? These monsters possess no humanity. They evolve solely through the instinct to kill, and once they grow stronger, they will never cease their slaughter. If one does not eliminate them quickly while they are still weak, it will only invite endless calamity.
He asked if they believed his methods were intended to harm them, then explained that these bloodthirsty monsters have a ravenous nature. There is no other way to lure such a creature out except by using human bait. This is the common understanding among humanity in Bingyuan. To them, 29 lives might seem like a heavy toll, but in his eyes, if the wood ghoul is not eliminated before it successfully evolves, the death toll will reach 2,900, 20,000, or perhaps even more. There is no need to speak only of his Beishuo town. In the 9 towns of Mao Mountain, countless thousands have perished simply to contend with these monsters. He himself has witnessed it firsthand. In order to surround and exterminate a mid-level monster, over 100 human Earthrealm cultivators voluntarily offered themselves as bait. Upon reaching this point, Yang Ning seemed to recall something. He gestured toward Li Hu standing behind him and declared to everyone that Li Hu's own father had sacrificed himself as bait to allow the Beishuo town hunters to slay a monster. Upon hearing Yang Ning's words, there was no trace of grief on Li Hu's face, only a profound sense of pride and an intense, deep-seated hatred for these monsters from the depths of his soul. Hearing this, everyone fell into immediate silence. Yang Ning seemed to sense that he had spoken too much. He paused for a moment, then finally shook his head with a sigh, stating that he had nothing more to say. Tomorrow, they would attempt the plan one last time. If they failed to slay the wood ghoul, he and Li Hu would return to Beishuo town to request reinforcements, and the rest would have to pray for their own salvation. With the situation laid bare, neither Lan Ming nor the 4 leaders could find any room to offer a rebuttal. Even if such thoughts had crossed their minds, they were suppressed by the weight of Yang Ning's words. They were all leaders of their respective camps. While perhaps not the most brilliant individuals, they possessed at least some ability to judge character. When Yang Ning spoke those words, the emotions he displayed were clearly genuine. Given the gravity of the situation, it was no longer appropriate for anyone to oppose him. At the very least, they would try once more tomorrow. If they could truly eliminate the wood ghoul, would that not be a victory for everyone involved? The discussion concluded, and everyone dispersed to the rooms arranged by Luo Ming to rest. The living conditions at the Luo Gay camp were quite decent, with private quarters assigned to each person. The brothers Shi Dong and Shi Qing were situated in the room next door. By now, the sky outside had brightened, and everyone was exhausted from the long night. Upon returning to their quarters, almost everyone collapsed and fell into a deep slumber immediately. At midday, when the group was fast asleep and the temperature outside plummeted to its coldest point, Xin Dong suddenly opened his eyes where he lay. He rose silently, opened the door, and stepped out of the wooden house. On the outskirts of Hongmu Ridge, Luo Sheng stepped into a dark and frigid cave. He first sealed the cave entrance, then walked toward the fire, speaking to his father, Luo Feng, who had collapsed onto the ground, his voice trembling with panic and fear. "They are dead. They are all dead, father. All 19 of them are dead." Luo Feng, a man who always maintained a formidable and heroic demeanor in the eyes of others, had suffered the loss of his left arm, with fresh blood continuously pouring from the severed stump, his breath already weakened to the point of exhaustion. Hearing the words of the youth Luo Sheng, a trace of panic flickered across Luo Feng's pale face, yet he suppressed his agony, gritting his teeth to offer reassurance. "Do not panic. They are not far from the camp. That demon will not be able to find them. It will surely depart soon." Luo Feng could never have imagined that, despite having enjoyed smooth sailing for these past few years, he would encounter such a catastrophic event tonight. What was supposed to be a routine hunt had devolved into a nightmare due to a malevolent entity. That demon had incessantly replaced members of the hunting party, assuming their most familiar forms to approach and eliminate them one by one. Before midnight, the entire hunting party, excluding the youth Luo Sheng, had been completely wiped out. He himself had been ambushed by a member of the party possessed by the demon, resulting in his left arm being severed and several gashes across his body. It was not just him. The youth Luo Sheng had also been ambushed by that demon just moments ago, suffering a wound to his right arm. Luo Feng reflexively moved to inspect the youth's injury, turning his head to look toward his right arm, but the moment he caught sight of it, his pupils constricted, his expression freezing in an instant. The right arm of the youth, which had been slashed and wounded right before his eyes, was now not only fully healed, but there was not even a trace or mark of an injury to be seen upon it. Realizing the truth, Luo Feng closed his eyes, his face instantly Le Sheng, currently squatting before him, clearly took notice of that fleeting gaze. Observing the look of anguish upon his face, the corners of Le Sheng's mouth curled upward, his expression turning ghastly in an instant. It remarked that they had been discovered, noting that the 21 of them had required significant effort to track, nearly allowing this father and son to escape. Le Feng opened his eyes, the agony on his face gradually morphing into terror. The voice of his captor resembled the grating of splintered wood, harsh, jarring, and grotesque, a stark contrast to the young Le Sheng he once knew. Le Sheng produced a small blade from his robes, and, aiming the tip at Le Feng's severed arm, began to drive it in slowly. As fresh blood sprayed from the widening wound,
The creature's smile became even more twisted, ominous.
The excruciating pain flared from his nerves and surged into his brain.
La Feng had completely lost the defiant aura he once possessed.
He could only let out helpless, piercing screams, for no matter how much he suffered,
he lacked the strength to resist. Watching as pieces of flesh were carved from his arm, the white bone of his shoulder and chest laid bare for all to see, his spirit began to fracture, leaving behind nothing in his pupils but a desperate craving to survive. He wheezed, pleading for mercy, insisting that he did not want to die, and begging the creature to spare his life.
These tragic screams seemed only to stimulate La Sheng further. The speed of the blade increased, completely indifferent to La Feng's desperate entreaties.
Under the onslaught of agony and overwhelming fear, La Feng's psychological defenses were finally shattered completely.
He offered to serve the creature, promising to lead others to their slaughter in exchange for his own life.
The blade halted immediately. La Sheng's expression suddenly turned vacant. Then, an elder clad in black robes emerged from the shadows of the cave. Holding a spool of white thread in his left hand, he approached La Feng and took the small blade from La Sheng.
The elder produced a half-meter-long piece of wood from nowhere,
and with a few swift motions of the blade he carved it,
instantly shaping a prosthetic arm that looked startlingly lifelike. Using the white thread, the elder stitched the wooden limb onto La Feng's body,
then gave it a light scrape, causing the color of the limb to shift instantly, blending into La Feng's body with seamless perfection, as if the arm had never been lost at all.
The elder commanded La Feng to stand, declaring that his body was now restored,
and that in 10 days' time, he must return with 100 people, a toll to pay for the life that had just been returned to him, and simultaneously, he must bring back his son as well.
The old man intended to use the boy to monitor him, warning him not to play any tricks.
Although he had reclaimed his life, the price the elder demanded brought no joy to Luo Feng's face. He only knelt on the ground in a daze, nodding his head.
The old man departed, and Luo Feng left the cave as well, accompanied by the young Luo Sheng,
who wore a vacant, hollow expression, as if it were uncertain whether he could still be considered human.
Luo Feng struggled to maintain his nearly shattered spirit, bringing Luo Sheng back toward the encampment,
but he dared not return directly, lingering only in the surrounding periphery.
It was not until he caught sight of Da Zilan Ming leading a search party for them
that he, without a moment's hesitation, launched a sudden, decisive strike. With a single punch, he pulverized Luo Sheng beside him into fragments
before firmly tearing off his own wooden arm.
It was true that Luo Feng clung to life and feared death, but to force him to trade the lives of the innocent people in his encampment for his own path to survival was something he absolutely could not do.
Furthermore, once this cycle began, it would become a bottomless abyss.
From that point on, whenever the monster sought him out, he would be forced to hand over more people.
If this were to continue, the entire Luo Ge encampment, including those in the vicinity of Hongmu Ling, would not have a single survivor left.
From the moment he first pretended to submit to the monster, Luo Feng had already made his decision. Yet, even though he knew the boy had already been possessed by the monster, the act of crushing its body with his own hands,
combined with the profound grief and the mental torture inflicted by the monster,
caused Luo Feng to suffer a complete psychological collapse.
After whispering a few words to his eldest son, Luo Ming,
he descended into a state of half-madness.
He constantly felt that the monster was still lurking outside the encampment, waiting for him, or perhaps that it had already infiltrated the Luo Get encampment,
ready at any moment to slice away the flesh from his body, piece by piece.
He often envisioned the boy he had slain, clawing his way up from the earth, weeping, and asking why he had killed him. Buried under the weight of terror and overwhelming guilt, Luo Feng's mind remained in a state of constant, fragile tension, year after year.
For many years, whether it was to eat or tend to his basic needs, he remained hidden away in his small wooden hut, never stepping outside his dwelling, and never communicating with a single soul. Inside the small wooden hut, the gray-haired La Feng lay upon his bed, his right hand dangling over the edge, eyes closed in a peaceful slumber.
Suddenly, a blood-drenched hand reached out from beneath the bed and seized his dangling right hand.
La Feng's eyes snapped open. He turned his head to look at the bedside, his soul trembling in absolute terror.
At the edge of the bed, La Sheng had thrust out half of his gore-covered head, staring at him with a ferocious expression, his face overflowing with hatred and malice.
He called out to his father while condemning him for taking his life, lamenting that he could not find a single piece of his flesh left intact, and begging his father to help piece his body back together. La Feng let out a harrowing scream and bolted upright, frantically scanning the room, even checking beneath the bed. Only after confirming that, just like the times before,
it was merely a nightmare, did the horror in his pupils slowly fade,
returning him to his previous state of listless vacancy.
He muttered that it was a dream, a mere dream,
before erupting into strange, disjointed laughter. His mental state was fractured. For a normal person, understanding his thoughts was an impossible task. La Feng sat on the bed for a long time, and once his emotions had completely stabilized, he began to chuckle softly.
He continued to laugh, pointing at the wall while whispering that he would not let the other party find him. The wood upon his body was exhausted, and the other party could not find him. Precisely because they could not find him, he would not surrender himself to them.
He would simply let them continue their search. However, two low voices, tinged with a hint of cruel amusement, suddenly echoed through the room, cutting short La Feng's ramblings. The voices questioned whether it was truly impossible to find him, then remarked that the debt of his life, owed for so many years, was finally due to be repaid. On the second day, just as dusk began to fall, Xin Qing sought out La Ming to bid his farewells. The leaders of the 5 encampments had reached a consensus
to coordinate with Yang Ning and Li Hu for one final expedition to Hongmuling
to see if they could lure out the wood spirit ghost and finally succeed in slaying it. La Ming led 3 Earth Realm cultivators and 25 Woodcutting Realm practitioners, while the remaining 4 clans brought every man they could muster.
Compared to the 4 previous attempts, it was clear that everyone had steeled their resolve for this final endeavor.
Yet, these events no longer had any connection to Xin Qing. The Dashi encampment had suffered heavy losses. Even if he possessed the heart to assist, he could no longer spare a single soul. After wishing them success,
Xin Qing led his younger brother, Xiandong, on a journey through the Redwood Ridge to return to the Great Stone encampment. He also carried with him a pouch of essence fruits, gifted by Lan Ming. Because interaction between the various encampments was rare, there were no major roads, forcing travelers to bypass the perimeter of the Redwood Ridge.
The Redwood Ridge is vast. To say that all these encampments merely surround the ridge would be inaccurate. In truth, the 9 encampments are collectively distributed only along the eastern side of the Redwood Ridge. The Leggett encampment sits directly to the east, while the Great Stone and Great Xia encampments are located precisely to the southeast. However, the Great Xia encampment leans slightly further to the south. The territory occupied by these encampments on the outer rim of the Redwood Ridge is roughly divided according to their respective locations. The Leji encampment is the most powerful, and naturally, its occupied territory is the largest, stretching over 2,000 feet from north to south.
The remaining 8 encampments possess only about 500 feet of territory each. To the south of the Leggett encampment lie 4 others: Huangzhou, Dachuan, Great Stone, and Great Xia. Therefore, leaving from the Leggett encampment
and entering the Redwood Ridge to head south, one only needs to travel about 3 kilometers to reach the territory of the Great Stone encampment.
Concerned for the safety of the more than 300 people in his camp, Shi Qing led Xindong forward with the speed of a gathering storm. 3 kilometers is not a great distance, and the two arrived at their territory in short order.
Although they were still within the Redwood Ridge, setting foot on his own land allowed Xin Qing's heart to settle significantly.
Yet, the thought of having to inform his people that 3 of their brothers had perished weighed heavily upon him. His mood turned somber. It had only been 2 weeks since they lost 8 men in the Great Xia territory, and now 3 more were dead.
One must realize that just 3 months ago, the Great Stone encampment boasted 16 warriors at the woodcutting realm. At that time, he had even taken the initiative to propose a hunt for frost beasts. In the span of a few short months, their circumstances had shifted drastically. The difference was as vast as heaven and earth. After walking for some time, Xin Qing suddenly turned to look at the pouch on Xindong's back and called for his younger brother to stop.
Xindong halted upon hearing the call, looking at him with confusion.
Xin Qing reached out to take the pouch from his brother's back, weighed it in his hands for a moment, and frowned slightly.
He reasoned that more than half a month had passed, and the essence fruits they had left at the camp previously must have been consumed by now.
With only a little over 1,000 caddies in the pouch, he feared it would not be enough, so he decided they should first check the frost crystal trees to see if they could harvest more.
Xiandong nodded and remained in place, waiting for Xin Qing to lead the way toward the frost crystal tree before following behind.
As the leader of the encampment, the locations of the 6 frost crystal trees within their territory were etched into Xin Qing's memory. They quickly arrived in the vicinity of the nearest one, but while still over 30 feet away, his expression changed abruptly, and he pulled Xiandong behind a nearby tree.
Xin Qing had realized that intruders were present. Xiandong, standing beside him, had also made the discovery. The two peered toward the source of the disturbance together.
Upon that frost-thatched tree, 2 youths were merrily gathering spirit fruits into their storage bags, while 3 others stood guard below, making a group of 5 in total. After carefully observing the faces of these 5 individuals, Xin Qing's expression shifted from astonishment to confusion. He wondered to himself, given their youth, to which hall of fame did these people belong? To be able to roam at night, they surely must possess the strength of the wood-felling realm.
The issue was that these 5 youths appeared to be no more than 20 years of age,
and one could hardly find 5 such young wood-felling realm experts, even within the Lodge encampment. Xin Qing pondered for a moment. Could they have come from other major, or perhaps even greater encampments? But he quickly dismissed this speculation, for all of these individuals were dressed in simple, beast-hide garments.
Xindong, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Those 5 are people from the Daxia encampment.
Upon hearing this, Xin Qing was stunned. A sense of dread instantly surged within him, and the way he looked at those 5 youths changed immediately. He asked Xindong if he meant that those 5 might be those things.
Xindong said nothing, merely giving a slight nod. Xinqing swallowed hard, his heart skipping a beat. His movements became cautious, fearing that any noise might alert the 5 figures ahead. He had not forgotten that the group led by Jia Ding had clearly perished. In any encampment where the wood-felling team is wiped out, those remaining have essentially no chance of survival. Therefore, before arriving at the Laj encampment, Xinqing was certain that the people of the Daxia encampment had either starved to death
or had long since been killed by spirits. The scene before his eyes clearly provided him with the answer. It was the spirits. Yes, it was certain. They must be controlled by spirits. Otherwise, how could there be 5 young wood-felling realm experts appearing all at once?
Xinqing signaled for Xindong to keep his voice down, warning him not to disturb them, and prepared to withdraw.
Understanding the signal, Xindong nodded, a glimmer of darkness flashing in his eyes. The two retreated stealthily, quickly covering 30 paces. Only then did Xinqing let out a sigh of relief, turning to head toward Taishan. However, a voice tinged with mockery suddenly rang out from ahead, asking, "Where are the leader Shi and his companion planning to go?" The faces of Xinqing and Xindong instantly froze. As the two looked up, they discovered a tall, sturdily built youth,
gripping a stone axe, standing atop a large tree 5 paces away, watching them. The youth's voice was loud. The 5 individuals who had been harvesting spirit fruits behind him heard the sound, immediately stopped their work, and rushed over. The ordeal did not end there. Unexpectedly, 2 more figures emerged from the left and right to close in on them. Surrounded by 10 men in an instant, Xinqing's face was immediately filled with despair.
Against 10 monsters, it was absolutely impossible for him and Xindong to prevail. But at this very moment, Xindong suddenly spoke up, addressing the other party as leader Xia, questioning whether harvesting the starfruit was not enough. Did they intend to commit murder as well?
Xinqing was stunned, looking up at the sturdy young man perched in the tree.
A glimmer of recognition suddenly flashed in his eyes. He then asked, with uncertainty, whether the man was the son of the old patriarch.
Xia Hong stretched his body and leaped down from the tree, yet the snow beneath his feet did not sink even an inch. He slowly walked up to Xinqing and acknowledged that he was indeed named Xia Hong, the current leader of the Danjia camp. Xinqing suddenly realized that they were not monsters after all.
The sheer joy of surviving such a calamity made his relief plainly visible. However, the smile on his face lasted only a brief moment before it was replaced by astonishment. He asked if all of them had truly reached the wood-cleansing realm.
Xia Hong remained silent. But Yuan Cheng, Xia Chuan at his sides, along with 7 others like Yue Feng
and Lin Kai, could not help but chuckle softly.
After all, they were still young. Hearing the shock in Xinqing's voice, they could not help but feel a surge of pride.
Especially Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng.
The 2 of them held significant grievances toward the Daxi camp,
as the opposing side had already crossed the border into Damjia territory twice before.
Xia Hong, naturally, would not be blinded by such trivial matters. His mind was focused on the shift in Xinqing's expression moments ago.
From the despair Xinqing felt upon seeing him, to the sudden joy when Xidong identified him. This sudden change piqued his curiosity.
This curiosity even caused him to forget their original purpose for intercepting them, to settle old debts and teach the Daxi camp a lesson.
However, Xinqing clearly had no intention of satisfying his curiosity.
He stated that he had not returned to the camp in a long time, and needed to head back first, suggesting they could gather again should they ever visit the Redwood Ridge. Hearing Xinqing excuse himself with such polite, formal language, Xia Hong raised an eyebrow, his curiosity growing even deeper. One must realize that they were currently harvesting starfruit within the territory of the Daxi camp. Trespassing into the sphere of influence of another camp within this Redwood Ridge region was no small matter. Xindong had, at the very least, exposed their presence earlier, yet from start to finish, Xinqing had not uttered a single word about them trespassing on Daxi territory to harvest the starfruit.
Ha Hong felt a subtle shift in his heart. He did not immediately grant Xinqing leave, but instead shifted his gaze to the pack on Xindong's back. The bag was taut and swollen. One glance was enough to know it was filled with spirit fruits. Ha Hong asked the leader of the Xing tribe why only the 2 of them had ventured out tonight.
Xinqing's expression tightened for a fleeting moment,
but he quickly composed himself, replying that they were merely gathering a few spirit fruits and did not require a larger group. He then countered by asking the leader if he was acquainted with anyone in their encampment's woodcutting squad. As Ha Hong spoke, his eyes remained fixed upon Xinqing. Although the other man concealed his emotions well, the brief rigidity in his expression had not escaped Ha Hong's notice. Yet Ha Hong said nothing, offering only an enigmatic smile before nodding and allowing the leader to depart, suggesting they meet another day.
Xinqing immediately bid him farewell, echoing the sentiment that they would meet again. It was evident that Xinqing was in great haste. Seeing that Ha Hong had allowed them to leave, he turned and practically dragged Xindong away without a backward glance.
Ha Hong stared at their retreating figures, his expression pensive.
Yuan Cheng had always held a grudge against the Daixi encampment.
Seeing Hadhong stop them, he had expected an opportunity to teach them a lesson tonight, yet he never imagined they would be allowed to leave so easily, and thus asked his leader if they were truly going to let them go, without meting out some punishment.
Hadhong shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. During this period, they had already harvested a vast quantity of spirit fruits from the Daixi territory, which served as ample retribution for the previous incident.
And furthermore, it was likely that something had occurred within the Daixi encampment itself. Yuan Cheng was stunned, his face revealing his confusion. Conversely, Yue Feng, standing nearby, stepped forward, nodding as he said, "Something has undoubtedly happened. The Daixi have over 10 warriors at the woodcutting realm in total. A mere handful of spirit fruits would hardly require a leader of his stature to venture out personally. Moreover, they have nearly depleted all the spirit fruits in this vicinity recently." The bag of fruit on those two men's backs was likely not gathered from their own territory. Hadhong smiled, offering a nod of approval to Yue Feng. Among the woodcutting experts of their encampment, Yue Feng was the eldest, possessing a capacity for observation and meticulous reasoning that far surpassed the others.
Shi Qing had certainly lied, but Hadhong could not be certain exactly what had transpired within the Daixi encampment.
He had intended to press the matter earlier, but he swallowed the words before they could escape his lips. Between encampments, it was highly taboo to pry into the affairs of others. Much like in the past, after Ha Ding and his woodcutting squad were completely wiped out, Hadhong had been deeply anxious about encountering members of other encampments, even resorting to hollow displays of strength when later crossing paths with Wang Ming's group. He pretended as if Xia Ding were still present. If he were to ask too casually, Xin Qing would not only refuse to speak, but would grow even more guarded against him. Xia Hong decided that if he could not fathom the reason, he would stop thinking about it altogether. He turned to look at the group, and announced the remaining tasks for the night with a smile. He told them that what they had gathered tonight was enough. It was time to return. At the same time, he instructed Xu An, Liu Yuan, and Li Yuankun to each fell one tree, while the others were to fell 2 trees each. Ever since the successful harvest of that golden-eyed demonic goat, coupled with the gains from subsequent hunting expeditions, the supply of cold beast meat in the camp had suddenly become abundant. Furthermore, after the terror of being ambushed by ghosts, the fervor for cultivation among the youths in the camp had reached a new peak. Under the generous supply of cold beast meat, the camp had produced 3 new young warriors at the wood-chopping realm. Unsurprisingly, these 3 were, like the 8 before them, descendants of the veteran wood-chopping team members. It is worth noting that Xu An is the younger brother of Xu Ning. During the incident with the golden-eyed demonic goat last month, Xu Ning lost his right eye. Although it did not affect his cultivation base, the wound had almost entirely healed. However, for the sake of safety, Xia Hong still tried to reduce the number of times he ventured outside, keeping him behind to guard the camp. Perhaps driven by the trauma of his brother's injury, Xu An had cultivated with extreme diligence, making him the first of the 3 to achieve a breakthrough. In just a short month, the addition of 3 wood-chopping realm combatants was a tremendous encouragement for a camp that had recently suffered losses. Xu Ning often joked that if he had known that a single right eye could be exchanged for 3 wood-chopping realm warriors, he would have gladly offered his left eye to that cold beast as well. Jokes were not meant to be taken literally, but it was an undeniable truth that there was a blessing in disguise. The camp now possessed 10 warriors at the wood-chopping realm, in addition to Xia Hong, a leader at the earth-quelling realm. It could be said that the strength of the great Xia camp had far surpassed the era when Xia Ding was the leader. With the iron smelting furnace keeping the ghosts at bay, and the small fire bombs combined with everyone's growing strength, the camp's hunting capabilities were becoming increasingly formidable. More importantly, the fire-condensing oil allowed everyone to maintain combat effectiveness even when facing ghosts in the wild. It is fair to say that the great Xia camp had been upgraded in every aspect compared to the past. And all of this had been brought about by the very first project from the system. Xia Hong hungered intensely for the remaining 8 projects. But alas, one cannot make bricks without straw. The remaining projects, even the most basic ones, required iron resources to unlock, let alone those that demanded gold and silver. Therefore, during this period, Xia Hong delegated the routine tasks of felling trees and gathering pine nuts to others. As for himself, aside from overseeing hunting expeditions, he spent all his remaining time tirelessly searching Hongmu Ridge and the areas surrounding the camp, hoping to soon discover a coal mine and an iron ore deposit. It was a pity that he had searched alone for over half a month without any results. He had wanted to send Jia Chuan and the others to assist in the search, but the others had not yet reached the earth realm. They could not even break the surface of the ground, let alone the mountain rock. Therefore, not only did the burden of locating the mine rest solely upon him, but even after the mine was eventually discovered, if no one else achieved a breakthrough to the earth realm, the extraction work would still fall entirely to him. Xia Hong pondered that while they lacked neither timber nor spirit fruits, they were now in dire need of cold beast meat. The coal and iron could not be found for the time being, so there was no reason to rush. Once more people attained the earth realm, they could expand the search perimeter, and sooner or later, they would be found. Seeing that the others had nearly finished packing, he hurried to join. As he approached the group, Xia Hong noticed that Xia Chuan seemed lost in thought, his expression distant. Like Yuan Cheng, Xia Chuan had previously experienced the border crossing incident at the Great Stone Camp.
Xia Hong recalled that earlier, in the presence of the two, Shi Qing and Xin Dong, Xia Chuan had remained uncharacteristically silent.
Assuming Xia Chuan was brooding over the matter, Xia Hong stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and asked if he was dissatisfied with the decision to spare the two men. However, Xia Chuan shook his head, a look of hesitation crossing his face, as he confessed that he was wondering how Xian Dong had managed to recognize Xia Hong at a single glance earlier.
The only people they had encountered before were the four men under Wang Ming. Even if news of their appearance had spread, it should not have been enough for someone to recognize him upon their first meeting. Furthermore, there were 10 of them in total, and the fact that Xian Dong had identified Xia Hong so instantly made him feel that something was amiss.
Upon hearing these words, Xia Hong was stunned, as if a chord had been struck deep within his mind. He realized immediately that the observation was correct. The first time he had broken through to the woodcutting realm, he had remained hidden in the shadows, allowing him to observe Xin Qing and Xin Dong without being seen. The second time, he had ventured out with Xia Chuan and Yuan Cheng.
They had only crossed paths with Wang Ming's 4 subordinates who were stealing spirit fruits.
Neither Shi Qing nor Shi Dong had ever seen him before that moment.
In an instant, a flood of realization surged through Xia Hong's mind. He thought of the bodies of Wang Ming's 4 men he had discovered in the Great Xia territory,
the blade that Xin Qing had failed to retrieve in time, the fact that the two men had been absent from the Great Stone Camp for quite some time, and the bag of spirit fruits that the pair. Not a single soul from the other woodcutting sites of the Great Rock Camp was to be seen, a fact made even more suspicious by the sudden shift in Xin Qing's expression earlier. After connecting the clues in his mind, Xia Hong suddenly looked up, his expression shifting drastically. Realizing that something was amiss, he ordered everyone to give chase, for Xin Dong was clearly compromised. The corpses of Wang Ming's group, and the blade they had failed to retrieve, served as grim proof that the Great Rock Camp had undoubtedly encountered that monstrous entity.
The discovery of only 4 bodies did not mean that only 4 people had perished at the Great Rock Camp.
Having suffered heavy losses after their encounter with the monster, Shi Qing must have sought reinforcements from Huangzhou or Dachuan to the north, or perhaps even the Luogi camp. This explained why they had not seen anyone from the Great Rock Camp in the Redwood Ridge region during this period.
Yet, it was clear that the attempt to secure help had failed, as only Xin Qing and one other had returned, carrying but a single bag of spirit fruits.
Given the treacherous nature of the monster, which rarely revealed its true form, it was highly probable that it had seized control of the corpses from the Great Xia woodcutting team to strike at Xin Qing's group.
This had to be the case, as it perfectly explained why, when Xin Qing was surrounded by their party earlier,
he had worn such a look of utter despair.
Xia Hong was certain that Shi Qing had encountered a fake Xia Ding, leading him to believe the Great Xia camp had been annihilated.
Upon suddenly seeing 11 youths from the woodcutting site like Xia Hong,
Xin Qing must have assumed they were all manifestations of the monster,
hence his overwhelming despair.
But when Shi Dong shouted out Xia Hong's identity,
proving that this group was not made of monsters,
the despair on Xin Qing's face immediately vanished,
replaced by relief. The fact that he was clearly aware the monster could disguise itself as others only served as further proof that Xin Qing had truly engaged in battle with the creature.
From start to finish, Xin Qing's behavior had been entirely consistent.
He did not know Xia Hong, which led him to mistake Xia Hong's party for the monsters. But how, then, did Xin Dong know who Xia Hong was? Struck by the question posed by Xia Chuan,
Xia Hong suddenly realized that Shi Dong's behavior throughout the encounter had been far too ordinary,
lacking the constant, nervous shifts in expression seen on Shi Qing, and ironically, this was the most unnatural detail of all. More importantly, he had taken the initiative to call out Xia Hong's identity, clearly fearful that a conflict might break out between the two groups, causing a delay in his and Xin Qing's return to the camp.
He Hong was nearly certain that the real Shi Dong had long since perished. The person Shi Qing had brought back to the camp was undoubtedly an imposter. Pursuing the path they had taken, He Hong's internal suspicions grew into absolute conviction. Unfortunately, Shi Qing had been gone for quite some time. Despite He Hong's desperate, high-speed chase, he could not close the distance.
Even as the mountain tower where the Dashi camp was located came into view, he still could not catch sight of the two figures.
He Hong pressed onward, his expression growing increasingly grave, for he realized that the Dashi camp was on the precipice of disaster.
At the foot of the mountain tower, Xin Qing and his companion reached the eastern side, navigating the familiar terrain to find the vines, and rapidly ascending to the peak. The summit remained blanketed in white snow, just as it had been when they departed.
Xin Qing walked directly to the center and swept away the layer of snow.
Beneath the snow lay a square wooden slab, 5 meters wide, which served as the hidden entrance to the Dashi camp's encampment.
Seeing that the slab was undisturbed, he reached out and touched it, feeling a faint warmth radiating from beneath. Confirming that no calamity had befallen the camp, Xin Qing finally allowed his guard to drop. He remained completely unaware that behind him, the moment the wooden slab was revealed, A sinister, malicious smile had flickered across Xingdong's face. Xin Qing lifted the slab and descended through the 3-meter-wide opening. Xingdong followed him down, casually pulling the wooden slab shut behind them. No sooner had they landed than several tribesmen rushed forward with joyous expressions, delighted that their leader and Xingdong had finally returned. Someone remarked that the supply of spirit fruits was exhausted. If the two had not returned today, they had intended to organize a party to venture out tonight.
Others inquired as to why only the 2 of them had returned, asking after the remaining 3 members. At their questioning, a look of profound sorrow crossed Xin Qing's face. Just as he prepared to recount the events that had transpired at the Leger camp, Xingdong, standing behind him, suddenly raised his hand and struck him with a thread of white, nearly translucent silk. The thread acted like a needle, piercing directly through his shoulder blade. Almost immediately, it seemed to possess a life of its own, snaking through every point of his body. In the blink of an eye, Xin Qing was completely bound and constricted by the white silk. The sudden horror was so swift that Xin Qing could not even utter a sound. His body paralyzed, he collapsed onto the ground. The tribesmen who had come to greet them stood in stunned silence. Some rushed to support the fallen Shi Qing, while others demanded to know what Xingdong had done. Xingdong offered no explanation. He merely lowered his head and erupted into a triumphant laugh, hoarse, jarring, and sounding like the grating of a saw. This laughter was not only ghastly, but filled with a savage malice that sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. Hearing this familiar yet terrifying laugh, Xin Qing's expression shifted violently, and he turned his head to stare at Xingdong in horror. Xingdong thanked him for bringing him here, remarking that he would have never found so many people otherwise. Xin Qing realized the truth in an instant. This Xingdong was a fake. The 4th instance of deception had occurred when Wang Rui and Sun Xinju were hunting down the real Xingdong. Indeed, while they had all believed only Wang Rui and Sun Xinju had been replaced, in reality, even Xingdong had been swapped at that very moment. This monster had actually staged a bitter ruse, deliberately orchestrating a scene where Wang Rui and Sun Xinju hunted down Xingdong, only to then control Xingdong and infiltrate his side. Did this not mean that the contents of their discussion in the Gira camp hall regarding how to lure it out for an ambush were already entirely known to it? How truly pathetic. Luo Ming and the others were still following Yang Ning and Li Hu, attempting to draw this wood spirit ghost out once more. It turned out the enemy had long since infiltrated their ranks. It was over. Everything was lost. Xin Qing suddenly whipped his head toward the crowd gathered around the campfire in the camp, his face flushing a deep red as he screamed in a frenzied panic, ordering everyone to flee at once. He did not know what method the wood spirit ghost used to control Xingdong, but he was certain that, as of this moment, he could not even move a muscle. The more than 300 people in the camp were, without a doubt, all destined for death. Run, everyone run together. Perhaps there remained a sliver of hope for survival. Shi Qing harbored this thought in his heart, wanting to continue shouting for everyone to escape with haste, but as he opened his mouth, the white silk threads wrapped around his body instantly pierced through his lips, sewing his mouth shut until he could only emit muffled, strangled groans. Shi Qing watched as the people in the camp remained bewildered, not knowing what to do, his face turning an even deeper shade of red, his eyes bloodshot from the sheer intensity of his desperation. But Xingdong had already moved. He lunged forward, unleashing a punch directly at the head of the nearest person. Before that man could even utter a sound, his head was shattered like a smashed watermelon, scattering pale matter and gore in a gruesome display. And the slaughter did not end there. With a savage expression, Xingdong grabbed 2 people attempting to flee, his fingers suddenly tensing as he drove them deep into their throats. Those 2 could not even speak. Blood poured from their 7 orifices as they collapsed to the ground, dead. The stench of fresh blood began to spread, and the smile on Xingdong's face grew increasingly arrogant and distorted, as if the act of personally destroying these lives was a source of absolute delight to it. In the blink of an eye, 3 lives had been extinguished. Everyone else by the campfire, who had been completely oblivious, now finally understood the entity standing before them was no longer Xingdong. It was a demonic monstrosity. Screams erupted from every direction. Some panicked, crying that Xingdong had lost his mind. Others urged their companions to flee, while some desperately called for their leader to intervene. The palpable terror of the crowd seemed to act as a stimulant for the beast. It lunged into the throng, employing methods both savage and grotesque, relentlessly reaping lives, even casting aside its fists, deeming them too slow, in favor of a nearby stone axe, witnessing his kin, his friends, and his own wife, everyone within the encampment, being slaughtered without cause. Xin Qing collapsed to the ground, his fury reaching its breaking point as his eyes bulged in utter agony. But in this moment, let alone moving, he could not even speak. He was utterly helpless. Seeing his wife perish amidst the carnage, tears streamed down Xin Qing's face, his overwhelming grief gradually hardening into a deep, hollow despair. On the eastern side of Mount Te, Xia Hong searched along the cliffside, glancing up toward the mountainside periodically. his eyes flickering with mounting impatience.
Soon, Xiachuan and Yuanchuan arrived from the north and south, each accompanied by 2 others, reporting that no entrance could be found in the south,
and none had been discovered in the north.
Xia Hong's expression darkened.
He had already scoured the east, and with no entrance to the great stone encampment found, only the west remained.
A short while later, Yue Feng arrived with Lu Yang and Xu Peng in tow, reporting that the west had yielded nothing, showing no signs of activity whatsoever.
Concluding that the encampment likely was not located there, Xia Hong furrowed his brows tightly. They had searched the 4 cardinal directions and failed to find a single entrance to the great stone encampment. How could this be possible?
Xia Chuan deemed it absurd, insisting that the great stone encampment must be situated within the Mount Tan region. He had once heard his father speak of it, and could not fathom why it remained hidden from them.
Yuan Cheng nodded in agreement, stating that he too had heard his father mention it, confirming it was undoubtedly located in this area of Mount Tan. And since they had already scoured the cliffs on all 4 sides to no avail,
he questioned if perhaps they were capable of taking flight into the sky.
At the mention of taking flight, Xia Hong was stunned for a moment before he tilted his head back, an epiphany striking him instantly.
Mount Ta did not share the pyramidal structure of ordinary mountains.
It was a monolithic, vertical pillar of rock, with a peak only slightly narrower than its base. The direction of Xia Hong's gaze caused the others to react in kind.
One by one, they turned their eyes upward.
Yu Feng, possessed of sharp eyesight, was the first to spot a vine that seemed to lead toward the heights above.
Xia Hong hurried forward, taking the vine from Yue Feng's hand. With a single, firm tug, he sent tremors through the height above, causing a cascade of snow to slide down.
Ha Hong confirmed the entrance was here, instructing everyone to follow him and remain cautious.
After testing the sturdiness of the vines and finding them secure, Ha Hong immediately began to climb. The 9 men, including Ha Shuyen and Vian Shuyen, followed close behind him. The 5-meter-wide wooden plank atop the mountain peak, blanketed in snow, was truly conspicuous. Ha Hong needed only a cursory glance to spot it.
He hurried toward the plank. As he drew near, faint, harrowing screams could be heard emanating from within. Ha Hong's expression changed instantly.
He hurriedly withdrew a fist-sized, pitch-black block from his chest pocket. He called everyone over and ordered them to retrieve their stone axes. Seeing the 9 men produce their stone axes, Ha Hong quickly used the black block to smear the blades.
The substance was truly mystical. Though it appeared rock-hard, it liquefied the moment it touched the metal blades. By the time all 9 axes were coated, the block had been reduced to the size of a marble. That black substance was, in fact, ghost-burning oil, a material that would ignite upon contact with any demonic entity.
Ha Hong drew his own small dagger, coated it with the remaining residue, and turned to look at the group. He commanded Ha Shuyan and Vian Than to follow him down to investigate the situation first.
The rest were to remain above. Should they be needed, he would call out immediately.
Regardless of what emerged, they were to strike it down with their axes, no matter who it was.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
Ha Hong took a deep breath.
He was uncertain of what lay inside, so he could only make these preliminary arrangements. He then stepped forward and lifted the wooden plank with one hand. A 3-meter-wide cave entrance was revealed, and the relentless, blood-curdling screams became unmistakably clear. Amidst the cries, there were pleas for Tachdong to cease his slaughter, shouts questioning if he had gone mad, and desperate begs for mercy. As expected, their suspicions were confirmed. Tachdong was truly possessed by a malevolent spirit.
Ha Hong leaped directly into the cave. Ha Shuyen and Vian Than followed closely at his heels. Upon entering the cavern, a pungent, thick stench of blood assaulted their senses, hitting their brains with such intensity that all 3 felt a wave of nausea. With groans echoing in their ears, Ha Hong forced himself to suppress the overwhelming discomfort.
He looked down and was stunned to see Thak Than lying on the ground, struggling violently and darting his eyes toward the campfire. It was clear that he was signaling for him to come and save them quickly. His mouth was muffled by something, and his body was bound by countless white threads. Those threads were not merely tied from the outside. They had pierced through his skin, binding him tightly. From the moment he entered the cave, Xia Hong witnessed the slaughter taking place by the campfire. Now, having received the signal from Xian Qing, he did not hesitate, immediately ordering Jia Chuan and Yuan Cheng to untie the leader
while he rushed to save the others, before charging straight at the monster that was engrossed in its massacre. Whether it was due to the blood-crazed excitement of the slaughter,
the monster did not seem to notice Xia Hong's appearance, continuing its brutalization of the innocent civilians. It was not until Xia Hong arrived at its side that it dropped the head it had just torn off, suddenly turning around to glare at him, declaring that it was him again. This mongrel brat had ruined its plans time and time again.
Xia Hong scanned his surroundings, his brow furrowing as a surge of fury erupted within him. His rage, naturally, was not sparked by the monster's insults.
His fury was ignited by the human cost, by the corpses, by the countless severed limbs scattered around the campfire, and by the wounded, ordinary people struggling in agony and screaming on the ground. With just a brief glance, Xia Hong estimated that nearly 100 people were dead. Among the deceased were men and women, adults and children, and even infants who had still been nursing. Many who had suffered fatal wounds still lay on the ground, groaning and gasping as they awaited their end. Xia Hong even noticed a man who had been severed in two at the waist, his face a mask of terror and pain, still twitching incessantly on the ground. Those who had been killed instantly seemed, in comparison, to be the fortunate ones. Xia Hong clenched his fists, the fire in his chest burning ever brighter. Although this was the second time he had witnessed the atrocities committed by these monsters, this scene was far more gruesome, more horrific, and more heartless than what he had experienced at the Daxia site previously. These monsters attacked humans without discrimination, possessing not a shred of emotion, let alone a conscience. Their very existence was a challenge to